Welcome to DGC Live.
This is our first time going live. My name is Ahmed Al Nasheet, aka Devil's Game, and
I'm Habib Shams, founder of DGC Live and DGC Games Dubai.
I'm so excited to talk with you about everything that we have for the next 3 days, full of events from the 21st to the 22nd to the 23rd.
Totally live and streamed on our website, www.dgcgames.com.
The thing is that this is the first time that we go live. Usually with DGC, it's in Dubai. We have to invite people to come here. They will have to fly, or for the people who live in the city. But for us, this is big because we're going to be open for everyone all around the world.
Of course, we are open and everyone can view us globally, regionally, and we also have a great presence now in Africa with a great focus on Africa this year. On the other side, we can still register for our B2B meeting platform where business meetings are conducted 24 hours a day over the 3 days. You can still register today. We already have around 400 companies that are there, and this number can only increase.
We have 400 companies and we have over 100 speakers. For the first time, we have over 100 speakers. They're going to talk about a lot of topics from gaming in Africa, to gaming in the Middle East, to monetizing games, to like success story from this region. So we're going to have a lot of things to cover during these 3 days.
Yeah, the program, I mean, is really amazing. There is everything from publishing to game development to special announcements that will be made as well.
We're going to have a lot of exclusives.
Yes, a lot of exclusive and special announcements about partnerships with international names, announcements about acquisitions. We are actually hosting a lot of the talents of the region that are going to be for the first time also addressing the audience, talking about how they are today shaping the gaming industry in our region.
We have a lot of people that I'm really interested in hearing what they're going to say about this region, from Richie from Twitter to Rami Ismail talking about his success story, to other people that we have like Fauzi. I'm so excited to see and hear what they're going to talk about and how they can like open new eyes to our region, especially for game developers and also for people who want to get inside this industry.
Ahmad, we picked up the challenge and we have over 36 hours of talks and presentations and exclusive interviews and even a cosplay competition that is running. So it's really super exciting. And every half an hour we have someone new. And I think it's a real challenge that we picked up, and we're lucky enough to be supported also by our partners, NEOM, Robocom VR, Dubai Media City, Dubai Internet City, N5, Seagate, HTC, TPay Mobile, and TikTok.
And ITV Live.
And of course, ITP Live and ITP Media Group. And it's just amazing.
I'm really excited about everything that we have, but one of the things that stood up for me is that we're going live. That means we're opening for everyone around. And it will be like people will be able to meet and get like one-on-one sessions with our speakers.
Yes, on the meeting platform. So not only with the speakers, but also with all the other companies that are registered on the meeting platform and Digital Expo Space. You can register on our website and you pick your pass, you enter and you create your space, your Digital Expo Space, and via Zoom call, you pre-schedule your meetings and you conduct them. And it's open 24 hours to cater for the global time zones.
Nice. One of the things also that I really like and I'm really excited to try and get my hands on is Robocom. They're launching the Transformers.
Give it away.
I'm not giving it away, so you have to stay with us to get the chance to see for the first time ever.
Yeah. This really And you know, some of these companies that are making the news today, they started with DGC some years ago, and today they are actually signing with international brands and companies. The same for TPay Mobile also, and the Unity distribution platform partnership. Unity is the engine for all the games that are here. And TP Mobile is a regional company, and also with PayGuru, what they're doing. We have also some really we're not going to say it all right?
We're not going to say it all, but if you are interested in it from the developer side or from the gaming side, you will have all the contents to consume these contents, and we'll be able to talk with also developers, as like what we said, and also you'll be able to hear more from TikTok, who are talking about gaming, TikTok gaming, yes. And also we're going to talk about Twitter with Twitter gaming. So big social companies, big social platforms, all of them are talking about gaming. That's what I like about DGC, is that we're going to cover everything, like 360 view all around the gaming industry.
So Ahmad, everybody, prepare yourself, have your coffee ready, because you will need it. We start at 11 a.m., we end at 11 p.m., and over 3 days. And if you are a gamer, if you are a business owner, if you are just curious about learning about the gaming industry, if you are just someone that would like to invest and know more, in these 3 days, you will be able to have all the information you need, and also go on the meeting platform if you want to take the next step and just register and start maybe booking your next deal in the gaming industry. Yeah.
So you heard it here. We have 36 hours of content, over 100 speakers. That's a lot of talk. Stay tuned with us. Get ready. As like what Habib said, drink your coffee. We're going to be streaming from 11 to 11. So for 3 days, and I'm excited.
Yeah, it's exciting, and everyone can catch the program on our website. Catch us live as well on our website. Mm-hmm. So again, www.dgcgames.com. You just go on the website. If you want to take the next step and go to the business meetings, then you just click on B2B meeting on the website. It will take you to our portal where you can actually register. Today you can register, tomorrow you can register, after tomorrow you can register, and you can also enter that space and just start, doing business as well.
So register, watch us live, and get ready, because we have competitions, we have amazing content. And should we start the show? I think we talked a lot. People want to see like what we're talking about, and they want to see the first session.
For sure. We are going to have now a keynote speech from Wayne Borg from NEOM.
So hope you're ready. Let's start.
Here we go. Thomas, we just opened day one, and we're very excited. And our opening keynote is Mr. Wayne Borg, who's Managing Director, Media, Entertainment, Culture, and Fashion Industries at NEOM. NEOM this year is our main partner. It's maybe the most exciting project happening in the region.
Hugely.
In the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. And we're very happy to welcome Wayne, who is in Australia. And it's just the afternoon for him and the morning for us. Thank you very much, Wayne, for being with us. I know that you are very busy, and you are taking the time to join the gaming industry in DGC Live. And we thank you for that. You will be presenting, and the topic is going to be around building the ecosystem and the role of NEOM to become the center of the MENA region's gaming industry, which is something that we actually hope and we would like to see. And we think that this is amazing how today our industry is taking a mainstream positioning in many of the key countries in our region.
Yeah, it's going to be huge.
So, fantastic. Wayne, we would like just briefly to know more about you, to know more about NEOM, and to know more about NEOM's role in general, not only in gaming, but as in the whole ecosystem, in the whole region as well.
Thanks, gentlemen, and we're really pleased to be a part of DGC and to be participating with you and supporting this great event, because I think it's critical to the development of the gaming industry in the region. I've spent over 20 years in leadership roles across the media and entertainment industries across the world, from Australia to the UK, the US, and in the Middle East. I was most recently president and general manager of Fox Studios in LA, but I've worked with Universal and Warner Brothers, as well as in the region in Abu Dhabi at the Media Zone Authority. So I have a very good understanding of how the industry works in the region and the opportunities it presents. For us, NEOM, and my role at NEOM is really about how we're going to establish the media, the cultural and entertainment and fashion industries, if you want to call them the creative industries, in a sustainable way as part of NEOM's broader ambitions. And I'd love today to sort of share with you, our plans at NEOM, not only for NEOM, but also the gaming sector specifically. So what is NEOM? NEOM is very much the land of the future. It's going to redefine the way people work, play, and live. It's going to be an accelerator for human progress. Where innovation, entrepreneurs, businesses, and leaders, as well as the companies, will come together, to research, incubate, and commercialize, new technologies, enterprises, in groundbreaking ways that have never been seen before. We're located, for those who don't know, NEOM's located on the northwest coast of the kingdom. We're situated about 8 hours from, about 70% of the world's population. We cover an area of some 26,000 square meters. That's about 35 times the size of Singapore, to put it in some context. It's a tremendous, natural environment, that has such a beautiful, climate, and some stunning terrain. And NEOM will be truly a new jurisdiction. It'll be a new concept entirely, unlike anything else in the world, and it'll be the first of its kind, in terms of how it makes a positive contribution, to humanity and the future of humanity. It does present an opportunity to, represent and redefine the future now in the present. A modern progressive economy that sets trends and leads the way, in the world across many sectors. We'll look to leapfrog a generation and to imagine the future, and what it will look like, 20, 30 years, and build that today. That's the opportunity. That's our challenge. The residents of NEOM, they'll enjoy, a vibrant, life that, again, will be something that they'll never experience in any other part of the world. It'll be an international community, and it'll be welcome, leading active lifestyles, and be close proximity to nature and many open spaces. From a media industry perspective, NEOM's focus on, the core areas that are the engine rooms, I suppose, of the sector today. Being screen production, from small mobile devices through to the big screen, gaming, digital publishing, two other critical areas. And that will be everything from, mobile, online, as well as console gaming. So for us, NEOM is about how, from a media and creative industries perspective, how we develop that fully integrated creative industries hub, bring together not only media and entertainment, but also culture and fashion. Something that's never been achieved before in this sort of converged world that is the creative industries. So what is our vision? Our vision is to become the regional centre for the gaming industry in MENA, by creating and fostering a flourishing legacy-free environment, for the gaming ecosystem. We don't harbour ambitions just to be solely the best. I think that's, an unrealistic, view. What we want to be is part of the global industry that exists today, and really sort of be part of that, elite network of global hubs, and become synonymous with gaming in the Arab world. And I suppose the question is, why gaming? I sort of touched on it, earlier, that gaming is one of our focuses and our priorities. And we've identified gaming as a priority sector, within the wider media and the creative industries plan, along screen production and digital publishing, as I mentioned. These are important for NEOM, because they're a powerful force in the economies and societies. They deliver growth, jobs and skills, and in many ways, they protect against AI and digitization when it comes to sort of, the workforces of the future. The creative industries, is a creative and powerful sector globally. It's an important contributor to GDP for many economies. And if you look at the size of the industry overall, PwC estimate that by 2021, the sector is going to be worth some $2.1 trillion. So it's an incredibly powerful industry collectively. In our region, the creative industries contribute less than 1% to GDP. And to me, that's, a significant underperformance. We should be doing much, much better when you look at the demographics of the region and the overall population of the region. When you compare this to some of the powerhouses in the creative industry sector, such as the UK, Germany, Japan, Korea, they're all contributing around 4% to GDP. And Korea and South Korea in particular, who have really focused on the creative industries as a core constituent of their economic plan, they're contributing nearly 5%. And I don't think there's any reason why, Saudi and the kingdom, and for the region for that matter, shouldn't be performing at a much better, rate of contribution than it currently does today. And, for us, a lot of that growth is going to be driven by the gaming industry, and that's what's exciting. Like elsewhere in the world, gaming presents a huge opportunity. We're seeing the Middle East and Africa, the MENA region represents some 22 countries, and we've got a population of, just over 430 million. And when you compare that to the US, which has a population of 327 million, and our demographic, that young, profile, with 70%, between the age of 15 and 24, this is an incredibly powerful demographic that aligns to the gaming industry. The region spends heavily on gaming. We're one of the most highest per capita anywhere in the world, with over half the region's 360 million gamers paying to play, and that shouldn't be underestimated. So the industry is worth some $5 billion, and it's forecast to grow in double-digit terms over the next couple of years. But despite this market opportunity, there's still no AAA games being developed in the region. And the vast majority of that $5 billion leaves the region. And that's something we want to address. And why is that happening? Yes, there is, some elements of the gaming industry today in the region, but it's highly fragmented. And it's been attempted a number of times now to try and establish that ecosystem, but it hasn't really eventuated. I think in large part it's down to the fact that there's been an inability to develop that fully integrated hub, which is what we sort of see as critical to future success. The industry's infrastructure isn't sufficient today, to really drive the talent and give them access to the opportunities. And that's what we're looking to address. Raising finance for the gaming industry has been difficult in the region. I think a lot of people don't really understand the power of the sector and its investment potential. And there's also been legacy issues around IP as well as IP rights, and that I think has also contributed to investor or the lack of investor confidence. Setting up companies hasn't always been a simple and easy process. And what it's resulted in is, in a lot of instances, you've got many of the international companies choosing to operate remotely and focus their money, time, and energy on marketing and localization rather than genuine, game creation and cultural, development of games from the region. So, what is going to be our value proposition at NEOM? For us, we believe we're going to be uniquely positioned to become the region's first true gaming industry hub. We've spent a considerable amount of time engaging with the industry to fully understand the issues and help shape our value proposition, which really has four key pillars. Firstly, it's about infrastructure, as I briefly touched on. The gaming industry requires data centers, high connectivity, low latency, flexible and affordable office space. We need incentives. If we're going to compete internationally, incentives are a critical component of game production. And we need clear, defined, and game-specific incentives, to promote game development and high value-added, activities at NEOM. In addition, we need funding to assist startups and mentorship, as well as access to talent. And talent development is a really, important component of our plan. Gaming specific courses with curriculum shaped to industry needs that links to industry and creates those pathways for that emerging talent pool. And how we integrate, both into, the converged world that we're moving into and provide those career pathways as well as a sustainable workforce for industry. And I think the final component, again, something I touched on earlier, is about that ease of doing business. We need to be attractive to industry, as well as helping startups, help facilitate their development and initiating their, their business plans in a well-oiled and cohesive manner. And that'll also help, facilitate talent. It'll facilitate industry and hopefully bring together all those key ingredients that we need to really sort of drive the sector forward. For us, enablers are going to be critical to the development of our ecosystem when it comes to gaming. We've identified a number of critical enablers. They're going to help us establish that unparalleled environment for the gaming industry. Firstly, we need that legacy-free environment, that's going to be supported by leading-edge policy and world-class legal and regulatory framework. That's going to be critical. Partnerships with the world's top educational institutions, be it vocational, creative, or technical, that's going to, focus very much on gaming-specific training that will help us develop an abundant workforce of talented young developers that's going to be required by industry, as well as, not only being business ready for those companies, but help define pathways for the talent and give them confidence that if they enter the industry, they're going to be well trained and there's going to be, industry jobs for them to pursue on an ongoing basis. State-of-the-art infrastructure, I suppose, goes without saying. But, as much as people talk about it, it's very hard to achieve. And I think that's going to be one of the opportunities we have without legacy, is to really sort of develop that true state-of-the-art, cutting-edge technology-based infrastructure in a collaborative and cohesive tech-enabled environment. Strategic financing, I touched on briefly earlier, is going to be critical, as well as gaming-specific incentives. And how we facilitate that to ensure the formation and the continued development of a thriving, cohesive ecosystem is going to be critical. Yes, we need to attract those world-class partners and operators to fuel that ecosystem and fast-track the development of the industry within the NEOM Media Hub. But we're also looking to drive, the local gaming industry and identify that young talent, because over time, we expect to have some 400 independent businesses across the film and television, gaming, and digital publishing sector situated within the hub at NEOM. And many of those will come from the region and indeed in time internationally. But if we're going to have a true sustainable ecosystem and hub, we need to generate those businesses and talent from within the local environment, from within the kingdom particularly, and the GCC. So gaming infrastructure, it's important we look at gaming and how we consider, its place within the broader media industry, particularly given the increased convergence we're seeing across the sectors, as we're seeing now with gaming, television, and film production, and how a lot of that technology is, converging. Both in terms of its application, but also, consumer use. When you look at our gaming hub, we see immersive gaming as a big sort of step, forward, and a big opportunity in the future. Self-publishing is obviously a critical component, and there's an incredible amount of that happening within the region. Content creation spaces, motion capture, games development studios, specialized gaming academy, gaming incubators, accelerators, VFX and animation studios are all going to be critical components of our infrastructure. What will be unique is all our facilities will be fully integrated. For example, the learning spaces will be linked with the production facilities, so students can learn in real life scenarios, while the development challenges can be pushed into the learning facilities and incubated to see if solutions can be provided for industry as part of sort of the students' learning programs. But we're looking at, from an integration perspective, it's not just about the wider media industry and content creation, but it's also the consumers of that content. For example, NEOM will be a regional hub and gateway for the emerging Middle East esports market. That means a yearly action-packed event calendar offering content opportunities to different communities and skill levels, from grassroots to professional leagues in the esport ecosystem. Opportunities will exist in the development and implementation of technology to enhance the experience of viewers and participants, as well as the ambition to develop esports athletes and a workforce talent through the NEOM Esports Academy and education programs. Our entertainment venues and cultural offering will also dovetail nicely into the gaming industry. NEOM will bring together the creative minds and the entertainment industries to develop rich, unique and immersive content that's engaging by way of its experiences, and that will harness that convergence between technology and content creation in a creative, tech-enabled, collaborative environment. So we'll deliver content for our audiences that will be unique, while developing IP that will form a new export industry for NEOM. I can't reel too much at this stage because of commercial sensitivities, but we're spearheading a video game themed immersive attraction that will push the boundaries of what consumers will ever experience anywhere in the world today. It will be a truly unique, innovative concept, and it will push not only the boundaries of the gaming industry, both from a concept, but also from an experiential perspective. And I think will typify many of NEOM's initiatives moving forward. So whilst none of this is going to happen overnight, we're already well progressed. NEOM is not just a vision. We're well on our way. We've got over 500 people working in NEOM, the best of talent from the kingdom as well as internationally. Our engagement with the gaming industry is well advanced. We started over 18 months ago, and in that time we've developed and refined our strategy and mapped out our requirements. We're well advanced in our talks with several regional and international partners who are keen to start and be part of our project at NEOM. From the very beginning, we've seen people connecting with the vision and understanding the potential and the opportunity that the region represents from a gaming perspective. And we want to be able to facilitate and harness that for the youth of the region and create a truly dynamic hub where we can retain that talent and help spawn and flourish a dynamic and sustainable gaming sector for the Middle East. Thank you.
Wayne, Thomas, I'm sure you have some questions for Wayne, but I just want to say one thing. I love our region because it gives us the ability to dream. It really gives us the ability. I'm listening to Wayne and I'm just dreaming, and I'm saying to myself, I'm in my 40s, but I'm going to be able to live something new and a new dream. And it's really exciting how our region is able to do this. Really, it's just incredible.
Yeah, you started off that keynote and you said, "What is NEOM?" And now I'm asking myself, what isn't NEOM? To be honest with you, but just with regards to kind of the gaming industry, why do you think, given the fact that this region is so full of opportunities, why do you think it's been so slow developing?
That's a really good question. I think, I don't think it's really down to one reason. I think it's been a number of factors. Several jurisdictions have tried it. I think, one of the points I touched on, what we've identified is that truly integrated hub. I think we've lacked that in the region and that holistic approach. And that's something we're working, and focus very much on developing. And certainly, from our conversations with industry and what I've described in terms of mapping out our plans, that's been, identified as a key enabler by industry. And I think, just having a marketplace, I think often people, see the region and because we are, we have a large consumption of games and a large engagement with the sector from a consumer perspective, that's not enough. It's certainly a great start point. But, that's really only touching the surface of the opportunity. And I think in part it's about how we develop the talent and provide those pathways, for young aspiring developers. There haven't been the natural, destinations for that talent to land, be mentored, be trained, to engage with industry. It's been a fragmented approach, and that's what we're looking to address at NEOM through our media and gaming initiatives. Historically, I think the creative industries and within that gaming has sort of been seen as a frivolous career. It's something you wouldn't take seriously, but clearly, as I described earlier, from an economic standpoint, many of the advanced economies around the world are recognizing the power of the sector and what it does. Not only the power of creativity to society and the economy, but its economic contribution. So, I think with the talent pool that we have, that I think there's great opportunity to harness here right across the region, but we just have to provide the platforms, the infrastructure, and the support, to able to ignite that potential, and that's what we're looking to do.
So obviously, kind of one of the things that I think that we're going to experience over the next couple of days is a lot of people outside the gaming industry see coders who make the game and then consumers who purchase the game. But obviously there's a lot more around that. Marketing, logistics, distribution, the people who make the coffee for the people who code. It's a huge ecosystem. Is there anything that kind of NEOM is doing to, I guess, build that?
Yeah, I think to what I described in my talk earlier, it really is about bringing together all the components of the industry. It's established players. It's about developing and attracting the startups. It's about the incubation and innovation space, as well as the learning and training components. That is the full ecosystem. And then it's about how you integrate all of that, because it's through that collaboration, as you all well know, that this industry flourishes. It's not about just communication via email. It is that collaboration that sparks the innovation, that sparks the great ideas and the creativity. And I think that's something that the regions sadly lacked, and we're looking to address and fill that gap. And because we don't have the legacy issues, we can design this from scratch. And design it fit for purpose. And critically, I talked at the very beginning about NEOM being the future. Our challenge today is anticipating the future, anticipating the technologies, the consumer trends, how industry is going to develop its content, and how those consumers are going to engage and interact with it, and how that content is going to be monetized. And that's what we're really looking to understand today and anticipate, as we design and develop this ecosystem to attract all the constituent stakeholders across the sector.
Of course.
So this region is this region has no shortage of hope, of dreamers. But I think one of the key reasons why the game industry hasn't developed so much is all down to talent and local talent. Is there anything that NEOM is doing in particular to help, create that talent?
Absolutely. Look, industry learning is a core proposition for NEOM. So, part of what we're looking to do is start to develop that talent pipeline. Okay, and not everybody wants to be create their own business and be a games developer. Some want to be coders. Some want to be part of the creative elements of the process. And to your point, some want to do marketing and distribution. So what we're looking to do is, as we're attracting industry to NEOM and understanding their needs, aligning with, the leaders in games education from all over the world, and develop programs that we can start to offer, the talent from the kingdom and from the broader MENA region, in the near future, to start to establish that pipeline. So as we become active in an operational sense, industry is going to have confidence, the talent's going to have confidence, and we'll start to form that sustainable ecosystem that is so critical.
On that last point, Wayne, education is definitely key, and we are seeing actually a high demand for talents in the gaming industry with a very low supply. And I think it's the only industry today that has this
disconnect.
Yes, exactly.
This inverse relationship.
And education is key as well in order for us to not only grow our gaming industry from the 3 or 4 billion where it is now, $1 billion, to 10, but also to be able to tap into the $140 billion of the gaming industry globally. Because we can have also, this is the barrier we need to cross, I believe, and talent and education is very important to reach that.
You're spot on, and you know, again, something I touched on earlier is how do we retain that? It's not only about developing the talent, but how we retain that talent within the region and within NEOM. You know, this is about creating not only, you know, great opportunities for the talent of the region, but economic activity and to become, you know, for NEOM to become that economic powerhouse within the creative industry so that we're exporting that content. There's no reason why we shouldn't be able to have a dynamic creative industry space, you know, that's creating IP to the rest of the world. And that's our ambition, is to create the right infrastructure to support
yes,
that.
and there is no reason also for many of the talents that we will see during these 3 days that are making it outside of the region to come.
That's right.
Yeah. Well, I guess that's one of my questions is, when can people start getting involved with NEOM? When can they start enrolling in training? When can companies start to tell you they're interested in being a part of NEOM?
As of now, so you know, companies who are interested, who are listening and have dialed in and zoomed in today, we'd love to talk to you. You know, because we're going now. As I said, NEOM isn't just a vision on paper. We're a reality, and we're looking to engage with industry, you know, particularly from the region. You know, we want to hear your ideas. We want to hear the challenges, and we want to share with you how we believe we can address those and support you and facilitate your success. Similarly, with international groups, you know, that are recognizing the opportunity and what I've described is resonating with them. Please reach out. And for talent, you know, we're developing a number of pilot programs right now, which should be coming online in the back half of the year. And you know, through those, I think we'll start to see our first graduates getting ready for the industry we're going to be attracting in the next couple of years.
And about connecting with you, as you know, Wayne, we have our B2B meeting platform running for the 3 days during the conference, 24 hours, catering for the different time zones, even Australia. So I'm sure that many are going to request meetings with your team and with NEOM, and also take a look at what's happening on your profile and schedule the Zoom meetings during the next 3 days. So Wayne, we thank you very much for this opening keynote of DGC, and you made us dream, and I'm sure our viewers as well, and we are all looking forward to be part of NEOM, and because it's our future as well, and we just think that it can open and accelerate everything that is happening today in the gaming industry in our region, and give it our own identity as well, which is very important.
Exactly. No, look, it's been a great pleasure, and I thank you for the opportunity, and I look forward to to connecting with you further and to many of your viewers and participants.
Thank you very much. Now we have a very special guest joining us from San Francisco. Mr. Rishi Shahda, who is Global Head of Gaming at Twitter.
Hi, Richie.
Hey, everyone. How are you today? Thanks for having me.
It's our pleasure to have you here.
Richie, you are now in San Francisco, and we are in Dubai. And DGC Live is a developers conference. It's all about the game industry. It gathers all the stakeholders from the gaming industry, whether from the region or international participants. And this format now is going to run for 3 days. Every day we'll have different sessions and also a meeting platform. So, and we're very happy to welcome you today. And we'll start with the first question. which is we see gaming conversion on Twitter on the rise globally. Can you share some insights with us and perhaps explain why gaming is so big on your platform?
Yeah, sure. So we've actually just seen that the gaming conversation has just had massive growth over the past several years. Last year, we had over 1.2 billion gaming-related tweets, which is about a 20% year-over-year increase in the conversation volume. And this year, the conversation volume has grown even more. Year to date, we've seen that it's nearly a 50% year-over-year increase in gaming conversation and nearly a 4% increase in unique authors. So more people talking about video games than ever before. And I think when we're thinking about why this growth is happening, especially this year, there's a few different things that are coming into play. One, you're seeing that people are at home right now and people have been staying at home, so they have a lot more free time and they're playing games. Two, you also have the announcement of really, really major titles, whether it was Animal Crossing or the Cyberpunk. And then most importantly, I think in addition to everything else, is this is a new console year. So we've got PlayStation 5 coming out, the new Xbox coming out, and I think all those things have really just come together to create this perfect storm of growth. And when we think about why the gaming audience resonates on the platform, there's really, I think Twitter is really all about the conversation. And what I like to say is no matter what video game it is, where that video game is broadcast, people come to Twitter to talk about it. And it's this place where you can instantaneously connect with your favorite gaming personality or game developer to know more and get real-time updates on things, so that instantaneous feedback and the ability for instant conversation have lent itself incredibly well to Twitter and have lent itself to why the gaming community has resonated with this platform.
I've been using Twitter since the beginning, and I've noticed like during this whole time that in the Middle East, there's a lot of gamers tweeting and all of that, as you said, because we are all locked down. I heard that you have insight about how the behavior of the gamers here in the region, what type of tweets and all of that insight. Can you dive in and tell us more about it?
Yeah, sure. So we partnered with Group M to do some research in April of this year to really get a better understanding of, what are people playing, what are they interested in, and why are they playing those games. So, one of the things we've seen is just that most of the people that we were actually, surveying, they're looking for games with challenges or something that keeps them busy, but is not super concentrated on the effort. It's just about a bit of a challenge to keep them engaged. We're also seeing that they're looking to play games that are allowing them to progress through levels and try new different games during this because they have so much free time. And then they're also looking for games that give them the ability to have a freedom of movement. So open world games are really, really popular. I think this is something that we're seeing across the board, not just in the region, but also globally, is also that, arcade adventure games, real-time strategy games, and adventure games that are story-based are also really, really popular as well. And then I think you're thinking about specific genres. We've also seen that more serious players who are playing a little bit more than the casual player. They're seeing the strategy games and racing games and action adventure games are also very popular too.
Nice.
Richie, can you provide a quick synopsis of the typical behavior that gamers in the UAE portray, and how do these compare to global trends based on your experience?
Yeah, I think when it comes to using Twitter for their gaming audience, we're seeing the trends we're seeing is that they're coming to Twitter to look for tips and tricks. They're looking for new game trailers. They're looking to keep up with the latest game releases and also find new reviews of games. We're also looking at, when it comes to the accounts that they follow on Twitter, nearly more than half of them are actually following gaming brands, and less than half are interested in are users that are interested in gaming. We're also seeing that, when it comes to video content, and gaming video content, they're looking at game trailers, they're looking at new reviews from gaming influencers and personalities, and then they're also looking at game reviews from the everyday user, so UGC content. And I think that's something that's interesting, is that we see a lot of that similar behavior happening globally too. People come to the platform for game news, game announcements, especially around this time of the year when normally it would be E3 and we'd all be in Los Angeles.
True.
We're actually seeing that people are coming to Twitter now more than ever to get updates on the latest game announcements or game trailers. Like last week when the PlayStation 5 was announced, everybody was coming to Twitter to hear more about the new games that were coming out and seeing all the new trailers too.
I noticed that, like with the launch, with the announcement of PlayStation 5, all of these games from Spider-Man to like Ratchet and Clank, do the gamers here in the Middle East follow the global trend, or they have their own trend?
I think they follow the same trends. It's very, very much in line. I think, one of the things what's an interesting insight is that, in the UAE, we're seeing that almost 85% of the people we surveyed, they're playing at home, which is pretty similar across the board. And you're seeing, one of the trends that I thought was quite interesting was that, and this is probably one that it seemed a little bit more unique to the UAE, was that when it comes to playing video games, 61% of the people that we surveyed actually said, hey, we play alone. And I think that's something that's a little different than the global trends, where if you look at some of the Western markets, that you would see that number be lower, and you'd actually see social playing, so a lot of the multiplayer games would be a little bit more higher and more preferred in certain markets.
We heard, Richie, that you just launched the first Arabic gaming show on Twitter. Can you tell us more about this?
Yes. We just, this past Thursday, we streamed our first episode of it. It's called, and please forgive my pronunciation here, but Hala Bil Gamers is the name of it. And
Hala Bil Gamers.
basically it's going to be...
Yeah. Hala Bil Gamers.
It translates to hello gamers, and so what it's about is it's really focusing on the esports scene in the region, talking about key topics and also just general topics around esports in the region. We're first of its kind, and we're really, really excited about everything that it's come out of and everything to come with it. So it's the first and we're partnered with Millennium Arabia on this. It's the first publication that's 100% dedicated to esports in Arabic. And so, I think it's really important to be having broadcasts and shows like this for the region, because I think that what we've seen is, esports is a global topic, but I think that regionally, we're starting to see more improvements in local markets. And so to have more content for the region and to have more content supporting esports in the region is something I'm incredibly excited about.
Following up to another question about our region, we heard that you launched a new campaign. It's all about the gaming wellness in Saudi Arabia. Can you tell us more about this campaign?
Yeah, absolutely. So, while everyone's been home locked down this past April, we partnered with about 5 prominent regional gamers, mainly from Saudi Arabia, but also someone from Egypt as well, to really, tackle and bring more awareness to the fact that, yes, we're all at home right now, but it's very important for us to be thinking about not only our mental health, but also our physical health. So we were working with these prominent gamers to actually have use box VR challenges, where they were doing a variety of things from physical challenges, and then tagging in and adding different people across the platform to get people excited. But then from there, after the physical challenges, we actually hosted some panels where we were working with psychiatrists that were able to speak to mental health and talk about ways that we can be focusing on how we can improve our mental health during this time, whether it's using things like making sure you're walking and doing physical exercise, but then also thinking about healthy competition and recognizing how much time you're spending playing games, but also making sure that you're wearing protective eyewear when you're playing games to avoid eye strain and eye fatigue. So overall, it was an incredible campaign with a very, very positive sentiment. And we're seeing a lot of gamers in the region sharing content, engaging with the content throughout the campaign.
Richie, if you try to tell us which games are trending the most on Twitter in terms of trend, in terms of growth? Yeah,
so if we're looking at the trends this year, I think first and foremost, Animal Crossing has become a very, very popular game. I think what's interesting about Animal Crossing is that, prior to its launch this year, if you look at the past couple of years, 2 games that were very popular globally were this game called Fate Grand Order, and then also a game that you all know, Fortnite. Yeah. So this year, Animal Crossing took over. It's become the most popular game on the platform. People are talking about it nonstop at a global level, but also in a regional level, if you look at the UAE. Another game that's been quite popular globally in recent time, I would say over the past month and a half, has been Valorant. So Valorant's an interesting one. It's the newest game from Riot Games, who made League of Legends. And when they announced their beta, we've already seen a huge uptick in the conversation. And now that the game is available globally, people can start playing it. We've seen the conversation continue to sustain. So I'd say those are the two big games that we've just seen a ton of success with and a ton of growth in recent times.
Talking about all these games, what is the moment like that stood out for Twitter? Like, and when we talk about gaming and moments in 2020, what's that moment?
Yeah, so I'd say there have been two big moments. The first moment, if you look at the gaming conversation, happened the day that Animal Crossing came out. So we'd have the gaming conversation like this, and then the Animal Crossing came out, and then the conversation just shot up. And then after that, the next most recent moment we've seen conversation just spike was around PlayStation 5 reveal last week. It was a very similar spike that we saw, similar to what was happening with Animal Crossing.
And in terms of conversation and gamers talking about games on Twitter, is it the same regionally and globally, these same games?
I think, there's a variety of games we're seeing that are quite similar. So Animal Crossing, PlayerUnknown, PUBG, Grand Theft Auto, Fortnite, those have all been games that you're seeing both in the UAE, but then also globally being talked about. I think there's a few mobile games that pop up at a global level that we don't necessarily see in the UAE. For example, games like Ensemble Stars or Disney Twisted Wonderland or Knives Out. Those are the games that have been popping up globally, and I think that's credited to the Asian markets. But then if you look at the UAE, right, games like Call of Duty continue to stand out. Overwatch stands out. Minecraft. So there's been a lot of similarities there to the UAE to, I would also say, North America. A lot of those games tend to overlap there. When you think about just some of the esports teams that people are talking about, the fandom there, while there's still, I wouldn't say there's still room for more regional esports teams to pop up, we noticed that, teams like FaZe Clan, who have global popularity, that's the most active out team in the region. Another one that's interesting that I thought for the UAE was Astralis. Astralis is incredibly, good Counter-Strike, but they don't necessarily crack the top 10 for the global conversation. So there's interesting overlaps there. Another one is G2 Esports. They're number 2 for UAE, but then also number 2 globally as well.
As a wrap up after all of this talk about what's the trends, the moments, and what type of gamers we have here in the regions, can you tell us what should we expect from Twitter in terms of gaming for this region? What's next for Twitter gaming?
Yeah, so we've got a really exciting year to come. I think like we were talking about earlier, normally we'd be focusing on E3 during this time, but even without the absence of E3, we've still got a lot of exciting things going on coming up. We've got massive esports leagues that are be having their conversations on the platform, whether it's the Call of Duty League or the Overwatch League or Riot's LCS or LEC or even Worlds later in the year. Then we've also got massive gaming events and the general gaming events like Gamescom, Penny Arcade Expo, and then even the Game Awards at the end of the year. So the gaming conversation will continue to be live and well on the platform, and we're going to have a ton of live content and short-form content coming from all of our partners. And we look forward to everyone joining in on the conversation.
That's great news.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a pretty active. It's been a pretty active year, and more to come.
So, Richie, we talked about the trends and all of that. Do you think we're going to have another spike now with EA Play doing their own online conference, Microsoft also doing their own conference as a follow-up for the reveal of the Xbox Series X? Do you think we're going to have another spike?
I think so. I think what we'll see will probably be some of the bigger spikes for the year are going to be definitely around EA Play, definitely around Xbox's announcements with their upcoming console. And then I think, Ubisoft has announced their Ubi Forward event in July, so that'll definitely be another big spike too. It's interesting because most of the time in years past, a lot of that conversation spike has been concentrated with E3. So it's been the biggest spike has actually happened around Nintendo's Direct event when they do that during E3 every year. So I'm curious to see if and when Nintendo announces what they plan on doing too, because that'll definitely be another spike this year, as we've seen in years past.
I'm excited to see like what EA will have for us, from FIFA to a new Star Wars game and all of that. And with Xbox, I'm sure that spike will just like maybe match PlayStation, because the hype of the new games on Twitter is crazy. You see it trending, all the games trending at the same time.
Oh, 100%. I also think that we'll see, with Cyberpunk, as CD Projekt Red decides to share more news, that should definitely be another interesting moment where we'll see a huge spike in conversation.
So Richie, we've talked about gamers, conversations on Twitter. Do you also see that, for example, local regional developers are using more Twitter to reach gamers and audiences?
Yeah, absolutely. I think, what's interesting about Twitter and the way we like to position ourselves is that, our platform is incredibly powerful for utilization when you're launching or trying to connect with your audiences. So for developers, they're always putting and making sure that they're considering Twitter in their strategy as a way to announce new game titles or announce news and things that are coming with their games. So regardless of the game developer or where they are in the world, they're using Twitter as the place to connect the gaming audience and let them know about what's happening with their games. I think we're seeing that really happen in real time, especially around things like some of the more prominent game developers like Ubisoft or Nintendo, who are coming to the platform and showcasing all these massive announcements. Like just today, we've seen actually a couple days ago, we actually saw that Pokemon Snap was announced, and it was the #1 worldwide trend, and people were talking about it nonstop because it was a massive announcement of a new game coming out too.
And I've noticed that a lot of companies are announcing details only on Twitter. For example, Insomniac Games, they announced today that Ratchet & Clank, like the new character, the female character, will be playable. And in the announcement trailer and all of that, they didn't even reveal that. But on Twitter, it's just like one tweet, you get this this information.
Exactly. You get the information out quickly, and that's, I think, the power of it, is that people are saying we can get our information out quick and directly to the fans and our audience, and then people can be sharing that everywhere. I think the same thing happened around, with the Miles Morales version, the Spider-Man game. They were using Twitter to say it's not an expansion, it's a full standalone game. And I think that ability to let people know quickly and get them excited it really speaks to the power of the platform.
And we noticed also PlayStation talking about the customization of PlayStation 5 and all of that. All of these conversations happened after the reveal on Twitter, because I feel like as a platform, it's easier for the devs and easier for the companies to communicate with the users, because it's just about them mentioning exactly what's going to happen and giving them the exact information.
Exactly. And I mean, even Xbox, when they were doing Twitter threads to share information about the new console. And, that's pretty unheard of, because normally you're thinking about your marketing strategy and having to do all these things. It's like, no, just do a tweet thread and you can share all the information, and fans can share and pick and choose the information they want to keep up with.
I want to follow up for one of the questions that we asked earlier. We talked about this region and the new shows. Do you have any other shows coming out? Like, is there a way for content creators in this region to communicate with Twitter Gaming, to try to reach them, to create their own shows? Or Twitter will create their shows and just communicate with the gamers?
Good question. I think there's a couple different ways we're looking at it. One is we want to empower, local audiences, local gaming personalities to be able to build a business on the platform. So we have monetization programs that allow them to do that and focus on distributing their content that they're already making on the platform. So I think in that sense, we want to, hear about what's happening, hear about the content opportunities, and find ways to help support that. And then I think, we're also looking on our end too to see, what are the opportunities, or what is the content that's coming out, and is there a way for us to further amplify that or further collaborate? So I think it's a bit of both. And, at the end of the day, we want to continue to look at how we can support the local regions, especially, the MENA region, and see what we can do together.
One of the things that happened yesterday, and I think if it happens, it will be because of Twitter. Like we saw a big campaign to localize Resident Evil 8, And the whole hashtag, the whole thing, the whole campaign started with Twitter. So if anything happens, it will be because of Twitter, because the whole community like tweeted and shared their concern about this game not being localized. So we see this like that happened with PlayStation 4 for the localization, for Xbox, for all the other consoles. And now we see it again happening again with this new generation. So it's a cycle.
It really is. It really is. If people aren't tweeting about it, did it ever happen?
Yes. Thank you, Richie, for joining us.
Thank you, Richie.
I can't wait to see like what Twitter have for this region, like with the show, with the campaigns and all of that. I know that Twitter want to do more and more for the gamers here, and I'm sure the gamers here want to hear more from like Twitter.
And really,
absolutely.
Good luck for the gaming show as well that you launched. And we'll be looking forward to see more from Twitter in the region.
Thank you so much for having me. I look forward to coming out there in person soon.
Thank you.
Hopefully.
Thank you. So we are back now, and this morning of day one. However, for Ahmad, it's already late in the evening. Sorry, we kept you waiting, and we thank you for sharing all of the insight you'll be sharing with us that is on the gaming industry in the Asia Pacific region. So the title of your presentation will be Insights from Gaming in Asia Pacific Perspective. And Ahmad is Strategic Partner Manager at Google. And he, I believe, has a lot to share about how we can enter this market, what's happening in this market. It will cover from, I believe, at least 4 or 5 or 6 of the countries in the Asia Pacific region. Thank you, Ahmad, for being with us.
My pleasure. My pleasure.
So basically, Ahmad, we will be just chatting a little bit now. I have a couple of questions to ask you, and then we are going to go to your presentation, and then I'll pick it up after that. We'll have a few questions as well. And so before you start, just an overview today. In the South Asian market, what kind of developers are we seeing more on, for example, the Google Store, etc.? Are they more localized content, or are we still talking, of course, about the big names? Is there also another question that is very interesting for our audience? Is there a way to penetrate that market? If we are, let's say, a company from the Middle East or from the Africa region or from another part of the world, but here, as we are more focused on this part of the world, so I had these two questions. First of all, what kind of studios are there mostly? And second, what is the possibility of penetration in that market as well? And then we will leave you for your presentation.
Sure. So Asia Pacific and Southeast Asia in particular is an extremely diverse market landscape. There are multiple languages and many cultures that are interwoven in the overall landscape. So in essence, because of this rich cultural background, and it's a melting pot of different cultures and different civilizations, we have some amazing content coming out of Asia Pacific region. And so the gaming studios range from pure simulation games to puzzle category to racing and casual gaming, particularly emerging as one of the leading category in the recent times. And then if you think about, like, to answer your second question about the penetration, I'll cover it more deeply in my presentation by sharing some of the trends around the demographics of the Asia Pacific. But I'll just highlight this, that in order to penetrate, you have to localize. And what I say is that you have a global strategy, which in essence means that you have a global outlook, but at the same time you deeply connect with the local users by adapting the content, product, an app or a web, a gaming app, for example, in this case, and the assets and the digital, the concept should really relate to the audiences who are residing in this geographical, region.
But when you talk about Southeast Asia, we're talking about different countries, different languages, different cultures as well. It's a little bit like when we talk about the MENA region. I mean, of course, maybe Arabic can be a common language, but we also have North Africa. We also have different types of cultures, of lifestyles. But here in Southeast Asia, I mean, we really have big differences, right? In terms of cultures, correct?
Of course, there are big differences, and that's why those differences are highlighted in different languages, in different preferences, in terms of the characters that some of the audiences are relating to, and similarly the split between, like, for example, some audiences would go for achievement-oriented games, some would go for the more relaxing time pass games. And therefore, so there are a lot of differences, and the key element for a gaming app developer is to understand how the game could connect and kind of really hone on to these points where they can relate to the consumers and then provide value in terms of entertainment or in terms of knowledge sharing, whatever they want to do. If they can do it in a localized manner where they can relate to the audiences, that's the really key to the success here.
Perfect. I'm sure you will tell us more now during your presentation. I will leave you now to start, and we can have a couple of questions just after you are done. So now up to you to start the presentation.
Sure. I'll start with it. Hello, everyone. Welcome to this session in which we are going to discuss the gaming trends in Asia Pacific. My name is Ahmad Nawaz, and I am Strategic Partner Manager based in Google office in Singapore. The agenda for today's session looks like this. First, we'll discuss the market landscape of Asia Pacific in general and Southeast Asia in particular from the user perspective. What are the motivations of users who are playing mobile games, and what are the challenges that they face? I'll also talk about the developer profile and the best practices from the Southeast Asia developers on how they are effectively leveraging the monetization strategies to make their businesses sustainable. And finally, I'll take a look at female gamers in Asia and how you can attract them in your mobile games through different techniques. We'll also talk about the engagement trends and also the best practices. So without further ado, let's look at the market landscape. In the next 5 years, we expect that 1 billion new users would join the mobile internet. And these users are very different in their aspirations and also in terms of their limitations as they navigate the online stratosphere. Predominantly, these users are going to come from regions that are situated within MENA and South and Asia Pacific region. So if you look at India, China, Africa, Southeast Asia, these are the regions which are contributing to the next wave of mobile users. So it's very important for developers to understand what would make their games and apps click for these users. If you look at Southeast Asia, it's an amalgamation of countries which are very different in their cultural context and on different point in their journey of economic growth. There are city-states like Singapore, which are very highly developed, and then there are large-scale markets like Indonesia, which provide a huge potential for growth and scale. In itself, the whole region itself is a very vibrant region, and it's already 100 billion internet economy, and it's expected to grow threefolds to 300 billion by year 2025. If you look at the challenges that some of the users, actually most of the users face in this region, two of the most dominant one are poor technical quality of the app and also a confusing value proposition and an onboarding experience. So if you are a gaming app, a developer who is trying to acquire more users in in these emerging markets and Asia Pacific region in general, please focus on making sure that your app quality is good enough and it's also in line with the considerations and limitations that users face here. In that respect, I will guide you to look at this link which is available at developer.android.com/billions, where we have listed all the characteristics that matters most to the users in this region. They include connectivity, compatibility, cost, and also battery consumption and relevant content and context. I would particularly want to highlight context because these markets are extremely varied and they have different languages and different culture. It's very important for gaming app users to make sure that their content is localized and can relate, and the users here can relate to that content. Now, global gaming market is growing, and we all know that it's growing very fast. With the COVID situation and most people, spending more time at home, we are seeing that gaming is booming. And within that gaming ecosystem, Asia is the most vibrant part of it. Asia is contributing to growth, and it's already nearly half of the global gaming revenue. When we surveyed the Asian gamers on why they play the games, we came across some interesting insights. And I would like to share those insights for all of you here. These insights will help you understand the Asian users. And when you are making games for them, you will be able to incorporate some of the elements in making sure that your app or your game actually achieves success in the markets. When we interviewed the users, we actually found that they reside in 4 different need states. There are some users who want to play games for the sake of achievement. There are some gamers who then seek a thrill and adrenaline rush that they get when they play the games. There are other gamers who play games to unwind and relax and to kill boredom. And then finally, there's a segment of gamers in the market who are open to experimenting to different genres. And these different need states vary in terms of the market structure and the cultural context. So let's look at the countrywide variations. If you want to see what are the predominant patterns in terms of the need states of gaming users. In India, many people are actually looking at games as a source of achievement and as a source of challenge. They want to play it with family and friends, and they want to prove themselves, better at playing those games. So the genres which are popular are also genres which give most satisfaction to this underlying motive. And they want fresh content, and they want to get to new challenges, and if they find that challenge is not good enough, they will uninstall or leave the game. Users in China, on the other hand, are more into thrill-seeking experience. They want escapism, and they want to find gaming experience which is immersive and it feels like a fantasy for them. And then there are markets like Japan and Korea where many users are playing games to unwind and relax. These are the games like puzzle games, which are very popular in some of those markets. And markets like, emerging markets like India and Indonesia are also very open to experimentation. Many people have more than 9 apps and gaming apps installed on their mobile phone. And they keep on shuffling between the different games, trying to explore different genres and to see what is satisfying their taste. So it's very important for you as gaming app developers to understand the market and to devise a strategy for each of the market based on the motivations of users in those markets. In terms of app discovery, we also saw that there are a lot of differences among countries. Some countries, the predominant model is searching on App Store, whereas in other countries, word of mouth and social media are the more popular ways of app discovery. I know that for many app developers in MENA region and in general in Asia, the source of the organic source of app discovery is very important. And so I want you to understand that these differences are quite significant among the different, the countries. So even though all of those countries reside within the same larger region, because of different cultural contexts, the user behavior, the sources of app discovery are quite different. And you are highly recommended that you take note of these things when you design and go for user acquisition in these markets. Now, let's move on to the next section, which is where I'll share the best practices from Asia Pacific app developers. One of the first thing and most important things that I want to share with you is that many app developers are actually worldwide. They are designing their games for the global market. So they are leveraging the scale of app business, of gaming app business, to really grow their business faster than ever before. So 95% of users for top apps are outside their home country, and 85% of their revenue comes from outside of the home country. So this is a very important lesson for developers in MENA region, because not only that you should leverage the scale of your own region for user acquisition, but also you should actively think about how to reach out to users outside of your region and to really design the app and the content for worldwide consumption. The second thing that Southeast Asian developers are doing good is that they're understanding the consumption behavior and effectively devising the monetization strategies around it. In terms of gaming apps, there are predominantly two methods of building a business model. One is advertising and the other is in-app purchases. We have seen tremendous growth in both these areas of monetization over the past many years. And so effective monetization means that you adopt a hybrid monetization model where you can actually build a paywall around the high value users who are really invested into the games. And you also provide an opportunity and avenue for the users who are not likely to play, but yet could provide you a good sustainable revenue in form of ads. So I would highly recommend you to think actively about the two business model and try to leverage them in your gaming strategy. The third trend that we have seen from the Southeast Asian developers is that hyper-casual games are extremely popular. They are relatively easier to build and they are quite addictive and sticky. And one of the very important element of hyper-casual game is to understand the return on investment model, which means that you should run this user acquisition model in such a manner that you get your game profitable in a certain period of time. Some of the gaming app publishers like Voodoo and others have really mastered this model, and they have actually spent a lot of money, but at the same time, they have achieved good return on investment through user acquisition by leveraging data and analytics. So the overall model of some of the developers here in this region is to build and to invest in user acquisition by actively looking at data and then to repeat this process all over again. Now, over to the third section and the last one, where I'll share with you the characteristics of female users in Asia Pacific. This is a very interesting segment of users who are on the rise, and they provide a opportunity for some of the gaming app developers to really diversify their user segment and also capitalize on this growing segment by understanding their needs and captivating them at the right point. So female users have been a catalyst for growth in the region. The year-on-year growth for gamers in the female segment is almost double of the overall growth of gaming segment, of gaming users in Asia. So this clearly shows that female are becoming more and more important in terms of the strategy of gaming app developers. If you look at the percentage of female gamers, you can see from the chart here that they are spread all over Asia. Majority of them are in China and Southeast Asia, but they are also in Korea, in Japan, and in India. In terms of their characteristics, the key is that you should have a mobile-first strategy when approaching these users. These are the users who are coming online and they are playing games more now than in previous years. So they are approaching games from the mobile-first perspective. Most of them are already spending in mobile games, and their share of the gaming revenue has already reached out to 35% and is forecasted to reach 39% by end of this year. In terms of the favorite genres that females are invested in, we see that significantly more are interested in puzzle games and then for example games like RPG and shooter games, which are still mostly played by male segment. So if you are interested in these kind of genres, I think capitalizing on the female genre and trying to understand their motivations would be key to acquire you to a successful user acquisition model. We also surveyed the female users in China pre-COVID and post-COVID, and we saw that engagement and monetization have both increased across the different gaming segments. And this is also true for mobile. Not only has the engagement increased, but also the monetization, that is the females are spending more money on gaming. And this is really good news for gaming app developers because this means that this opens up a really new opportunity for gaming app developers to market their games and to get the return on investment in terms of their game creation. So before I end this session, I want to leave three most important takeaways for you from this presentation, and also from the female segments that opportunity that I just talked about. First of all, please make sure that you plan for mobile first. Remember that most of the new users coming in want a seamless user experience on mobile. So the characters that you build, the sound effects that you incorporate, all of those things should be seen from the mobile first perspective. Make sure that the game is easy on the memory. It uses all the elements that will make the game attractive on mobile. Second point is that these markets, Asia Pacific in general, are extremely varied and diverse markets. So it's very important to create content that's relevant to the users here. So in terms of characterization, sound effects, you must create content where the users can relate to your game and therefore can play your game over and over again. And last but not least, it's important to develop diverse teams. The teams should have, if there are female representation on the teams, if there are teams that are diverse from different perspective, I think that would add to value in terms of the content that's being created, and that would show in making your games more sticky and more useful and value creation would be higher for the users to play these games. So with that, I will end my presentation, and I thank you all for attending this session. Thank you.
So thank you, Ahmad. It was really super interesting. I'm sure that a lot of the developers that are watching this session now and part of the meeting platform are gonna look to meet with you and schedule some meetings. And I'm sure you will be continuing this conversation with them over the B2B meeting platform and the Zoom links. What I understand is that it's a great market. It has a lot of potential, and I do see a lot of similarities also with this part of the world. And I believe developers and publishers should be connecting together so that they can actually, build this bridge and really expand. Whether it is developers and publishers from Southeast Asia to the MENA region, to Africa, or from the MENA region to Southeast Asia, it's really, really valuable. And it's a great opportunity to really, this part of the world, to be working together as well.
Absolutely. I think there are a lot of synergies that could be capitalized. As you correctly mentioned, that just like MENA region, it's a very diverse region, and the publishers here are, publishers in MENA region. They understand the sensibilities of catering to different cultural contexts, and so if they go with this mindset and take a deep dive into the Southeast Asia ecosystem and larger Asia Pacific ecosystem, including India and China markets, I think there could be huge potential that could be unleashed.
And they can count on you and Google as a partner to help them, penetrate, integrate these markets as on your platforms, as you're doing also here in the region as well. So thank you, Ahmad. It was a pleasure listening to you. Sorry we kept you late, but I hope it was worth it as well for you. And
my pleasure.
We will definitely speak again, meet again, and stay active on the meeting platform. I believe so many people will be there to request meetings with you.
My pleasure. Thank you for having me, and I'm looking forward to my interactions with the developers in the region.
Great. Thank you.
An inspiring business hub where over 20,000 talented minds are positioning Dubai as the engine of innovation by pushing the limits of creativity every day. Home to over 2,000 media companies from around the globe, Dubai Media City is a vibrant community offering business, entertainment, and lifestyle, enabling our partners to lead with creativity that resonates. Redefining the future of media innovation. Dubai Media City.
We are pleased to be back now live from DGC, and we welcome Mr. Majed Al Suwaidi, Managing Director of Dubai Media City. For those of you watching us today and in the next 2 days, we are actually live from Media City, where our offices are, and really honored to have Mr. Majed Al Suwaidi with us today to discuss the role of Media City and how they are actually welcoming and preparing to welcome gaming companies in Dubai, in Media City. Mr. Majed, welcome to DGC Live.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be with you today.
Thank you. We would start, if you would like, with a brief intro or idea about Media City and its mandate today and its role in the ecosystem.
So definitely. And I think today Dubai Media City has been here for the last 20 years. So we've been playing an ongoing role in developing the whole of the media sector within the region and within the UAE specifically and within Dubai, to be precise. I think Dubai's vision since the year 2000 was always to be the place of choice for all of the talented individuals within so many different sectors, and the media sector is one of the critical sectors that the government of Dubai was focusing and putting a lot of effort in creating this environment, this positive environment for. So I think as we evolved over the years, I think we've attracted a lot of people. So we have more than 40,000 people that are working within the site, and at least more than 35,000 people that have been working within media companies within our different jurisdictions that we take care of. The focus was always to attract companies in the media sector from around the world so that we can build a talent bridge where we have a lot of talent that is working and developing their capabilities and developing their companies out of the UAE. We've then grown out of that. We started working within the film industry with Studio City, and we've grown into also the areas within the live production. So we've actually encompassed the whole ecosystem with regards to the media sector in the region. So today we are one of the largest hubs in the region developed precisely for this job. And we've seen a very nice uptake over the years of attracting the different talent and different companies within the subsectors of media. And we are still looking at this evolution also going forward and seeing a lot of different and new opportunities coming up for companies that choose Dubai Media City as their launchpad.
And if we are trying to specifically look for gaming companies to come and establish in Dubai and in Media City, for example, AAA studios, or what we call big studios like they are known, they need to have a full ecosystem in order to be able to operate, because they outsource a lot of their work when they are operating. Mm-hmm. In that sense, I believe that Media City today has all these facilities to be able to welcome these publishers and big international gaming companies to come and establish here. And we have seen actually some of them already established in Dubai and in Media City, like Tencent, like Riot Games, and like Gameloft and other companies as well. Yeah. Any plans to specifically attract these companies here in Dubai?
So I think we've started this approach with regards to the gaming industry a little bit earlier. So we've actually seen that this is an opportunity for people from around the world to take advantage of a huge population living within the Middle East and North Africa, basically, that see Dubai as their hub for getting content and for working on this content. And we've actually, out of all our studies that we did behind the scenes, where we've seen, like the Arab Media Outlook and others since 2015, we've actually seen that there is a huge potential that is going to happen as the industry evolves and industry starts moving into different sectors. So the current sectors that we have seen that has huge growth is one of them, which is gaming. Mm-hmm. But what is nice and what especially we feel gives us a great advantage is that we've actually worked on all the subsectors that are coming before. So all of the value chain that, of us focusing now on gaming alone, all of the value chain that fits the gaming sector is available today here. Earlier we had them fragmented, now we have them identified. So today, similar to content creation on video or in film or in short form or on the net in general, these are all the same value requirements within the value chain of the gaming. So now putting that together, that made it very clear that our integration within the technology and media sector today is exactly the platform that people require to be able to showcase and develop content for the region. Now the region has shifted from only importing content to being able to export content, or to be able to create content for the region. So this is where we say to companies that are available around the world, it's nice to create content where you are, but it's better to create content for this 350 million people that are living within the region, that share the same platform, that share the same beliefs, and could, even they share the same language, which will definitely open up a huge business opportunity for you to be able to operate out of the UAE and out of Dubai specifically.
We totally agree with you, and we see that today when companies are actually looking to establish in the region, they are looking for these local talents, mm-hmm. because they will need to outsource to them for example, some animation jobs, some 3D artist jobs,
And?
some, for example, filming jobs, etc.
And to add to that, today we have so many different factors that play an important role. So other than the factors that we are attracting talent, and Dubai is one of the most sought after locations for talent within the region, out of the study that was done. So most of the Arab youth would like to be located within Dubai. That's in itself a positive sentiment that we are capitalizing on. Other than that, today I think there were so many different products that we have actually created to support this ecosystem from different angles. So whether it is a company that is coming in and it has the infrastructure it requires, or whether it's an individual that requires a more robust, small, efficient setup or requirement that he has. And this falls into the freelance. This falls into the M5, which is our supporter of entrepreneurs and an incubator kind of platform that we run. So we have so many different factors that will always be here to help these individuals take advantage of it. Now, the only thing that is required is that this individual picks up his ticket and comes in and be able to operate in one of these locations. Whether he wants to become a freelancer and works on his own, or whether he wants to become an entrepreneur and start his own business through one of our studios. And looking at the whole spectrum of offered services, from the infrastructure services. So from you saying, you know what, and I require a studio, but I don't want to build a studio in my office because it's costly and it takes a lot of space and I'll be using it once or twice. We say, why not? Come to us and we will be providing you with these opportunities within our own facilities. So instead of you taking it for a whole year and you use it for a week, we are actually telling you, come and rent it out, because we've spent the money on a state-of-the-art infrastructure for you. If you want to create film, if you want to create voiceovers and music, we can help you with that, and you can rent it for the time that you require it. So 1 hour a day, whether it is an hour a day or a full day or whatever it is that you require. So that takes away the burden that people had with their setup cost when they came in. So we invested a lot. So we invested in the filming studios. We invested into the voice recording studios. We invested into the platforms. And so that you don't go all over the place to help them. So we have that on one single platform that will help you.
Exactly. And I believe also for startups, it's very important to be able to reach the quality without the burden of the very high cost as well.
So coming back to the idea today of what has been done today to support them. So you've highlighted a very important factor. Today, these entrepreneurs require a platform, they require the support, require everything else that comes with it. So as an entrepreneur, you have to build on that. Now, what we've done is that other than the fact that we've built the infrastructure to support you, we actually support you in many different angles too, because we capitalize on the big number of professionals that are available within our zones. So this what makes us different than others. Today, Media City today, and comparatively different to any other media city around the world, is that we have the numbers and we have the opportunities and we've gone through the learning process over the years. So we've actually, instead of only trying to sell you a spot, which we don't, because we believe that you are a partner in the development of Dubai and the development of this ecosystem, we also try to support you in many different angles. So we will get in touch with the best songwriter. And we will tell him, you know what, I need you to give a workshop. It's free of charge to all our communities. And this in itself today, in our different ecosystems, whether we are the entrepreneurial part, or whether it's the freelance or the other part, we try to integrate these kind of support mechanisms so that you do not need to go through the whole trial and error process. In fact, I will get you the guy who actually went through the trial and error process, and he's willing to come and share his knowledge and share his experience in making it work. So there is so many different ways for you to be able to incorporate this within our ecosystem, because this is what we are very proud of having today. That this ecosystem is built on a strong, robust mentality of supporting and growing companies going forward. And this is, I think, this is a testament to why we are here today, 20 years, and talking about the evolution of the newspaper to the digital newspaper to the digital magazines. And we are here today in your studios when a fully publishing entity which is transforming into a new digital entity, which is in itself a testament of how this evolution within the media sector has changed.
Yeah, it's clear that within the, let's say, the cluster of the media city, if we can call it like this, or within the city, you have so much of these companies and talents, and everyone is actually contributing together and playing this role that you mentioned of not only setting up an infrastructure, but also working on mentorship, on master classes, on exchange of knowledge, facilitating interaction between the different components and the different companies that are there. I believe this is a great environment for young entrepreneurs to be at. And you grow faster like this.
Definitely, and not only that, and even in the hard times a few months ago, I think the teams were able to interact, in either supporting this newly engaged talent with offering opportunities for them, either paid or non-paid, but mainly there were opportunities were paid, where the environment was on a lockdown and no one was doing anything and no environment. We actually had that burden on us to say, you know what, I will support talent. I will support artists in their homes, and we will pay them too. So it's not only that you come and entertain everyone, I will actually put my money where my mouth is. So that is the opportunity. And we also thank all of the others that came on these calls to share their knowledge and share their experience. This in itself has been an experience which only showcased that we are well when we are together.
Of course. And in terms of the gaming industry, for example, we know that Dubai has a lot of potential and a lot of infrastructure to welcome these companies, and in particular in Media City as well. And we have been organizing DGC in Dubai for the past 3 years now, and this is our fourth year. And just by saying Dubai, actually, people would just come and would be there. And they know that when they come to this event, they will also be able to meet partners in Media City, in Internet City, in the government and other companies, because also it is the home of all the headquarters, whether it is in media and publishing, of also international company or big regional companies. So, and this is what makes it very efficient for any businessman. Going back to the youth and the future of the youth. There is a lot of youth, and we have been actually witnessing it, whether through our contacts with developers, with creators, that are really looking to establish themselves in the gaming industry. And I'm sure that if they find also the right support, the right channels, they would definitely be able to expand their presence. And as you said, what we want is to actually be able to have the global success coming from here to the world.
I think there is a fundamental point that is there. Today, things grow on opportunities. And I think today, with such a big number of, percentage of the population within the region who are within their youths and within a certain bracket that is very interested in gaming, this in itself is an opportunity for people to come and spend their time and effort. Other than that, I think the maturity of the market also has been greatly seen as a catalyst. Because now as maturity starts moving in, you find more investors, you find more talent, you find more opportunities, and you will find a lot more people, converging and working together. Whether they are working as part-timers or owners of a platform or whatever it is. And the type of games that will start coming up. You will say that these types of games are not only games that have been imported, but in fact games that you and me feel close to. Whether it is a person wearing a local dress, or whether it is But that you will never be finding, even the guys who did them in the international agency, companies around the world.
True.
They didn't do it in the right way that you will feel
exactly
related to. So there are opportunities for talent to come and develop here.
Yes, and we have a session on culturalization in games, and we have seen a lot actually recently in the past years, a lot of publishers from the region going into their own culture, their own characters, and creating the games as such, and with great success. And they are doing very well in the market.
And we are still at an infancy stage.
Exactly.
Can you imagine how things will move forward?
Exactly. And I have personally, of course, being in Dubai, visited many of the facilities that are here, from Studio City to the rest of the clusters. And it's true that it's a dream come true. I mean, the first time I visited Studio City, I was like, wow, this is just amazing, to have this and just.
And this is exactly what I said when I first saw the big studios.
Yeah.
And because I'm not from the studio industry at the beginning, and then when you see these, you say, okay, now we are talking on a very serious note.
Yeah. So I do believe that there is, first of all, for the developers and the companies that are in Dubai, this is a great opportunity and chance to be able to have these facilities so close and so available, and be able to create and just, produce some of the best content that they can actually produce. And I believe also that for whoever is from the region or international publishers are also able to find here what they are used to find, and even better sometimes. In terms of the gaming industry, we are still facing one little problem sometimes, is that investors sometimes are just afraid to invest in gaming companies. It's a little bit like oil, sometimes you dig for it, but you don't find it. A development studio also has the same thing. You can invest in a team, you can invest in what they're doing. They might be doing a great game technically, but it will not have a return on investment. And we were having a call also today with Jason De La Rocca, and he was explaining to us that the role sometimes of government or clusters is to actually, or even investors in the private sector, to invest in 100 studios, but by knowing that 10 of them will succeed. But they have to go through the 100.
Definitely, yes.
So here also, how do you think that we can have maybe some kind of support, or maybe more knowledge shared with companies that are within the cluster about the industry, because you have to educate the investor as well, in a way.
Look, I think there is a very important positive angle to all what you've said, and you are 100% correct. I think the mentality itself has changed, and this is why I mentioned the maturity of the industry has changed. So the gaming sector today is coming after so many years of development of an industry, of an entrepreneurship industry that is based on risk, that's based on opportunity, that's based on the chance that things would work out very well. So I think a lot of this education has happened. Now, there are so many different ways of thinking about it. One is saying, you know what, as a government, you have to spend, which is a school of thought. And if that's one school of thought that says, governments should spend. There's another school of thought that says, it's a partnership between the government and the private sector. And there's the third one which says, no, this is an investment point of view, and it's an industry. So who better to take this chance, or this leap of chance, other than an investor who puts his money where he thinks it would work. So now we've shifted from the total left to the total right. And we are seeing that today, the investment that the governments will put are never going to be in the company. I wouldn't say never, there will be opportunities, but ideally, governments will put a lot of its emphasis on the investment, on the infrastructure. So I will invest onto infrastructure that will make your life easy. So instead of you filming in a warehouse that you will kit for that filming, I will actually give you the proper studio, that's what I will invest in as capital expenditure. I will invest into different opportunities, different visa capabilities, different licenses, different things that will make your infrastructure of doing business easier. And then I would come and depend on a little bit on the private sector, because he has the skin in the game. He has the opportunity to support you. If you have the opportunity, if you have the talent, he will be able to mentor you. He will be able to advise you. He will be able to, direct you. He will be able to connect you because he has some vested interest in that. So there is today, and this is where we are today. This is where the maturity of the industry has moved to. Today, whether it's an IT company, whether you're developing an app, whether you're developing publishing a book, whether you are creating a film, this is where we are today. But the different sectors are at different points of their life cycle. In tech, we are advanced, we are good. There is an opportunity. Yes, there are gaps, and I think these gaps will always be there, and we'll be able to fill them up. And basically, it's an ongoing process. Within the film publishing and gaming, which is under publishing in this case, I think there is good amount of efforts that have been put, and I think maturity of the investors have grown. So you'll find people that are interested in this sector, and I think as we go forward, we'll find more and more people taking these chances, especially with the fact that today you have PUBG, you have Fortnite, who've actually shown that something like this could become a $1 billion company overnight if it was done properly with the right technology and with the right talent.
And there is, in the gaming industry, the ecosystem is so wide.
Mm-hmm.
So gaming includes payment, advertising, online advertising, influencers, back-end solutions, telecom companies, of course, creators, studios, artists. It's a very wide spectrum.
Mm-hmm.
And even in terms of media, in the end, a gaming company are looking to get to the users, to the gamers.
Mm-hmm.
So if we have, even brands today we are seeing, we saw that KFC launched a console. What's just after PS5 launched their console, KFC made an announcement that now they have their own console. First, I thought
fried chicken is changing.
I thought it was a joke first, but actually it's not. And we are seeing a lot of, for example, BMW that is now running esports competitions, and so and we are seeing actually a lot of also the media companies starting to go into gaming, because they are also seeing that there is an opportunity there to help gaming companies reach the 350 million you just mentioned.
And it's a small bridge. So until today, a lot of these businesses or industries are very and they are complements. So for me to transfer from a fully media to it's very easy because I have the talent, I have the artists, so into basically repurposing your industry today is the way forward for all media companies.
Yes.
So this is what we are trying to say, and we are trying to support.
And what's also interesting, and we have seen around the world, is media or publishing companies shifting their content, even if it's website, if it's magazines, if it's media outlets, into gaming content, because of the high readership and also in the news and everything. So I believe that even for the existing companies now that are already in Media City, the mix with the gaming companies or shifting their purpose as well and objectives and to integrate gaming into their strategies can only be beneficial.
Definitely. This is without saying, I think this is today which will make the difference between companies that will fall short and companies that will evolve.
True.
And you have today, gamification is one of the earlier things, years and years, where they try to gamify a lot of these marketing materials so that it becomes more attractive to a lot of people.
Exactly. And we also have during the session and some DGC, and we started this since last year, is blockchain and games, for example, which is also taking things to the next level and also taking it to the next level for the publicist. Because in a way, the user, with using these new blockchain technologies, becomes a party, a player, part of the equation. He's also benefiting from this. So it takes even the what we know as a model today as the influencer business, it takes it even more further, because the user becomes his own influencer in a game or in a related to a brand. So there's just so much potential and so many ideas, maybe just so little time, right?
Definitely. No, and look, I think with the change that is happening, you will find that change will happen very quickly. You know, we've seen what has happened over the last 20 years.
Yeah.
And the first few years, it was more or less stable and the industry was stable. Then the next 5 years, things started changing and evolving. And with different crises happening in different points of time, this also puts a lot of pressure on companies to evolve.
Yeah.
So I think this will definitely be an opportunity that will evolve and that will develop. And we will be able to see how we can capitalize on this opportunity and see, because the platform is available.
Yeah.
Today in Dubai Media City and all our affiliate media sectors, and basically all of our sectors that we support, from tech to media to others, we have a very robust infrastructure that will be able to take you to the next level. Now, how will you use this is the question that you will have to answer as an entrepreneur. The platform is there, the entrepreneurship platform is there, the cost factors are taken care of, the support from visa, the support from licenses, registrations, everything is there. Now, how do you take advantage of that is the question. You know, today we have the M5, which is a platform that is so robust for a lot of these developers and working in so many different sectors. Not only the tech sector, we also look in media. So even the developers of content, short form film, short form videos, games that require this infrastructure, we are open for them. And we're saying, you know what, come and take advantage of the situation. The government has given you this opportunity, you know, by subsidizing huge amounts of rates. So your subsidies go up to 90%. The only thing that you need to do is come and pitch your idea to like-minded people that are within the industry. And hopefully this basically would result in more investors coming on board and saying, okay, these guys have been seen by professionals such as yourself and others within this industry, and who could see potential within these gaming, and then we will start investing into them.
True, I totally agree with you. This will give a huge incentive and a lot of positivity to any investor to come and say, okay, and it's even going back to the numbers, if they are subsidized to 90% and using these facilities, this also on a P&L would show, and it would actually even...
Because when we developed the platform, we didn't develop it only for the entrepreneur. Yeah. We developed the platform even from an investor point of view. Because we said that if, in case an investor wants to come in, why would he want to spend most of the investment money that he will put in this company in a logistics play?
True.
No, he doesn't need that. You will have a subsidized logistics play, and you'll just need to spend most of this income on the talent. But I think what will make it even better is that opportunities are shown. So today, platforms such as yourself should show, or would show, these gamers as an industry in itself, which is, I think, which we need to capitalize on.
Totally. I mean, our mission since the start was to gather the ecosystem, tell the rest of the world that we have here a great opportunity for them, tell the whoever is in the region that you have a great opportunity in this industry as well, and gather them. And it's true that, and for example, this edition, we are giving free entrance to the developers from the whole world to actually register and be part of the B2B meeting platform and connect over 24 hours every day in order to, you know, expand their horizon, make business deals and others. And we actually have also a few announcements during the 3 days.
Yeah, excellent.
We have a company that is newly established now in Media City, by the way, Robocom VR, who signed with Hasbro Transformers. And I will not say what what's the announcement? Otherwise, I
was just waiting for that to come.
we also have TPay Mobile, who are also part of Media City, who signed with Unity Distribution Platform, which will help a lot the developers. And these have been with us for the past years, and meetings happened, during their attendance. And we have seen also that even if they are from Egypt, from Lebanon originally, whenever the business is growing, they establish here, and
they're most welcome here.
And these are some of the announcements that we have, and we cannot say exactly what's happening, otherwise we would spoil it. However, these are the types of synergies that are interesting. We have seen also funds from outside that are looking to invest in studios here. And because they are seeing that the region is doing a growth rate of 26% in terms of the game industry. It's the highest growth rate in the world, our region. So I think this combination of factors between the facilities, the easiness, the subsidizing, and plus the growing interest, plus the talents that exist in our developers. We also have sessions with N5 developers, with Media City developers, so smaller companies that are here, but they're doing amazing work. And their ability to adapt to new things and to the market and convince the market of their presence. But that's the challenge, right? To convince the market of your presence.
Definitely. Yeah. And I think this is the thing. Today, you can do as much as you can from a logistics and from support and from an industry and bringing the talent and doing everything. Now, the talent's job is to be able to sell his idea. If he's not able to sell his idea, then we have a problem. And this is the reason why even in that case, we also support by giving them the opportunity to sit with people that will help them be able to sell their ideas. So we might find a guy who has a great idea, but he's not able to sell it. So we support him in selling it by giving him the right training, the right even the right matching with their co-founders who will be able to sell it in some cases. So there are so many different ways of doing it, but at least what we can confidently say today is that the platform of the Media City and M5 and all of our zones today has shown a tremendous success in trying to build on it. So now it is the opportunities available for these entrepreneurs to come, take advantage, be part of ecosystems such as yourself here today, be part of this full ecosystem that we've built over the years, take advantage of this infrastructure instead of you spending money creating this infrastructure. The infrastructure is created. Let's capitalize on it, because this is the only way going forward.
Of course, I have seen in my travels, for example, universities welcome motion capture studios. They call this as embedded industries. Like, instead of building my own studio, the university, for example, will give me an empty space, and I will build my studio. A motion capture studio is heavy in investment. And the students will benefit from it as a counterpart. So when I have student projects, my students will be able to use the studio, for example, or some companies or some
and today
incubated companies.
If you notice, a few days ago, there was, they relaunched it just a few days ago, but there was a launch approximately 6-7 months ago about universities creating their own studio. They're supporting the students with entrepreneurial projects. And today, for instance, with us and AUD and us and other universities today within our Dubai International Academic City infrastructure. Today we have a lot of the top universities around the world in different sectors, and each of them is bringing his students to the platform that we have, and being able to capitalize on it because it brings the talent and it helps mature the students into getting into business, and it will help them and support them even on starting their business. Not only the idea, even the starting of the business will happen within this infrastructure.
Tackling this point, Mr. Majed, I believe that here there is a concern that was raised by many of the game industry professionals that we have been meeting, which is how to grow our talent with education. Because these new industries also need a different type of education. They need specialized courses that are related to gaming. They need specialized ongoing training that is related also to gaming in order to ensure that the future generation, which are the future entrepreneurs, and we know that the world is going more towards entrepreneurship than actually jobs. For them to actually reach that point, the generations of the future. So, and education has always been highlighted as something that is still lacking in our region in order to do that jump, you know, from within our future generation into being the next entrepreneur in gaming or in related industries to the gaming industries as well. So where do you see also, this maybe not directly related to Media City, but where do you see the role to enhance the skills, the capacity building?
Okay, I think there are two parts on the question that we can answer. One part is that we are on an ongoing development and study of the industry and the changes within the industry in different sectors that are more or less related. So tech, into media, into design, into different. So we look at all of these sectors and we do a lot of studies and a lot of forward-thinking kind of strategies that we think this industry will change depending on the amount of information that we get out of companies that we have here today. Today we have more than 2,000 plus companies that are working within Media City alone. So around 5,000 companies across. So all of this data that we are getting, it's giving us this opportunity to be able to foresee the future. So that's number one. So we know exactly, or we have a good idea of how the future would look like. So that's number one. Now we share this information today with the public, and we share this information with the universities too. Basically what's happening is that, so when we started getting these studies, we started sharing these studies with different stakeholders. And we believe today one of the critical stakeholders in creating any industry, any knowledge-based industry today, is universities or institutions that are sharing knowledge and developing knowledge. So we've actually got in touch with a lot of these universities and we tried to understand what else we can provide them. So when we provide them with certain requirements of how the future would move, they would require to develop vocational training, or they would develop new certifications within the new industries that are coming up. So for instance, today the media. So as people shift from full form video into short form video, this in itself requires a different kind of infrastructure. So we go back to universities and we share with them the opportunities. In fact, we got to a point where we go to the universities and say, you know what, guys, these students that you have are finishing, they create a project. Instead of them just creating a project for the fact of just passing the exam, let's help them in creating projects that would become companies in the future. So we integrated business with them. So the infrastructure and gaming is no different from that. There are today certificates within the media sector, within the gaming and development. And we're saying, let's bring people who are potential investors in the future to tell you what they think. Because if you are building something that no one wants or is obsolete, then you will get you will get the academic accreditation, but it's useless. You would have spent 6 months of your time developing something that will not go anywhere. So we want to integrate more. And this integration happens across all of the spectrum, whether he's developing a tech play or a tech app, or whether he's developing a short form video, or whether he's developing content for a console or for a different gaming platform.
True.
So we've done a lot in the past, and I think we are going to do more in the future. But I think people are more perceptive. People are more taking the risk and investing into these. And I think publishers in general have started to understand the game much better. And hopefully this would result more into the investment going and flowing in towards that. And then this will become hopefully one of the largest parts of the industry. And today I think it was a double-digit growth within this industry itself. I think more than 20.
The gaming industry globally is around $140 billion, which is 3 times what Hollywood makes. and 5 times what the music industry makes. It's
And then
leading,
on aggregate, I think in the region, it's also developing at that space.
in the region, we are around $4 billion, which is considered as only 10% of the potential. And we are still actually lacking content. And we are lacking even more content in Arabic. As you have mentioned, we have one common language and a huge population. And from the conversations I've had, other regions are actually looking at us now as a reference. For example, when you look at Africa, and when I've had all of these discussions, they are looking at the model that was created here, and not necessarily looking at the model that was created in the US or in Europe anymore. They're just seeing Dubai and what was created here as a successful model, and they are trying to see how they can actually also benefit from that.
And that's exactly the smart way of doing it. Right?
Yeah. So and these came from and I believe that in the end, what's really great about the gaming industry is that it has a friendly competition. It's highly competitive in terms of creativity and who's doing the best game. However, it has a good atmosphere also, where two competing companies that might be, totally opposite, and when they are launching a game, they are very friendly and they can even talk about their ideas. It's a very friendly and enriched environment as well. It's very positive. It has a lot of things, and I'm seeing so much talent in our region, so much, and they are all not discovered yet, like gems, like diamonds. In games you always have gems and diamonds. Yeah. So like gems
and unicorns.
Unicorns. And there is a great role to be played to discover these gems and diamonds and polish them and just make them shine. And we thank you, Mr. Majed, for all that you're doing, and also all that you will be doing in the future to welcome more gaming companies here in Dubai, in Media City. And it's a great opportunity for everybody. And the support, I'm sure, will have a good return on investment, and not only on gaming companies, but also on the rest of the companies that are also part of Media City.
It's a pleasure, and I think it is an excellent opportunity. I think keep up the good work on your end too, and we'll be more than happy to welcome this opportunity with a lot of these companies today within the region and within the world to find this as a opportunity for them to grow.
And we hope that the next DGC will be not live but physical in Media City, in your beautiful facilities outside, where there is the garden, the fountain, and it's a very beautiful and welcoming place. And we hope to get everybody here physically, and we can all shake hands as well.
All the best. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
An inspiring business hub where over 20,000 talented minds are positioning Dubai as the engine of innovation by pushing the limits of creativity every day. Home to over 2,000 media companies from around the globe, Dubai Media City is a vibrant community offering business, entertainment, and lifestyle, enabling our partners to lead with creativity that resonates. Redefining the future of media innovation. Dubai Media City.
So we're back now with a really exciting moment of our program. DGC Live, in partnership with Cosplay Arabia, has been running a cosplay competition. And tomorrow, during the panel with Cosplay Ambassador, we will be announcing the winners. We have a prize, a PlayStation, not the 5, unfortunately, not out already, but a limited edition. And we're welcoming to this conversation today Ibrahim Ansari from Cosplay Arabia, Kate Edwards, who is not only a cosplayer, but a leader in the gaming sphere globally, but she's a passionate cosplayer, and she has her helmet already on, and she's ready to go in this conversation. Bara Abdullah, who's TV anchor, also influencer and gamer, and a very renowned face in the gaming sphere here in our region in different events. And we are happy he's with us, as he's with us every year as well as our presenter usually. But this time he's part of this panel, and he also has his own segment later tomorrow in the evening. So guys, what's the thing about cosplaying? Why do people do it? I mean, it's such an amazing, in any gaming event, I mean, the cosplayers, they change the mood of the place, really. It's such an amazing presence every time. So this time we're doing it digitally, but still. So what is the passion behind dressing up in your favorite character and taking so much time to build it and perfect it and do it? It's a real dedication. Ibrahim, maybe you can shed the light on this for us.
Well, cosplaying in general is very influenced by pop culture or games. They want to be this character for that amount of time, whether it's in public or otherwise. Basically, whenever cosplayers cosplay a character, it's more to do with the fact that they envision themselves in this role. And they love the costume, they love the look, they love what the character stands for, whether it's the physical look or it's just the ideals that they stand for. So this has been going on for well over 50 years. So I think before that, if you want to talk about, dressing up, it used to be at things like Halloween and things like that. But cosplaying really took it to the next level in terms of craftsmanship, in terms of, the dedication. Like you said, I know someone who's built just a chest piece that took over 100 hours in putting details of effort, which is just, tremendous amount of time and dedication to it.
Kate, I mean, you are you are a serious executive in the gaming industry. How did you go into cosplaying?
Well, it's funny because I've been cosplaying for a long time. I mean, I remember I was a senior in high school, so I would have been 18 years old when Return of the Jedi came out. And my brother and I, we went to the premiere on the first night as an X-Wing pilot and a TIE fighter pilot. And I was the TIE fighter pilot just because I thought the costume was a lot cooler. So, and then a few years later, when Ghostbusters came out, I made my own Ghostbusters outfit, which I still have today in my cosplay closet over here. And it's funny because I've just always enjoyed it. It's because I have an affinity for the characters. Just like you were mentioning, it's like it's you like that character, you like what they stand for. Plus, their costume is really cool. It looks like something. Yeah, I think I'd look good in that. I tend to cosplay characters that basically fit my physique. I'm 191 centimeters tall, so I do, Jane Foster, Thor, and Wonder Woman, and Captain Marvel, and Valkyrie. Characters that basically should be that tall, and so And that's really fun. And the other part of it too, for me, is that my daughter actually, she went into costume design professionally. So that's what she does for a living. And so this is something that she and I get to do together. And, even though she's in her she's in her low 30s now, and she's, has her own life and everything, but we always still work together on costumes for San Diego Comic-Con every year and for other events. And we just have a huge amount of fun with it. And I think the other part of it for me is that, as I've explained to a lot of people, because I get asked by a lot of people, like, why do you cosplay? What do you get out of it? And I think part of it for me is that, like, when I see myself in the costume, especially the Thor costume, because a lot of people know me from my Jane Foster Thor costume, which this is not. This is from my original version 1.0. But when you see yourself in the mirror, you look at yourself in that costume, and you just kind of feel that confidence that comes with the costume, much the way the actors, people who act will tell you that the costume changes their acting. And I think in some ways cosplay kind of emboldens you, because it's like, for that brief moment that you're wearing the costume, you have a level of confidence that kind of matches the character, which you normally wouldn't have if you may not be wearing that costume. And so, like I've told people, it's kind of like it's the external representation of how I feel about myself. And so it's kind of cool to kind of let that out every once in a while.
Barah, I mean, you've been in so many events where cosplay is involved. And I know that you like to do it too sometimes. But tell me, how is this trend in our region? And then Ibrahim also will tell us more about it.
I mean, first of all, big shout out to Kate and Ibrahim. You guys are amazing, unbelievable. And your story, Kate, wow. I mean, I think that's like a life goal for me as well. For me and my son to go and cosplay together to a premiere or to one of the cons. I want to do that as well. I mean, you gave me a goal right now, definitely. That's beautiful. That's awesome. So bless you.
Thank you.
Definitely. And Ibrahim, man, thanks a lot. I mean, that was an amazing definition to the whole cosplay scene. I mean, I could have saved that myself and retweet to that, That's definitely.
Thank you.
So back to you, Mr. Habib, and your question about what's happening in the region. So the first event that I ever hosted was back in 2008. Or, I'm sorry, 2010. Yeah, 2010. That was the first event I ever hosted. I never knew anything about cosplay until I just went on stage and I saw people wearing costumes. I'm like, why? Okay, by the way, it's cool. But what is this? Cosplay. What's cosplay? Oh, it's two words together. It's costume playing. You put them together. It's cosplay. I'm like, ooh, I enjoy it. So people from video games, then I saw Super Mario, then I saw Death Note, and I saw, from the TV series, and I was like, all in one stage, and they're acting, they're like you said, they're feeling this confidence that they get when they are pursuing the character, and I loved it. 2010, then things kind of like started to work its way to Dubai with Dubai Comic-Con, MEFCC. Then slowly but surely it went to Kuwait, and then we saw these three countries, Bahrain, Kuwait, and Dubai, kind of joining together. And Saudi wasn't really open to the pop culture scene yet, but all the Saudi cosplayers would fly all the way to Bahrain or drive, or we'll go to Dubai, or we'll go to Kuwait whenever they can, just to show, their trade, to show their passion to cosplaying. And I thought that was like a big deal, that you will actually drive all the way just to make it happen. And Kuwaiti people will go to Bahrain and to UAE. But then in 2017, boom, Saudi Comic-Con. What? Boom. All of a sudden, it's crazy. We had over 100 cosplayers lining up.
Wow.
We could not finish the competition. We had to stop it. We couldn't. We never knew. I think they was trying to break the Guinness record for the minutes. So the scene is just growing like crazy, to the point Kuwait right now is just it became so serious in Kuwait when it comes to cosplay. People, we have two, or maybe I think one individual right now who took theater and costume design as a major in university, sponsored by the government, And then you have people in Dubai right now opening shops and trying to put a segment and a section just for cosplay. So the thing in cosplay here is growing so big, to the point right now people are looking at it as a thing like, okay, now it's happening, it's big. how can we make it grow bigger from a business aspect? How can we make this an industry? Just the same thing with gaming, the same thing with anime. When there's numbers and there's hype, how can we make the most out of the hype? So I guess right now you got people who are not cosplayers who just want to learn more about cosplay. How can we make this grow bigger? Is it creating content? Is it opening shops? Is it putting workshops? It's a lot of talks happening right now, but it just adds to the fact that, hopefully this will just make cosplay like a real thing, to the point that it becomes an actual show that people will just go and compete and it can flourish. Because there were some concerns like, will this continue or not? But I think with what's happening right now, it might actually go on. I mean, Ibrahim can add to that as well.
Well, I think, Ibrahim, the best thing is to take a look at this through a video that we have and see cosplay in the Middle East. This way we can know what we're talking about as well, and how big is the trend.
Oh.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, that's really amazing, huh?
That's
So
cool.
tell us, Ibrahim, if you can give us a few comments.
Yeah. Well, I can't attest to 2010 because
This is
Bara obviously has more experience. Yeah, and we have Bara in the video too. he's an integral part. He's been an integral part of the cosplay scene in the Middle East since pretty much the beginning. But I entered more in 2015. My story for cosplay is a little bit of love and a little bit of family. I walked in with my best friend at this event in 2015, and I walked out with my fiance.
Beautiful.
So it's always been like close to my heart, these conventions and things like that, because it's like a special memory for me. Thereafter, we did see that cosplay was a growing trend. But it had one thing: it had a lot of heart, it had a lot of passion. It didn't have much of a direction. And this is something that I discussed with a lot of people that have been in the field, including Bara, is that the guys want to do something, the girls want to do something, but there's no unifying drive, or even there's no business drive behind it. If you talk about it in the business terms. So that's where we came in. We started the first magazine for cosplay in the Middle East with
That's
Cosplay Arabia. And we gave them a platform, and we still continue to give them a platform to work on it. And that's where my dad also kind of got involved. That's where family comes in, because he sponsored and he supported a lot of our initial, like an angel investor, basically, a lot of our initial experiments and a lot of trial and error. But, God bless him. And he still supports us till today, and we're still growing. So if you go from a business point of view, like Bara was saying, there's a lot of content there. There's a lot of passion. There's a lot of industries that get involved, whether it's, from video making to the craft itself to a lot of materials. There's a lot of entertainment factor to it. I mean, I know people that specifically go to conventions because there's cosplayers there. Yeah. And that was one of the things that in 2015, when I went to my first con, I heard that, there's going to be cosplayers, so let's go check it out. It's something intriguing. And once I found them and once I saw them, I mean, it's just been a family ever since. We've been growing, and there's a lot of love, a lot of passion in these guys. And, we're giving it a bit of a direction and a bit of a platform at the same time.
But the quality is great, Ibrahim.
That's awesome.
I mean, the quality of the cosplays is really great. We're seeing it in that we saw it in that video. It's amazing. I mean, really, I mean, I'm really surprised to see this great quality of costume and dedication into that. But as you were saying now, is there a business side of cosplaying?
There's a lot of industries that connect to cosplaying. If you look at it from a makeup point of view, makeup and gore, special effects, how Bara mentioned costume, theater, that's another branch of. A lot of people have started off cosplaying and branched out, but you can always branch it back into cosplay with these several industries that I mentioned. And that's something that we are focusing on moving forward, is how to get these industries involved with cosplay and grow it from there.
Kate, did cosplay evolve as a business in the rest of the world?
It has been. I mean, you have a lot of people who, arguably, before there were even influencers on YouTube and, and streaming, you had influencer cosplayers like Yaya Han and some of the others who basically their entire fame is based on their cosplay, and they have massive followings worldwide, and they make a lot of money off it because they have sponsors, they sign autographs at conventions and stuff like that. And I mean, I know a lot of people who the whole industry around cosplaying. I mean, I know several people who are like in the Hollywood prop making community who also make tons of props and armor and, weapons and other things for cosplayers as part of their business. And then like even my own daughter, I mean, she does a lot of commission work as well, on top of the work that she does. So she'll take commissions to create costumes for, usually friends or colleagues of mine or other people that are kind of in our circle. And, so it is a thriving business, and then of course that kind of builds out from there, like the fabric, the people who supply the fabric and people who fabricate, special shoes and all these other kinds of things. And yeah, it really depends on, how hardcore you're going to be about it. But frankly, most people who are serious about their cosplay are really hardcore, because it's like, you don't wear it unless it's right. You don't wear it unless it's accurate. I know, like even my daughter and I, that's our rule. It's we have basically what we call the 2 meter rule. So it has to look immaculate, 2 meters or further away. If you get within 2 meters, well, then, you might start noticing a little bit imperfection or something. But basically the logic is that most people are going to stand at least 2 meters away to take a photo. So, wow. You want to make sure it looks fantastic, at least at that distance. So, and a lot of work goes into it, tremendous amount of labor.
Yeah, it shows. But what makes one cosplayer stand out and become famous, or as you said, an influencer? I mean, when I look at this video and I see that all of them are looking great, really. But what makes one or more stand out from the others? Do they actually live it all the time, or?
I wouldn't say. There are some who do. Like you may have seen, I don't know, I forget his name, so forgive me, whoever you are, but he's very well known as to cosplay as the Joker, because his face, his actual, physical genetic face just is perfect. And he has just this huge smile that is so Joker-like. And I've met him a couple of times at San Diego Comic-Con, and he never breaks character, ever. It's like, even if you're one-on-one with him, like standing off to the side, and you say, wow, that's a fantastic suit. Did you get that tailored? And he's like, of course, I went to the best tailor in Gotham. You're like, okay, are you going to like talk to me as a human being? But he'll never break character. And, and there's people like that. They just kind of, they're like an actor, and maybe he is an actor. I don't know, but they kind of live in the character during the moment. And I understand why, because I've met a lot of cosplayers that while they're on stage, meaning they're out in the public at a con, they're trying to maximize the experience for people around them. So when they see them, they're like, that's the Joker. It's not some guy is the Joker. It's like, that is the Joker, and they try and kind of, give that experience to people around them.
But this, I mean, is it only relevant to cosplaying? But it actually exists in so many other entertainment industry as well. I mean, in the movie industry, in the music industry, right? I mean, what do you guys think?
I mean, you have the Undertaker. I mean, he's a fan favorite. He lived his character for 30 years.
Totally. Yeah.
So I think, I mean, you asked that question of what makes them stand out. I think there's different aspects to cosplaying. There's the fact that, whether you're a crafter, whether you make your suits, whether you buy your suits, and then there's the entertainment factor, because most conventions or most people need you to act out a skit or be in this character. So there's an overall, it's not just one thing, whether he's good at craft or he's good at portraying. It's kind of like having that connection with the people as well in character. So that kind of makes you stand out.
Totally.
Can you?
And it seems like
Go ahead, Barkah.
I'm sorry. I mean, it seems like right now, as cosplayers, they get to realize, understand, just like Kate just mentioned, is that there is some serious money to be made But what is happening right now, I think cosplay right now is just like understanding that, we need to do more, stand out. We need to learn more. For example, we need to learn the algorithms of different platforms for social media, what works for TikTok, what works for YouTube, what works for Instagram. So I'm noticing right now, especially right now, it's that they take their cosplay, they work so hard on how they look, as realistic as possible. Then they work on their acting skills. Then they work on their filming skills now. They're creating content. So apparently it seems that not only just to be in character, but how can this character be part of our lives? Let's say I'm wearing as The Undertaker, How can The Undertaker talk about what's happening in the world right now? So it seems like the cosplayers right now are trying to bring these characters to life and then make it part of your life, part of what's happening today, and they're enjoying it. And some of the cosplayers right now are doing some decent job. Like I would say Sakura Flor right now is one of the cosplayers from Amsterdam, and she is hitting it big on TikTok. Every day she has a schedule. She would wear a certain cosplayer, then she will call different cosplayers around the world, and they'll say, we're going to schedule a shooting, a filming segment for Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, and we're going to release the following on the other days. So it's like right now they're putting a media PR campaign just for their characters, and then once they're done with a certain character, they do another. So I think they stand out on how they can creatively put their work out there in the most from a media perspective. So I think that works beautifully.
Did any industry pick up this trend? Like, for example, I don't know, the advertising industry, the movie industry.
Well, I mean, oh, go ahead. Sorry.
No, go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, I mean, to me, it's like if you go to a lot of the cons today, like I said, I typically go to like San Diego Comic-Con and WonderCon and a lot of the West Coast cons here in the United States. I've been to a few others here and there, as schedule permits. But when you go to something like San Diego Comic-Con, it's just like there's no distinction really. I mean, it is like transmedia heaven. So it's like, yeah, you've got comic books, but I mean, a lot of the hardcore comic book people don't even go to San Diego Comic-Con anymore because it's not really about comic books. It's about everything. It's about movies and TV and, and comic books and graphic novels and everything in between, and video games. And so it's like, basically it's like one influences the other, which influences the other. So it's like what I love, like, for example, my daughter and I, we always do, because we do cosplay as a lot of Marvel characters, we always go to the Marvel costume contest, which is at the Marvel booth at San Diego Comic-Con. Well, what's really cool is that you'll see Marvel people coming as Marvel characters, and usually there's at least 100, 150 people who compete in the competition. And they're coming from every kind of imaginable iteration of Marvel that you've seen, not just Marvel Cinematic Universe, but obscure versions of certain comic, like Spider-Man and all these other characters, which you're like, yeah, I don't remember that version of it. It's like, well, yeah, there is a version of it, and so, but that's really cool. I love it when people bring a unique perspective. And it kind of emphasizes the fact that it really doesn't matter what the origin is, and whether or not one industry or another is picking up on it. Well, it's like with so many of these IPs, like Marvel, for example, where it's owned by Disney, and Disney is basically sitting across pretty much every form of media that exists. So they will leverage whatever they need to leverage if it's going to be popular, including cosplay.
Ibrahim, in our region,
yes.
I believe cosplaying is still really linked to mostly events, right? There is not more opportunities, or, for example, spaces that welcome cosplaying, correct?
Correct. This is where Cosplay Arabia actually comes in. I don't want to do self-promotion, but this is actually where we come in, and we're trying to give a platform for them to do something outside conventions, because most of them are, like for Bahrain, they have only 2 events a year. So they're basically just sitting 6-8 months doing nothing and having nowhere to go or show their talents. So we're trying to bring in a lot of media attention. And when it comes to Middle East and media, I'll point out the fact that we're still new. It took us a long time to explain to the relevant authorities what cosplay is when we wanted to make a magazine, because even they were looking at the product and like, what is this? It's a bunch of people in costumes, and they just didn't understand that this is a niche and this is a market. So, and then when it comes to mainstream media as well, it's not really picked up as much. I mean, because when you talk about international cosplayers, you talk about Riddle, you talk about Secret and they're amazing, but not a lot of Middle Eastern cosplayer names get thrown into that bunch. I mean, we have one who's like Saud and Sumi who are doing in Dubai, and they're great, but they're not highlighted or not given that much media attention as much as anyone else in the cosplay scene. I doubt Kate would have heard of any very prominent Middle East cosplayers. Have you ever?
No. I may have heard of them, but I didn't know they were actually in the Middle East.
And
so, but that's another thing. I don't really follow like major cosplayers. I love to cosplay, but I'm not really, and I love like interacting with the cosplay community when I'm at a con. But like when I'm not at a con, and you made a great point there, and I'm so glad that your resource exists, because for most of us, I think cosplay is that really punctuated thing. You do it at a con, and then you just put it back in the closet and wait till the next event. And so I'm glad. I think it's a fantastic idea to have something that perpetuates it beyond just the cons.
Yeah, I believe this is also something that I'm sure it will, as gaming and the gaming industry itself is growing in our region here, I'm sure that the cosplayers will be playing a role as well in that, and maybe having more opportunities also because I understand also Kate, Ibrahim, Bara, that these costumes cost a lot of money to produce. Money and time is invested in that, correct? Because from the video I've seen, it's not like it's like if you're on a catwalk in haute couture, it's not your regular store there. You're actually putting a lot of effort and fabric and details. And I saw a couple of ones. They were like the Transformers, and how much time does it take to make a Transformer character? I mean, it's just and so much material, and it's a real investment.
Well, I can give you an example. My daughter a couple years ago made the Doctor Strange costume from the movie, and she replicated it exactly because she was able to go to LA when Benedict Cumberbatch's costume from the film was on display in LA. And so she went and took a bunch of reference pictures. So she was able to recreate the costume in fantastic detail, including the cape, which she hand sewn and hand embroidered. And so I think, if I remember right, she worked about 400 hours on this costume.
Wow.
And when she calculated that in terms of what she would charge for this costume, in terms of materials and fabric, I think it came out to about $500 or $600 worth of fabric. But then the time investment was somewhere around like $15,000 worth of time to create this thing.
Wow, it's really.
So, and it looks amazing. I mean, she won the Marvel costume contest with it. So.
Wow.
But it's like,
of course,
that much time is just and I know people who've spent way more than that on like big armored, like Transformer type costumes. Some of those people work on those for multiple years.
Wow, that's really amazing.
I mean, that's amazing.
It's really amazing, and I mean, this is a really exciting conversation. I believe we are running a little bit out of time. We just want to remind everybody about the cosplay competition, that they can still, I believe submissions are over now, Ibrahim. And we are going to judge, and our judges that are present with us today will determine the winners, and we will be announcing that during the panel with the cosplay ambassadors from the region as well. I don't know. Let's see how will they be dressed up or no. Let's see, and we will be announcing the winners. Thank you very, very much. I believe you translated the passion of cosplayers also today, and as we said, it's a whole craft. So much investment in time in going into those characters, and just out of passion for the game and for the character. And I believe this is where also the power of games really translates itself in the best creative ways as well. Creativity doesn't stop at playing the game, but it actually continues in real life. It's just incredible. Thank you very much. And we hope to see you soon and pick up the conversation again on cosplaying. Thank you.
In today's mobile world, attracting users is becoming increasingly challenging. To better bridge the gap between brands and consumers, TikTok pioneered a new and unique way to engage users: Branded Hashtag Challenge. The Branded Hashtag Challenge taps into users' passion for creation and expression by inviting them to join in on a collective movement. TikTok empowers users to become co-creators while interacting with branded content. The Branded Hashtag Challenge is a fun and easy way for brands to collaborate and seamlessly integrate within TikTok community. Every day there's millions of hashtag challenges taking place on TikTok. Alongside some of the hottest trends in dance, comedy, fashion, food, and more. Users can discover the latest hashtag challenge on TikTok's discovery page. And popular challenge videos will be easy to find in users' For You feed. And they easily participate in the hashtag challenge by clicking Shoot button. In fact, over 50% creators have participated in a hashtag challenge, with an average engagement rate of 8.5%, generating huge brand buzz and affinity. Besides a highly customized theme accompanied by challenge rules that suits your campaign objective, you can enhance your hashtag challenge by adding branded effects and music. TikTok also has a rich ecosystem of influencers who help show users how to do the branded challenge and encourage creators to get involved. The Branded Hashtag Challenge can lead to different landing pages and drive conversions. We encourage you to support your challenge with brand takeovers and in-feed ads. These placements serve as full-screen traffic drivers to boost the awareness of your challenge. and maximize the number of people who click into the challenge page. How to measure effectiveness? Instead of measuring campaign exposure and engagements simply through members, you can access brand metrics through our brand lift study. And the branded hashtag challenges have shown to help brands deliver higher engagement rates and drive brand metrics, such as ad recall, brand awareness, favorability, association, and purchase intent. So what are you waiting for? Join in the conversation today.
Scott, we are back with you at DGC Live, and I just love the title of your presentation.
Thank you.
What to tick and how to talk.
Exactly.
TikTok.
Exactly.
Exactly. Scott, you are head of gaming and new markets for the Middle East, North Africa, and Turkey region with TikTok. Welcome to DGC Live, and you will be giving us now a presentation. I just had one question. What is TikTok doing for the gaming vertical?
Absolutely. So I think this breaks down into two portions. What we do for the gaming community from a content perspective and the conversation around gaming that takes place on the platform. And the other section, which will be what we do for gaming studios and gaming advertisers to acquire users and obviously drive new users to their games.
I believe TikTok is, it's just, everybody knows TikTok, and you have so many users as well on your platforms. And so I will let you now start your presentation, and then I'll join you maybe for another question later.
Perfect.
Good luck.
Thank you very much. Hello there. As you can see from the slide in front of you, and as per the presentation, my name's Scott, and I'm responsible for ensuring game studios and game publishers across the region get the most out of TikTok, a region we affectionately refer to as MENAT. I'm sure every one of you has seen TikTok in the news recently, even more in the last few months. Some of you might have even downloaded it. A few of you might have even created a TikTok video or two. But to the vast majority of people here, I'm sure TikTok is something being researched and debated. What is it all about? How can we be part of it? How can we ensure we don't miss out? Thankfully, I am here. Today, I want to take you on a guided tour of the world's biggest and most exciting marketing mystery. Here's a look at what we're going to cover today. I'm going to give you some numbers. I'm going to tell you about the platform. And then I'm going to show you some pictures and give you some more numbers. It doesn't get any more exciting than this. Let's jump straight into it. Just what is TikTok? Our mission is simple. We want people to be able to express themselves and share with others. And we want everyone to have fun in the process, whether they are creating content or consuming content. This is not just a fluffy statement. This is a strategy. You see, when people are happy, they are motivated to do things. Shoot their own video, like, comment, click, download, and act in the moment. This is a statement I love. TikTok is the leading short-form video platform. It's true, based on a lot of data from the people who gather this kind of data. I'm sure you have seen at least one of these headlines before. People are installing TikTok like crazy. Again, the people who gather this kind of data tell us that TikTok just isn't being downloaded worldwide. It's getting downloaded a lot in our region too. This picture hasn't been changing much week over week. People are downloading TikTok and telling their friends to do the same. TikTok as a platform is really big, and it's growing. We are now in 150 markets, and our user base is growing exponentially. We have 87% more people using TikTok between January 2019 and January 2020. And the growth from January 2020 till now is even more impressive. I can't share specifics around that today, but it is big. In the same period, and this is a testament to just how strong the content on TikTok is, the amount of videos being watched by every user on average increased by 257%. People love the content on the platform. And in the region, our numbers are equally as impressive. We have a lot of users spending a lot of quality time on the TikTok, watching a lot of good, but more importantly, relevant videos. They are just happy spending time on TikTok. And keep that happiness in mind. I will circle back to that in a bit. Beyond just the growth in absolute numbers, we have seen big growth comparatively too. Here you can see the change in the amount of time being spent per session on TikTok and against some of our competitors. People are spending more time on TikTok than ever before because they like what they see and they are better able to identify with the creators than they are with traditional influencers. And talking about creators, let's touch on them for just a second. But first, before I do that, I want to play this short video. One of the fundamental differences with TikTok and many other platforms is the mindset. It's not about the polished, over-the-top, amazing, this took me weeks to make it look spontaneous content. It's about real and raw.
بعدها صار شعر فهد أبيض فجأة وفهد خاف ورجع البياع طلب مننا نشرح له إيش اللي صار له. قال البياع الحظ حلو بيجيك لكن راح ينقص من عمرك كل ما تستخدمه. وهنا فهد طلب منه يرجع النرد لكن البياع قال له ما يصير ترجعه لازم تبوز فيه.
And consumers to Twitch than it is to YouTube. The connection is real and raw. Creators on TikTok aren't just looking to make money, which they can if they continually and constantly create great content. They are desperate to achieve their 15 minutes of fame, to win the algorithmic lottery and go viral. And that's what keeps the content on TikTok so great. So we've spoken about good content and a little bit about gaming content. Now I want to move on to how you can activate against it.
بعدها صار شعر فهد أبيض فجأة وفهد خاف ورجع البياع وطلب مننا نشرح له إيش اللي صار له. قال البياع الحظ حلو بيجيك لكن راح ينقص من عمرك كل ما تستخدمه. هنا فهد طلب منه يرجع النرد لكن البياع قال له ما يصير ترجعه لازم تبوز فيه. بعدها صار شعر فهد أبيض فجأة وفهد خاف ورجع البياع وطلب مننا نشرح له إيش اللي صار له. قال البياع الحظ حلو بيجيك لكن راح ينقص من عمرك كل ما تستخدمه. وهنا فهد طلب منه يرجع النرد لكن البياع قال له ما يصير ترجعه لازم تبوز في تحدي ضد شخص وتسلم له النرد وتقدر بعد تختار أي شخص تقدر تتسابق معه. هنا فهد أشر بيد على البياع وقال له اختارك أنت. بعدها البياع استغرب بين ضحك باستهزاء وقال فهد قبلت التحدي اختار لعبتك. وفهد قال اختار
Let me take you on a little journey. A journey with 4 stops. The first thing you should do is start with an always-on app install campaign to grow your user base on TikTok. As it would be a new campaign, we have a bunch of content and best practices for test and learns, which will help you gain insights on the type of audience, creatives, and bids that are optimal for your brand to thrive on our channel. This then sets us up for the second phase, scaling your campaigns. Using advanced bidding strategies, we can aim for deeper conversion events via app event optimization, which optimizes for both installs and in-app actions, driving ROI for your brand. Then comes targeting. Consider testing different audiences, age, gender, along with interest targeting to find the best quality audiences who will most likely convert to be potential users for you. You do need to balance that narrowness of targeting whilst ensuring that it remains broad. And avoid layering multiple targeting within each ad group, allowing us to reach a wider audience on TikTok. Then comes targeting. Consider testing different audiences, age, gender, along with interest targeting to find the best quality audiences who are most likely to convert. You do need to balance narrowness of targeting whilst ensuring that it remains broad, and avoid layering multiple layers of targeting within each ad group, allowing us to reach a wide group of audiences. Then comes targeting. Consider testing different audiences, age, gender, demographics, along with interest targeting to find the best quality audience which is most likely to convert. You do need to balance narrowness of targeting whilst ensuring it remains broad, and avoid layering multiple targeting within each ad group, allowing us to reach a wider group of audiences throughout the campaign. Throughout the campaign, try and exclude users who have already converted using our custom audience solution. At the same time, once you have an audience pool, you can build another lookalike audience campaign on top of the existing user acquisition campaign, which would allow us to seed high quality audiences, reach similar audiences with similar qualities. And by doing so, as you can see on the right, you will see a substantial decrease in CPI month over month and lower cost per purchase recorded over time. Apart from driving performance, many clients whom we have worked with would also like to achieve scale and volume. To help them achieve that, we use our OCPC bidding model, starting with a 30% higher bid than the normal CPI target. We also try to avoid making too many changes to the campaign during the learning phase in order to minimize disruption to the platform's learning. After a successful first phase, we shift our efforts to help clients scale their campaign further using our max CV bidding strategy. Starting with a small budget, we monitor the performance daily and gradually increase the budgets over time to achieve the scale desired. With the activation of these bidding strategies, we witness a 50% increase in CVR and acquire up to 3x more users within a shorter period of time. And finally, get to one of the most commonly asked questions by advertisers, which is, what kind of creative works best on TikTok? So we've pulled together some creative basic guidelines you can adhere to when you're starting your campaigns. First of all, ensure that your video starts with impact within the first 3 to 5 seconds. The video should start with the climax of the story and leverage on strong background music to capture the user's attention. Second impact tip would be to localize the creative to enhance the user experience while keeping your optimal video length between 9 and 15 seconds. And finally, we get to one of the most common questions: what makes great TikTok content? We've put together some creative best practices and guidelines for you to adhere to when starting your TikTok campaigns. First of all, ensure that your video starts with impact within the first 3 to 5 seconds. The video should start with a climax of your story arc and leverage on strong background music to gain attention. Second impact tip would be to localize the creatives to enhance the user experience while keeping your optimal video length between 9 and 15 seconds. Another feature that redefines TikTok would be the use of sound and music in your creatives. Advertisers should leverage this additional dimension to bring your brand message across more strongly to users and leave a deeper impact. With all these being said, video creatives should adhere to the TikTok Safe Zone guides and policies to ensure that your brand message is most prominently displayed to the users. Lastly, it's highly recommended to refresh your creatives at least once per week to improve your campaign performance. Brands who invest in their creatives more than others on TikTok actually drive better performance in their campaigns over time. And to help you create more creatives, we've incorporated several free creative tools that you can use at your disposal. One being our video creation kit, which turns images into videos within seconds. We also have a free music library containing soundtracks you can choose from and a smart video tool which combines and creates videos from your existing available assets. On the right illustrates just one of the many success cases of advertisers who have used our creative tools and saw an increase in click-through rate and a decrease in cost per install. So we strongly encourage all advertisers to test our tools for their campaigns on TikTok. So we've done what to do. Now, a little bit of how. From just raising awareness to driving clicks in the App Store, there's some really cool stuff you can do on TikTok. For businesses that plan to drive upper funnel results, we offer both reservation and auction buys. And we have multiple options that cater to achieving different branding objectives. Brand Takeover allows you to reach your target audience and grab their attention the moment they launch the TikTok app with either a picture or a sound-off short video in an absolutely noise-free environment. The next option we have for brands is Top View. It takes the brand's takeover a step further by naturally transitioning the open screen to the very first sound on video in feed to help advertisers tell a richer story.
If your name's one of these, you're more sure.
How do we get out of here?
It's Fahrenheit 451.
They knew everything about us.
They're watching us.
And for businesses targeting the mid to lower funnel stages, we have multiple bidding options available. Acquisition, traffic, and app install objectives help to drive people to your desired destination or to download your app at scale. Conversion objectives allow you to encourage users to take a certain action throughout the consumer journey, such as a registration, a login. And for businesses targeting the mid to lower funnel stages, we have multiple bidding options available. Acquisition, traffic, and app install objectives help to drive people to your desired destination or drive downloads at scale. Conversion objectives allow you to encourage users to take certain actions throughout the consumer journey, such as a registration, a login, a subscription, for example. The TikTok ads platform offers a wide range of capabilities to support optimizations such as custom audiences, lookalike audiences for retargeting and re-engagement, marketing API integrations for campaign management, real-time reporting and analytics, and creative templates for mass production of videos, and so on. Last but not least, beyond standard ads, we also have content ads, including branded hashtag challenge and effects. The solutions are designed to boost engagement by turning your customers into brand ambassadors. People will create with you and go viral with you. Here's a quick example from Fanta Thailand, where they use hashtag challenge, hashtag dip, taste, drink to boost user-generated content that goes viral. To finish up today's presentation, I wanted to share a few success stories. The first from Rollic Games, one of the largest game publishers in the world. Rollic tapped into TikTok's diverse user base, reaching relevant gamers across the globe. They have reached more than 1 million new users since activating TikTok activity.
Hey guys, so there's this new game called Go Nuts 3D. It's so amazing. There are these ropes on poles and you have to sort them according to their colors, but they get tangled, so you have to be careful. And if you get them tangled, you'll go nuts. But it's so fun and so satisfying to play. You wanna give it a go?
And Go Nuts actually reached #1 in the App Store in China. Another success story comes from Japan, where the client saw a huge increase in user retention, quality of users, and 4 times increase in overall app downloads. I wanted to share an example around clients using the community and using creators. You can see from the video here, the client has made use of the hashtag challenge product and brand effect to drive deep user engagement.
Luego sacarla y si me deja en mi cama en tu casa en la escalera donde tú quieras en mi cama.
And the last example I want to share with you is from the region and is I Am the Captain. They launched across 6 MENA markets with 4 customized branded effects and drove significant results. Over 5 million engagements, 78 million video views, and 73,000 user-generated content videos were created. And with that brings us to the end of my presentation. Thank you very much for listening, and I hope you enjoy the rest of the event.
what it is. Looking for a better way to get up out of bed instead of getting on the internet and checking a new hit. Me get up.
It is! No last breath available. The same of it is the choke. And Tekken Master advances. That Tekken Master has. And Tekken Master going up 1-0.
And we did it all with chrome music. I said my
Lucky means to go there. That's a mistake. That's and it's going to be a goal for Rami Saeed. Wasn't up 30 minutes. Oh, it's beautiful.
Down. Got that Barkah soup game and Plinko in my style. Money, stay on my craft and stick around for those pounds. But I do that to pass the torch and put on for my town. Trust me, on my
Nasser Esports win out map number 2. Sports convincingly taking out the win. 20,000 USD richer, man. That is insane.
Labels
there's the black market. Beautiful stuff from
we give that to the people.
Pittsburgh champion of 2019.
We give it to
Big Borg.
Spread it across the country.
This is the moment. Tonight is the night. We'll fight till it's over. So we put our hands up like the ceiling can't hold us. Like the ceiling can't hold us. This is the moment. Tonight is the night. We'll fight till it's over. So we put our hands up like the ceiling can't hold us. Like the ceiling can't hold us.
An inspiring business hub where over 20,000 talented minds are positioning Dubai as the engine of innovation by pushing the limits of creativity every day. Home to over 2,000 media companies from around the globe, Dubai Media City is a vibrant community offering business, entertainment, and lifestyle, enabling our partners to lead with creativity that resonates. Redefining the future of media innovation. Dubai Media City.
to the darkest regions, wrapped in a cloak of light. Mindless and focus heights, I'm trying to get my opens right. Throw my doubts aside, I climb the mountainside. And when I reach the peak, the view will see what I'll be flying. Feel the pressure, but it's relative to the man I measured. No time for hesitation, finally time to step up. And when you're feeling deep in your bones and it's on your fed up, you're close to the glass ceiling, keep your head up. See your dreams as a goal, that's how I'm seeing mine. Achieve my full potential, let all of the demons pre my shine.
Good morning, Jason.
Good evening.
It's good evening. Of course, you're joining us from Canada.
Correct.
And we are in Dubai and back with you today. It's great to see you again.
Likewise, Habib.
And I believe that for the audience watching us now and also for all our participants at DGC Live, Jason is a veteran of the gaming industry, though he looks still very young and pretty much in shape. But that's what the gaming industry does to you. It keeps you young. So Jason has had 30 years of experience in the gaming industry. He has followed governments, studios, young entrepreneurs, and through execution labs also now recently that he founded. He has followed them from stages of maybe idea or a couple of people that are just really enthusiastic to a successful studio. He has helped government build ecosystems for the gaming industry and created really the right environment for entrepreneurs in the gaming industry to thrive. And today, Jason, we will focus our conversation on entrepreneurship and investors' education for the gaming industry. And
awesome.
we do know that there is always this question, do we invest in the gaming industry or not? And I believe it's a question that is answered really differently in each part of the world. And you have traveled the world over the years, you have worked with studios all over the globe, and it's an important question for our ecosystem here in the MENA region as well. As you know, we are an emerging market. So I'll start with my first question for you, which is what is really from your experience and your knowledge, how can we really become an entrepreneur in the gaming industry?
How do you become an entrepreneur in the game industry? I mean, it's going to sound silly, but you be an entrepreneur in the game industry, right? The best way to learn how to be an entrepreneur is to be an entrepreneur. And in many ways, it's more of a mindset. It's more of an attitude to jump in, take the risk, and
Scott,
go for your
we
dream.
are back with you at DGC Live. And I just love the title of your presentation.
Thank you.
What to tick and how to talk.
Exactly.
TikTok.
Exactly.
Exactly. Scott, you are head of gaming and new markets for the Middle East, North Africa, and Turkey region with
That's
TikTok. Welcome to DGC Live. And you will be giving us now a presentation. I just had one question. What is TikTok doing for the gaming vertical?
Absolutely. So I think this breaks down into two portions. What we do for the gaming community from a content perspective and the conversation around gaming that takes place on the platform. And the other section, which will be what we do for gaming studios and gaming advertisers to acquire users and obviously drive new users to their games?
I believe TikTok is, it's just everybody knows TikTok, and you have so many users as well on your platforms. And so I will let you now start your presentation, and then I'll join you maybe for another question later.
Perfect.
Good luck.
Thank you very much. Hello there. As you can see from the slide in front of you, and as per the presentation, my name's Scott, and I'm responsible for ensuring game studios and game publishers across the region get the most out of TikTok, a region we affectionately refer to as MENAT. I'm sure every one of you has seen TikTok in the news recently, even more in the last few months. Some of you might have even downloaded it. A few of you might have even created a TikTok video or two. But to the vast majority of people here, I'm sure TikTok is something being researched and debated. What is it all about? How can we be part of it? How can we ensure we don't miss out? Thankfully, I am here. Today, I want to take you on a guided tour of the world's biggest and most exciting marketing mystery. Here's a look at what we're going to cover today. I'm going to give you some numbers. I'm going to tell you about the platform. And then I'm going to show you some pictures and give you some more numbers. It doesn't get any more exciting than this. Let's jump straight into it. Just what is TikTok? Our mission is simple. We want people to be able to express themselves and share with others. And we want everyone to have fun in the process, whether they are creating content or consuming content. This is not just a fluffy statement. This is a strategy. You see, when people are happy, they are motivated to do things. Shoot their own video, like, comment, click, download, and act in the moment. This is a statement I love. TikTok is the leading short-form video platform. It's true, based on a lot of data from the people who gather this kind of data. I'm sure you have seen at least one of these headlines before. People are installing TikTok like crazy. Again, the people who gather this kind of data tell us that TikTok just isn't being downloaded worldwide. It's getting downloaded a lot in our region too. This picture hasn't been changing much week over week. People are downloading TikTok and telling their friends to do the same. TikTok as a platform is really big, and it's growing. We are now in 150 markets, and our user base is growing exponentially. We have 87% more people using TikTok between January 2019 and January 2020. And the growth from January 2020 till now is even more impressive. I can't share specifics around that today, but it is big. In the same period, and this is a testament to just how strong the content on TikTok is, the amount of videos being watched by every user on average increased by 257%. People love the content on the platform. And in the region, our numbers are equally as impressive. We have a lot of users spending a lot of quality time on the TikTok, watching a lot of good, but more importantly, relevant videos. They are just happy spending time on TikTok. And keep that happiness in mind. I will circle back to that in a bit. Beyond just the growth in absolute numbers, we have seen big growth comparatively too. Here you can see the change in the amount of time being spent per session on TikTok and against some of our competitors. People are spending more time on TikTok than ever before because they like what they see and they are better able to identify with the creators than they are with traditional influencers. And talking about creators, let's touch on them for just a second. But first, before I do that, I want to play this short video. One of the fundamental differences with TikTok and many other platforms is the mindset. It's not about the polished, over-the-top, amazing, this took me weeks to make it look spontaneous content. It's about real and raw.
بعدها صار شعر فهد أبيض فجأة وفهد خاف ورجع البياع وطلب مننا نشرح له إيش اللي صار له. قال البياع الحظ حلو بيجيك لكن راح ينقص من عمرك كل ما تستخدمه. وهنا فهد طلب منه يرجع النرد لكن البياع قال له ما يصير ترجع لازم تبوز فيه.
And consumers to Twitch than it is to YouTube. The connection is real and raw. Creators on TikTok aren't just looking to make money, which they can if they continually and constantly create great content. They are desperate to achieve their 15 minutes of fame, to win the algorithmic lottery and go viral. And that's what keeps the content on TikTok so great. So we've spoken about good content and a little bit about gaming content. Now I want to move on to how you can activate against it.
بعدها صار شعر فهد أبيض فجأة وفهد خاف ورجع البياع وطلب مننا نشرح له إيش اللي صار له. قال البياع الحظ حلو بيجيك لكن راح ينقص من عمرك كل ما تستخدمه. وهنا فهد طلب منه يرجع النرد لكن البياع قال له ما يصير ترجعه لازم تبوز فيه. بعدها صار شعر فهد أبيض فجأة وفهد خاف ورجع البياع وطلب مننا نشرح له إيش اللي صار له. قال البياع الحظ حلو بيجيك لكن راح ينقص من عمرك كل ما تستخدمه. وهنا فهد طلب منه يرجع النرد لكن البياع قال له ما يصير ترجعه لازم تفوز في تحدي ضد شخص وتسلم له النرد وتقدر بعدين تختار أي شخص تقدر تتسابق معه. هنا فهد أشر بيد على البياع وقال له اختارك أنت. بعدها البياع استغرب بين ضحك باستهزاء وقال فهد قبلت التحدي اختار لعبتك. وفهد قال اختار.
Let me take you on a little journey. A journey with 4 stops. The first thing you should do is start with an always-on app install campaign to grow your user base on TikTok. As it would be a new campaign, we have a bunch of content and best practices for test and learns, which will help you gain insights on the type of audience, creatives, and bids that are optimal for your brand to thrive on our channel. This then sets us up for the second phase, scaling your campaigns. Using advanced bidding strategies, we can aim for deeper conversion events via app event optimization, which optimizes for both installs and in-app actions, driving ROI for your brand. Then comes targeting. Consider testing different audiences, age, gender, along with interest targeting to find the best quality audiences who will most likely convert to be potential users for you. You do need to balance that narrowness of targeting whilst ensuring that it remains broad. And avoid layering multiple targeting within each ad group, allowing us to reach a wider audience on TikTok. Then comes targeting. Consider testing different audiences, age, gender, along with interest targeting to find the best quality audiences who are most likely to convert. You do need to balance narrowness of targeting whilst ensuring that it remains broad, and avoid layering multiple layers of targeting within each ad group, allowing us to reach a wide group of audiences. Then comes targeting. Consider testing different audiences, age, gender, demographics, along with interest targeting to find the best quality audience which is most likely to convert. You do need to balance narrowness of targeting whilst ensuring it remains broad, and avoid layering multiple targeting within each ad group, allowing us to reach a wider group of audiences throughout the campaign. Throughout the campaign, try and exclude users who have already converted using our custom audience solution. At the same time, once you have an audience pool, you can build another lookalike audience campaign on top of the existing user acquisition campaign, which would allow us to seed high quality audiences, reach similar audiences with similar qualities. And by doing so, as you can see on the right, you will see a substantial decrease in CPI month over month and lower cost per purchase recorded over time. Apart from driving performance, many clients whom we have worked with would also like to achieve scale and volume. To help them achieve that, we use our OCPC bidding model, starting with a 30% higher bid than the normal CPI target. We also try to avoid making too many changes to the campaign during the learning phase in order to minimize disruption to the platform's learning. After a successful first phase, we shift our efforts to help clients scale their campaign further using our max CV bidding strategy. Starting with a small budget, we monitor the performance daily and gradually increase the budgets over time to achieve the scale desired. With the activation of these bidding strategies, we witness a 50% increase in CVR and acquire up to 3x more users within a shorter period of time. And finally, get to one of the most commonly asked questions by advertisers, which is, what kind of creative works best on TikTok? So we've pulled together some creative basic guidelines you can adhere to when you're starting your campaigns. First of all, ensure that your video starts with impact within the first 3 to 5 seconds. The video should start with the climax of the story and leverage on strong background music to capture the user's attention. Second impact tip would be to localize the creative to enhance the user experience while keeping your optimal video length between 9 and 15 seconds. And finally, we get to one of the most common questions: what makes great TikTok content? We've put together some creative best practices and guidelines for you to adhere to when starting your TikTok campaigns. First of all, ensure that your video starts with impact within the first 3 to 5 seconds. The video should start with a climax of your story arc and leverage on strong background music to gain attention. Second impact tip would be to localize the creatives to enhance the user experience while keeping your optimal video length between 9 and 15 seconds. Another feature that redefines TikTok would be the use of sound and music in your creatives. Advertisers should leverage this additional dimension to bring your brand message across more strongly to users and leave a deeper impact. With all these being said, video creatives should adhere to the TikTok Safe Zone guides and policies to ensure that your brand message is most prominently displayed to the users. Lastly, it's highly recommended to refresh your creatives at least once per week to improve your campaign performance. Brands who invest in their creatives more than others on TikTok actually drive better performance in their campaigns over time. And to help you create more creatives, we've incorporated several free creative tools that you can use at your disposal. One being our video creation kit, which turns images into videos within seconds. We also have a free music library containing soundtracks you can choose from and a smart video tool which combines and creates videos from your existing available assets. On the right illustrates just one of the many success cases of advertisers who have used our creative tools and saw an increase in click-through rate and a decrease in cost per install. So we strongly encourage all advertisers to test our tools for their campaigns on TikTok. So we've done what to do. Now, a little bit of how. From just raising awareness to driving clicks in the App Store, there's some really cool stuff you can do on TikTok. For businesses that plan to drive upper funnel results, we offer both reservation and auction buys. And we have multiple options that cater to achieving different branding objectives. Brand Takeover allows you to reach your target audience and grab their attention the moment they launch the TikTok app with either a picture or a sound-off short video in an absolutely noise-free environment. The next option we have for brands is Top View. It takes the brand's takeover a step further by naturally transitioning the open screen to the very first sound on video in feed to help advertisers tell a richer story.
If your name's one of these, you're more sure.
How do we get out of here?
It's Fahrenheit 451.
They knew everything about us.
They're watching us.
And for businesses targeting the mid to lower funnel stages, we have multiple bidding options available. Acquisition, traffic, and app install objectives help to drive people to your desired destination or to download your app at scale. Conversion objectives allow you to encourage users to take a certain action throughout the consumer journey, such as a registration, a login. And for businesses targeting the mid to lower funnel stages, we have multiple bidding options available. Acquisition, traffic, and app install objectives help to drive people to your desired destination or drive downloads at scale. Conversion objectives allow you to encourage users to take certain actions throughout the consumer journey, such as a registration, a login, a subscription, for example. The TikTok ads platform offers a wide range of capabilities to support optimizations such as custom audiences, lookalike audiences for retargeting and re-engagement, marketing API integrations for campaign management, real-time reporting and analytics, and creative templates for mass production of videos, and so on. Last but not least, beyond standard ads, we also have content ads, including branded hashtag challenge and effects. The solutions are designed to boost engagement by turning your customers into brand ambassadors. People will create with you and go viral with you. Here's a quick example from Fanta Thailand, where they use hashtag challenge, hashtag dip, taste, drink to boost user-generated content that goes viral. To finish up today's presentation, I wanted to share a few success stories. The first from Rollic Games, one of the largest game publishers in the world. Rollic tapped into TikTok's diverse user base, reaching relevant gamers across the globe. They have reached more than 1 million new users since activating TikTok activity.
Hey guys, so there's this new game called Qana 3D. It's so amazing. There are these ropes on poles and you have to sort them according to their colors, but they get tangled, so you have to be careful. And if you get them tangled, you'll go nuts. But it's so fun and so satisfying to play. You wanna give it a go?
And Go Knots actually reached #1 in the App Store in China. Another success story comes from Japan, where the client saw a huge increase in user retention, quality of users, and 4 times increase in overall app downloads. I wanted to share an example around clients using the community and using creators. You can see from the video here, the client has made use of the #challenge product and brand effect to drive deep user engagement.
Luego sacar y si me deja en mi cama, yeah, en tu casa, yeah, en la escalera, yeah, donde tú quieras, yeah.
And the last example I want to share with you is from the region and is I Am the Captain. They launched across 6 MENA markets with 4 customized branded effects and drove significant results. Over 5 million engagements, 78 million video views, and 73,000 user-generated content videos were created. And with that brings us to the end of my presentation. Thank you very much for listening, and I hope you enjoy the rest of the event.
What it isn't. Looking for a better way to get up out of bed instead of getting on the internet and checking a new hit. Get up.
It is no last breath available to save him is the choke. And Tekken Master advances. That Tekken Master has. And Tekken Master going up 1-0.
And we did it all way. Chrome music. I said my
lucky means to go there. That's a mistake. That's it's going to be a goal for Rami Saeed. Won the last 30 minutes of the oh, it's beautiful.
Down. Got that Bob Barker soup game and Plinko in my style. Money, stay on my craft and stick around for those pounds. But I do that to pass the torch and put on for my town. Trust me, on my IND.
Nasser Esports win out map #2. Sports convincingly taking out the win. 20,000 USD richer, man. That is insane.
Crush shit. Labels out.
There's the beautiful stuff.
We give that to the people.
Spread it Pittsburgh champion of 2019.
We give it to
Big Boy.
Spread it across the country.
Go back. This is the moment. Tonight is the night. We'll fight till it's over. So we put our hands up like the ceiling can't hold us. Like the ceiling can't hold us. Go back. This is the moment. Tonight is the night. We'll fight till it's over. So we put our hands up like the ceiling can't hold us. Like the ceiling can't hold us.
So we put our hands up.
an inspiring business hub where over 20,000 talented minds are positioning Dubai as the engine of innovation by pushing the limits of creativity every day. Home to over 2,000 media companies from around the globe, Dubai Media City is a vibrant community offering business, entertainment, and lifestyle, enabling our partners to lead with creativity that resonates. Redefining the future of media innovation. Dubai Media City.
Came from the darkest regions, wrapped in a cloak of light. Minus the focus heights, I'm trying to get my opens right. Throw my doubts aside, I climb the mountainside. And when I reach the peak, the view will see when I'll be flying. Feel the pressure, but it's relative to the man I measured. No time for hesitation, finally time to step up. And when you're feeling deep in your bones and it's on you're fed up, you're close to the glass ceiling, keep your head up. See your dreams as a goal, that's how I'm seeing mine. Achieve my full potential, let all of the demons pre my shine.
Return to the Mac. Get up what it is, what it does, what it is, what it isn't. Looking for a better way to get up out of bed instead of getting on the internet and checking a new hit. Me get up.
It is no last breath available to save him. Here's the choke. And Tekken Master advances. That Tekken Master has. And Tekken Master going up 1-0.
And we did it always. Chrome music. I said my
like he means to go on there. That's a mistake. That's it's going to be a goal for Rami Saeed. 1.5 minutes. Oh, it's beautiful.
Down. Got that Bob Barker soup game and Plinko in my style. Money, stay on my craft and stick around for those pounds. But I do that to pass the torch and put on for my town. Trust me, on my INT.
Nasser Esports win out map number 2. Esports convincingly taking out the win. 20,000 USD richer, man. That is insane.
There's the beautiful stuff.
We give that to the people.
For Pittsburgh, champion of 2019,
we give it to
Big Borg.
Spread it across the country.
Go back, this is the moment. Tonight is the night. We'll fight till it's over. So we put our hands up like the ceiling can't hold us. Like the ceiling can't hold us. Go back, this is the moment. Tonight is the night. We'll fight till it's over. So we put our hands up like the ceiling can't hold us. Like the ceiling can't hold us. So we put our hands up.
In today's mobile world, attracting users is becoming increasingly challenging. To better bridge the gap between brands and consumers, TikTok pioneered a new and unique way to engage users: Branded Hashtag Challenge. The Branded Hashtag Challenge taps into users' passion for creation and expression by inviting them to join in on a collective movement. TikTok empowers users to become co-creators while interacting with branded content. The Branded Hashtag Challenge is a fun and easy way for brands to collaborate and seamlessly integrate within TikTok community. Every day there's millions of hashtag challenges taking place on TikTok. Alongside some of the hottest trends in dance, comedy, fashion, food, and more. Users can discover the latest hashtag challenge on TikTok's discovery page. And popular challenge videos will be easy to find in users' For You feed. And they easily participate in the hashtag challenge by clicking Shoot button. In fact, over 50% creators have participated in a hashtag challenge, with an average engagement rate of 8.5%, generating huge brand buzz and affinity. Besides a highly customized theme accompanied by challenge rules that suits your campaign objective, you can enhance your hashtag challenge by adding branded effects and music. TikTok also has a rich ecosystem of influencers who help show users how to do the branded challenge and encourage creators to get involved. The Branded Hashtag Challenge can lead to different landing pages and drive conversions. We encourage you to support your challenge with brand takeovers and in-feed ads. These placements serve as full-screen traffic drivers to boost the awareness of your challenge and maximize the number of people who click into the challenge page. How to measure effectiveness? Instead of measuring campaign exposure and engagements simply through members, you can access brand metrics through our Brand Lift study. And the Branded Hashtag Challenges have shown to help brands deliver higher engagement rates and drive brand metrics, such as ad recall, brand awareness, favorability, association, and purchase intent. So what are you waiting for? Join in the conversation today.
Looking for a better way to get up out of bed instead of getting on the internet and checking a new hit. Get up.
It is! No last breath available to save him. Here's the choke! And Tekken Master advances! That Tekken Master has! And Tekken Master going up 1-0.
And we did it all with chrome music. I said my
looks like he means to go on there. That's a mistake. That's it's going to be a goal for Rami Saeed. What the last 30 minutes of the Oh, it's beautiful!
Down. Got that Bob Barker suit game and Plinko in my style. Money, stay on my craft and stick around for those pounds. But I do that to pass the torch and put on for my town. Trust me, on my IND.
Nasser Esports win out map number 2. Sports convincingly taking out the win. 20,000 USD richer, man. That is insane.
Crush shit. Labels out.
There's a beautiful stuff from
we give that to the people. Spread it
champion of 2019.
We give it to
Big Borg.
Spread it across the country.
Go back. This is the moment. Tonight is the night. We'll fight till it's over. So we put our hands up like the ceiling can't hold us. Like the ceiling can't hold us. Go back. This is the moment. Tonight is the night. We'll fight till it's over. So we put our hands up like the ceiling can't hold us. Like the ceiling can't hold us.
But so we put our hands up.
an inspiring business hub where over 20,000 talented minds are positioning Dubai as the engine of innovation by pushing the limits of creativity every day. Home to over 2,000 media companies from around the globe, Dubai Media City is a vibrant community offering business, entertainment, and lifestyle, enabling our partners to lead with creativity that resonates. Redefining the future of media innovation. Dubai Media City.
Came from the darkest regions, wrapped in a cloak of light. Minus of focus heights, I'm trying to get my opens right. Throw my doubts aside, I climb the mountainside. And when I reach the peak, the view I see will not be flat. Feel the pressure, but it's relative to the man I measured. No time for hesitation, finally time to step up. And when you're feeling deep in your bones and it's on you're fed up, you're close to the glass ceiling, keep your head up. See your dreams as a goal, that's how I'm seeing mine. Achieve my full potential, let all the demons pre my shine.
I had no
today's mobile world, attracting users is becoming increasingly challenging. To better bridge the gap between brands and consumers, TikTok pioneered a new and unique way to engage users: branded hashtag challenge. The branded hashtag challenge taps into users' passion for creation and expression by inviting them to join in on a collective movement. TikTok empowers users to become co-creators while interacting with branded content. The branded hashtag challenge is a fun and easy way for brands to collaborate and seamlessly integrate within TikTok community. Every day there's millions of hashtag challenges taking place on TikTok. Alongside some of the hottest trends in dance, comedy, fashion, food, and more. Users can discover the latest hashtag challenge on TikTok's discovery page. And popular challenge videos will be easy to find in users' For You feed. And they easily participate in the hashtag challenge by clicking Shoot button. In fact, over 50% creators have participated in a hashtag challenge, with an average engagement rate of 8.5%.
Good morning.
Generating huge brand buzz
Good morning.
and affinity.
How are you doing? I'm good. Early morning here in Prague, where I'm based right now. Very rainy and thunder morning. So we have a perfect time to do this today.
Michael, I promise you next time you will be in Dubai and it will be a beautiful weather.
Yeah, the tickets were booked already the last time.
Yeah, that's true. It's true. We did that. Michael, everybody here is listening to us, and you have had a long journey into the esports industry. I believe you were there when everything started in Europe and in the US, and you had a long journey into that industry that everybody is now talking about and would like to maybe be part of. And the last time we spoke, you mentioned that you are actually building a global league.
Yes, we are doing that right now. We started. I wasn't there, to be honest, from the very beginning of the esports industry. I joined a couple of years ago for 5 years. And before that, I was heading a company called esports.com, which we sold to the biggest media house in Europe, Pro7Sat.1. And I think they're doing a great job right now, building a media company at the end of the day. And last year, we started with our partners in Asia. I have 2 co-founders, a new project, which is called Esports Players League. And we are building national esports leagues. We thought and still think this is something what was missing to get it organized and structured. And since everyone is joining now the esports industry, basically all the kids start to play. You have technology all the way. So it needs a little bit of structure. So we developed a concept that we find a country partner always. And in the given country, we start a league under the brand ESPL. And now we are rolling out in 10 countries. We are live already. And the league starts in 1 month from now.
Oh, that's great news.
It is good news. But my big question is kind of the elephant in the room. What's going on in the world with regards to the pandemic? Has that really helped, I guess, direct attention to things like esports, or has it hindered it? Because I know a lot of esports tournaments also have, stadiums and lots of fans in close proximity. Yeah, so what happens online, it gave an additional boost for sure, right? But overall, I think no one in the industry thought that we need COVID to rise up. And overall, I think it's just speeding up things, right? So you see it in every other industry, right? Like shared services, video calls. It's just speeding up the technology being used. And I think it's in esports the same. We were expecting the boost in esports coming in the next 2-3 years anyway. and now it's faster. And I think the main reason why we can grow up that fast is, at the end of the day, technology. The problem for many countries were that they simply didn't have connection, that they didn't have the smartphones or consoles or PCs to do so. And suddenly 4G, 5G being rolled out, this is the real enabler, right? So esports is having good times for sure, but I would say we would have these times anyway.
So Michael, you're building leagues in nations and also across nations. So for us here in the region, we are also looking to organize the ecosystem space and be able to offer this growth that is happening in esports also in our region, a more structured and also beneficial environment. What are for you as an expert in this field the best practices in order to move forward with this?
So you see in the last couple of years that the main part of the industry was put offline, basically, right? You saw that many companies or many investors were looking for opportunities to build that online. Esports stadiums were built, and big, we call it the blink blink shows, and teams per se within physical presence, so gaming houses and all of that. And this is what we call what was put online, and this is where the music of the industry was pushed to. And this is basically a copy paste of the traditional sports industry. So when you see how the traditional sports industry, football, for example, is organized, so the direction of esports was to drag esports in the very same direction, to have sponsorships, to fight for media rights, to develop big stadiums. And we think that per se it's not the way esports should be handled, because it's very much an online industry. It's global, and it of course has advantages if you use the online component right. What we are doing is we are staying completely outside of the offline part of it and focus only on the online part of it. We will have one final for sure with our partners, but 99% of our business is online. We are focusing on digital infrastructure, and I think this is something what the industry needs, because when you look at a young gamer, he is able to do everything from his home, and mostly with his smartphone. He can watch, he can play, he can participate, he can engage, and he doesn't need anything for that. And from the perspective of a brand or of a media company or a publisher, you can still engage with him. You don't need to have him physically, right? So this is the business model we were developing. There is a tech behind it. Of course, we can scale out globally, and our key to success, we hope so, is to have big and successful local companies who are able to work with the community, who has a presence, who has the what we call digital traffic. So that means they have the customers on one or the other platform already and start to engage. And I think when this is developed, you generate completely new value propositions for all the market participants. And I think that focusing on physical presence and offering the brands, for example, only a sponsorship on the jersey or in the back, it's not how the future will look like. We are very much since Facebook and all the companies came and put the social media marketing, the level into a completely new dimension, I think we need to learn from that and bring it again into the next level. And this is how we are scaling it up. So if you're very much online, you can scale out fast, of course. And if you then have local partners and combine that, then I think this is the right recipe.
So I was going to ask, you mentioned kind of Facebook. I was going to say a lot of traditional esport leagues, they rely on platforms such as Twitch, such as YouTube Live, and now obviously we have Facebook Gaming. How do you choose a partner to work with, or is it best to just create your own streaming system?
So basically, our best partner is someone who did organize esports tournaments already, right? Who has a brand, who has a community, and so on. But not only that. For example, in India, we are working with Paytm. It's a huge company over there, $17 billion in valuation. Alibaba, SoftBank, Warren Buffett backed. And when we were choosing our partner in India and we spoke to a couple of them, we saw that they are the perfect fit because they are a fintech, right, with 500 million customers, and they were developing inside their company games division. So everyone who was interested in games, so buying games and items and virtual items and all of that, they were focused on in their first games part, Paytm first games. And with a customer base of 45 million in the Paytm first games part, we saw immediately we have a good chance to convert a big piece of it into esports. So we basically came through the back door, but the result is the same. Paytm, our partner, is very, very focused. They see esports as a future. They liked our business model, the way how we think about esports, and we agreed to combine all of that. So this is one partner. We are working with it. There are potential partners we are discussing right now coming from the media tech industry. Telco is also a very, very good partner potentially, and we signed a telco deal already. So you see that we are focusing on everyone who has basically the customer base and is being digital.
Well, I was going to say, if I can ask a follow-up, I guess with traditional sports and traditional leagues, it is very hard for a rival company to come in and establish themselves. You look at kind of football as an example you used earlier. Is the fear not in building an online company that there's actually no barrier for someone else to just build another league and to, I guess, challenge yours?
Yeah, I think so. But when Facebook started, right, the chance that someone else is coming, it was the same. But what we see overall, that esports is huge, right? It doesn't have limits, and even though we become in 5 years number 4 globally, and we are still having a big company because the industry is huge. It might happen. It's not our plan, but it might happen that it will be divided by games, right? And this is a little bit happening right now. That couple of games are focusing on this company. A couple of games are, when you look at Face It, for example, they focus on a couple of games. So this might happen, and overall, someone will win the game. And I think that at the end of the day, like in every other big industry, it will be happening that a big guy will come and buy it all together, buy the 2-3 big assets and lead it to one final result. And my estimation would be that one of the digital giants will be that, like someone like Amazon, Facebook mentioned, but it can be also Alibaba. And I think we all know that in the esports industry, the biggest company by far is Tencent today.
Tencent, true. And being challenged by ByteDance now, correct?
Sorry?
Or no? And being challenged today by ByteDance.
I don't know if we can call it. I don't know. If we can call it challenge. I think that they are really, really complementary for us. They are ByteDance is really complementary, and I think there will be space for many companies. Also Twitch, right? We were asked if we are competing with Twitch. Not at all. Twitch is perfectly complementary for us. They have good traffic. They do a good job. I know a couple of the Twitch guys. They have a clear strategy how to develop, and so for myself, I don't see really a competition between those two companies. But I think that TikTok is a good example of what I was telling, that we bring sponsorships and advertising into the next level, right? It won't be on TikTok that you have the sponsorships I was talking to. The brands will be integrated into esports in a completely different way, and TikTok is a great example how this can work.
So to follow up also on something you've mentioned before, you mentioned the future of esports will not look the same. I'm very curious to know, how do you see this vision of the future of esports? I know that you are one of the persons that is building it, but for us and also everybody watching us today, it would be great to see what will be the future of esports.
Of course. So I think that we are on the verge going into esports 2.0, right? And by that I mean the esports industry developed so far. It was very, very much PC based, right? PC and games all around. So CS:GO, Dota 2, League of Legends, and everything. And these games had a couple of specifics. For example, in Dota 2, you really need to spend a lot of time to understand this game. I still can't until today. And right now, what's happening? Mobile esports is on the rise. We very much believe in mobile esports, and the reason is also that it's really, really easy. It's really there are no hurdles anymore, right? For example, if you're in Indonesia, right, and you like to play battle royale mode. So 5 years ago, you just needed to find a way how to buy a console or a PC and how to get connection. It was so many hurdles to get into that. Today, everyone has a smartphone almost for free. You know that in India, for example, you have the cheapest data connection globally, $2 a month, 10 gigabyte per day free. And these things are opening the door to mobile esports, because everyone can play. And looking at the 10, 16, 18 years old, they don't care if they have a big screen and a joystick, or if they're playing on the smartphone. For them, it's just simply natural. That's why I'm saying we are on the verge to esports 2.0, and many things will move into the smartphone. And then something will happening what we call the third space, right? You have a first space. This is your family. This is your sleeping and basically how you live. The second space is your work, where you spend time. And the third space is your free time, your leisure time, and all of that. And we expect for the future this will be happening in the digital esports area. And in the future, you won't use esports just to compete, right? You will be technically living in this space, and you will organize a lot of things via this space. And that's why we are pushing into digital infrastructure. We are working already on concepts how you can shop inside a game by playing tournaments, right? You don't need to move to another platform, or you don't need to go physically shopping. You will doing that by playing, basically. You don't even recognize, but you do shopping, and suddenly something arrives. Or what we expect for the future, and AI and all of these things are very important for that. In the moment you need to order a taxi or an Uber, the technology will know that, and it will offer you the solution. You don't need to, think, okay, I need an Uber right now. Let's find. Your behavior will lead to and be recognized in this industry that now it's the time to offer you an Uber ride. And I could continue and continue. And that's why I'm so optimistic on esports, because a lot of industry will shift there. It's not only about getting brand awareness in the future, it's already call to action. And I think this is something incredible in this industry. And being online, being basically recognized by the platform who is playing, who is there, getting the right offer in the right moment, including call to action. This is a big game changer, and I think this is when you ask for the vision, how I see that.
I was going to say, kind of one last question from me, at least, is there's a lot of kind of big ideas you were talking about there, and you kind of stopped yourself because, again, the sky's the limit. Is there anything going forward into esports 2.0 that you could take from traditional sports leagues? Is there anything that you still think that they do better than you guys, or is it now they're done with, they're out the water?
So to be honest, I have huge respect for football, especially, right? Football is a big show, right? And looking, for example, at teams like Manchester City or the holding behind it, it's a media powerhouse, right? And I think when you're asking for something, what we can learn from them is technically football is already a side business. This is a big media house, extremely professional, extremely set up. And they are creating shows, they are creating social media content really on scale and spreading it out globally. So I think this is really outstanding, and they are also moving into esports. So I wouldn't say everything is bad in traditional sports. Not at all. The show is outstanding, but what I think it's not so good in traditional sports is the value proposition for media and sponsors and all of that, right? You are sometimes missing ROI. You cannot measure it. You don't really have a call to action. So when you have, I don't know, Samsung here on the shirt, 10 years ago, it was the perfect way to get global presence. But in 5 years, it won't work anymore, right? And I think this is also based on that we are in the online space, and we have better opportunities to work around that. So I'm not underestimating the traditional sports industry, but I think the mindset of sponsors and medias will change. And coming back to the very first question, what happens during COVID and when everything stopped? So the sponsors were asking, okay, do we need to continue with our contracts? Can we save money here? Does that still make sense? And all of that. And I think these questions will continue, and the budgets will be rediscussed. And I'm very optimistic for the esports future, that they will be directed over there.
I will maybe ask a last question before we close, Michael, and I will get you back to our part of the world here. And I wanted to ask you, if you were giving the opportunity to do what you're doing today in Singapore and India and other countries as well as part of your league. First of all, would you embrace this opportunity? And second, what do you think you would need in order to start doing it? Who do you need? Who are your partners? How can they develop? And is this something that is part of your projects in the near future to expand into the MENA region, esports industry, and in general, the gaming industry in our region?
Yes, for sure. So overall, what we need always is capital. I think we are right now. We've been developing 3-4 years really strong teams, and we started to set up an own AI team to develop things I was talking about. We need, in order to do what I said and to scale it out, we need to do investments into startups. It's not that we can develop everything by our own, but we see a couple of projects here and there that they have good ideas, they have the good directions to do so, are working on good algorithms and stuff like that. And we need to invest into these companies and support them to scale it out. So capital is always one thing, and capital is basically speeding up our internal process. So if we have 5 million to spend, so we will take, for example, 5 years. If we have 100 million to spend, then we will take 2 years. And I think that it will be a speed race right now. It's not only who has the money will win. This won't work, because you need really to have deep knowledge about the industry and have good people. So it is not only about the money, but it is. And what we need to scale out in your region, we need to find a good partner who shares our vision, who wants to scale what we do globally, who has, like I said, potentially digital traffic, or did already a couple of things in the esports industry, did some tournaments, did some online tournaments, maybe also on plain vanilla platforms. And if we find someone like that, and they have same goals like we have to become number one in a national league. So telcos, it could be telcos, it could be media tech, it could be really something from the tech industry. Then we are happy to speak about it, to share the vision, to look inside our business model how we could do it, and if there is a good fit, then we can roll it out.
Perfect.
That's great, perfect. And I'm sure that our participants at DGC Live and also our viewers have listened to you today, and they will be able to meet you on the B2B meeting platform. You are part of this.
Yes.
Schedule a meeting with you, and schedule a Zoom call as well, and be able to discuss more opportunities for you in the region here. It's really great to learn about all of this and how the future of esports is coming up, and I believe bringing it back to its original sphere, which is the online, and to the people that are visionaries in it, and not only looking for a quick opportunity from it. And I think also, this also gives more to the teams themselves. They're not anymore just brands using them or trying to, but really going back to the core business and the core identity of esports.
Yeah, there's a lot of mystery, I think, in esports, and I think you've done fantastically in helping us clear some of that up.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Michael.
Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. And we hope to see you soon in Dubai, as it was planned. And thank you very much for your great insight today. Good morning, Jason.
Good evening.
It's good evening. Of course, you're joining us from Canada.
Correct.
And we are in Dubai and back with you today. It's great to see you again.
Likewise, Habib.
And I believe that for the audience watching us now and also for all our participants at DGC Live, Jason is a veteran of the gaming industry, though he looks still very young and pretty much in shape. But that's what the gaming industry does to you. It keeps you young. So Jason has had 30 years of experience in the gaming industry. He has followed governments, studios, young entrepreneurs, and through execution labs also now recently that he founded. He has followed them from stages of maybe idea or a couple of people that are just really enthusiastic to a successful studio. He has helped government build ecosystems for the gaming industry and created really the right environment for entrepreneurs in the gaming industry to thrive. And today, Jason, we will focus our conversation on entrepreneurship and investors' education for the gaming industry. And
Awesome.
we do know that there is always this question, do we invest in the gaming industry or not? And I believe it's a question that is answered really differently in each part of the world. And you have traveled the world over the years, you have worked with studios all over the globe, and it's an important question for our ecosystem here in the MENA region as well. As you know, we are an emerging market. So I'll start with my first question for you, which is what is really from your experience and your knowledge, how can we really become an entrepreneur in the gaming industry?
How do you become an entrepreneur in the game industry? I mean, it's going to sound silly, but you be an entrepreneur in the game industry. Right? The best way to learn how to be an entrepreneur is to be an entrepreneur. And in many ways, it's more of a mindset. It's more of an attitude to jump in, take the risk, and go for your dreams and put a team together to conquer the world. And sure, there's certain skills in terms of business, pitching, marketing, product development, all of these kinds of things, which increase your chances of succeeding as an entrepreneur. But a lot of it is sort of the mind, it's the heart, it's having the right attitude and mindset. And some of that's cultural, right? Some of that is sort of built into the culture. To what extent we support or don't support entrepreneurs? To what extent do we support or not support risk taking? To what extent do we support or not support failure? Right? Do you support failure so you can learn and build on failure, or is failure really frowned upon, which then kind of limits the ability to be an entrepreneur and really go after big success? So there's all kinds of things around sort of the mindset, the psychology of entrepreneurship that is critical.
Is there something specific to the games industry? Is the risk higher? Is it only a matter of culture? Do we need more skills? Do we need more confidence? Do we need people like Jason to be there and help us in knowing what we need to, because let's say that the gaming industry is 10 years in our region, it's been there. People are starting to get the feel of it, the importance of it. I can relate. I know when we started DGC, how was it perceived, and today it has changed. It's becoming much better. But still, I mean, is there something specific in terms of the risk when you are entering as a studio, and also if we can then talk about if we are an investor, how do we actually perceive this risk?
Yeah, well, there's a lot of things there to discuss, Habib. I mean, the first one in the game industry, it's sort of embracing the entrepreneurial identity. And one of the challenges in the game industry is many of the people working in the industry come from a creative background, right? They're artists, they're designers, they're programmers, they're musicians. And so they're coming at games more from an artistic perspective, more from I have something to build, to craft, and they do whatever they can to get that out into the world. So it's really a creator's mindset as opposed to a business mindset. So, once you embrace the entrepreneurial mindset, the challenges are quite similar at an abstract level with whatever business or sector or market you're in. It's the usual challenges of finding funding and chasing customers and doing the good marketing and some luck and all that kind of stuff. But the unique challenge to the game industry really is this sort of many developers or creators not yet accepting the identity or embracing the identity of entrepreneurship. And so you still, even as I travel the world, you run into developers who you think would be considered entrepreneurs, but really are just sort of hackers, programmers, artists, designers, and haven't sort of embraced that identity of being call it a entrepreneur / creator, not just a creator. So I think that's one of the unique things you see that's quite specific to the game industry.
I do agree with you, and this is something that we always also see here in our region. We see that every time we discover that developers that are doing great things, but they're not able to take it to the next level. So let's say, what do we need then in order to help these developers that don't have this entrepreneurship, that didn't embrace yet this entrepreneurship spirit to take it to the next level?
I mean, it's all kind of linked. To be an entrepreneur, you do have to have some sense that there are resources and tools and support for what you want to achieve, whether that's through investors, whether that's through education, whether that's through government initiatives. That certainly eases the journey or increases your chances of success when, as we know, the most likely outcome for a startup is failure. So there's a lot of hurdles. So if you want to embark on that journey, you want to be able to look, whether it's, in your city or in your country, you want to see that there's opportunities and there are resources to support that journey. Some countries, some cities, some regions have much more of that support in place, and some regions or countries have nothing in place, and you're really kind of, in the desert on your own against all odds. And so that's part of what we're seeing around the world is there are countries or governments that see the potential in games. They see the business value, the economic value. They see the impact for job creation and youth engagement, all of these kinds of beneficial things, and they're getting behind the game industry and want to see more of it in their region. So there's definitely a role for government to play. There's also a role for investors to play. Starting a new company, starting a new endeavor takes resources, it takes funding. I have to hire programmers and artists to create the game, et cetera, to export to global markets. And if there are not investors that are willing to back game entrepreneurs, then that's a hard sort of hurdle to get over. And so part of it does take educating the investment community and helping them understand what opportunities exist in the game space.
So how then can we, for example, educate the investors as well? So now we find ourselves with, and I'm going to relate again things, and maybe you can give us some examples from other parts of the world, how they started and where they are today. Our region today has a lot of talents. Gaming is on top of the revenues globally with the highest growth rate. So the market opportunity is there. And we've been seeing a lot also of companies that are not related to games to start into games. Most of them think that they start with esports because esports is such, and I'm sure you have something to say about this. So how do we actually start when we want to become an investor in the gaming industry? What should we look at? What should we consider? And as you said, should we wait for a return on investment like if it was real estate, or should we think differently?
Yeah, well, Habib, I mean, these are great questions. Part of it is it depends on who the investor is. Depending on who the investor is, they will view the returns differently. So if the investor is your uncle, well, maybe your uncle is happy that he gets his money back in a year and you didn't sort of burn his loan. If the investor is the local government, perhaps the return they're looking for is job creation and hiring youth engineers and artists so they don't leave the country. So they may be looking at sort of a more macro level of return. Whereas if I'm a venture capitalist, well, I want your game studio to become the next Supercell and sell for $10 billion, and I collect a very handsome financial return. So there are different definitions of success depending on who the investor is or what the investor is and what their own objectives are. And often these are not incompatible, and all of those investors can be investing at the same time, right? So you might get a loan from your uncle to get started because he's the only one that loves you enough to give you some seed money. That gets you started, and then you have a prototype or something a little more advanced, and then you can go see some angel investors or venture capitalists, and then the government sees what you're doing is building economic impact. So maybe they have other programs and resources to enable you to increase your headcount or explore global markets, and so all of them are investing you. They're investing in you for different reasons. They're investing in you in different ways or at different times to enable different kinds of outcomes. So before we can really dig into, how to invest, you do have to ask, who's the one investing? And so my answers would be slightly different if it's the government versus your uncle versus an angel versus, a professional venture capitalist. So I don't want to evade your question, but I'm kind of adding an extra layer of granularity to the question.
It's true that, as you said, all of these levels somehow have to exist in order for someone to start, whether you start directly with the venture capitalist or from the government, or you start with your uncle. But if these options are available, it will definitely help the journey. I believe you told me one time a story about, I think, the Blizzard first investment. This is interesting also for example, for the audience to know, right?
Yeah, well, I mean, games are booming, and as you said, it's billions and billions of dollars. So there are big rewards to be had, but it's very risky. It's hit driven. For every winner, there's 100 losers. Much like other entertainment type sectors or hit driven sectors. So big rewards, but also big risks. The example of Blizzard, as many people know, Blizzard, one of the most famous, most successful game companies in the world, with World of Warcraft and Overwatch and other great games. That company was started, I believe, was the early 90s, and the two co-founders, they put $10,000, together to found the company. And one of them, I believe, was Mike Morhaime. His $10,000 was a loan from his grandmother. So when we make jokes about, hey, get some money from your uncle, it's real, it happens, right? So Blizzard was partially founded based on a $10,000 loan from Mike Morhaime's grandmother. And now that company, it's morphed, it's evolved, it's been bought and sold, now it's part of the Activision family. Activision, Blizzard combined is worth over $50 billion today. So I don't know what the deal terms with the grandmother, but I assume she at least got her money back. So
Of course.
no awkward family dinners.
So we know today that the gaming industry is leading in terms of revenues in the entertainment business. With over $140 billion, it makes 3 times what Hollywood makes or what the music industry does. But still, we see, as you mentioned, some reluctance or barriers for investors to go into it. It's proven that it's making money. And also, we've seen that during this situation of the COVID-19, the gaming industry actually continued normally, and even in some aspects did even better. So, is it still a risk of 10 to 100, or is this risk? And also, does money buy actually success in this industry?
Yeah, well, I mean, success is a combination of talent and money and luck and timing. It's all of these things, but funds or funding is definitely one ingredient that enables success, or at least increases the chances of success. The issue that you're sort of scratching at is that traditionally investors like to invest in the sectors that they understand, that they can look at a business plan, they can look at a financial statements, they can talk to a founding team, discuss their business, what their roadmap is, et cetera, and have some ability to determine, is this a good business? Is there a good chance of success here? If yes, I invest. If no, I don't invest. And the reality is that very few investors know or understand the underlying economics of the game industry, nor do they understand how games are built, the technologies and design elements, nor do they understand how games are marketed or how all the global discoverability and stuff around games work. So some investors do. There are certainly some investors that are specialized in games, and so they're able to cut through and they can really identify things. But the vast majority of investors, they're bankers, or they're coming from other sectors, or they're real estate people that they know a good real estate investment, but ask them to invest in the game, they have no idea how to sort of decipher or to parse risk, success, market, all this kind of stuff. And so you show them your game with dragons and robots, and they look at it, and it's like, oh, well, you have nice dragons, but I don't know. I just don't know whether those dragons are going to succeed and are worth my funding or investment or not. So a big part of it is investor education. A big part of it is that slowly over time, more game savvy investors are entering into positions of power as fund managers, as general partners, because they grew up playing games, or maybe they worked at some of the bigger game companies and now have moved into the investment side, and so they have comfort and understanding. So that's a big part of it, and that's not only true of, call it, professional investors, but it's also true of governments or other agencies that are looking at supporting economic activities, but again don't understand how the game industry works or what the underlying economics are. And so you ask a government, hey, support this sector, and you have government officials that really don't understand how the market works and don't know what to do. So a lot of it really is this kind of, as kind of simple as it sounds, it's really about understanding the underlying economics and structures of the game industry.
If we were to briefly just summarize these underlying elements, economic elements of the gaming industry, from your experience, like top of the line, What are we talking about?
Yeah. I mean, well, now it's like, this massive sort of mental model of what has a chance versus what doesn't have a chance. I mean, part of it is splitting between two different fundamental business frameworks. One framework is the game as a service or GaaS framework, and the other framework is the game as a product or a GAP, for lack of a better term, framework. And game as a service looks a bit like SaaS, right? It's software as a service. It's online. It's in the cloud. You're attracting users. They're coming in. You're treating them sort of like a user funnel, attracting engagement, conversion, retention. All these kind of SaaS style models apply. And usually, if done well, there is a high level of scalability. And a lot of the big multi-billion-dollar successes exhibit that framework. They're built as a GaaS or a SaaS. And that tends to be where VCs and the professional investors invest in. It tends to be investments in the companies, much like you would see in the traditional sort of Silicon Valley style of investing in startups. The other side is the GAP side, or game as a product. That tends to look a lot more like Hollywood, like movie production, right? The games tend to be a premium price point. So you go to you go to Steam or Xbox and you pay $15 and buy the game. You play it, you fight the dragons and robots, and you save the world, and the game is finished. So it's not this ongoing service that's in the cloud. It's kind of a consumable product, much like a movie is a consumable product. And that tends to exhibit a much more linear type of success as opposed to SaaS, which is more exponential, more scalable. And that is better suited for project financing, much like you would see in Hollywood. And you would do more revenue share type models. And so one of the kind of core mismatches is you have many younger developers that are primarily pursuing games as products. One, because they don't have the experience to do the SaaS model, they don't have the resources and the knowledge, so they're just making a game as a product. And they take that game as a product and they go see VCs. And VCs say, "Oh, that looks like a movie. That looks like Hollywood. I don't invest in content. I want to see a SaaS model." So there's sort of a fundamental kind of crisscrossing that happens. And the developer doesn't realize that he's going to the wrong kind of investor. And the investor doesn't even know how to evaluate. They just look at it and say, "Oh, that kind of looks like movies. And I don't do movies. I want to see more like software as a service. So that's not for me." And neither of them kind of know how to sort of fix the problem. So I mean, the first piece of answering that question is understanding which track you're on. And if you're an investor that's accustomed to more the Silicon Valley kind of company equity investing, then you need to only look at games as a service and those kinds of opportunities. And then if you're more of a, your uncle giving you a loan, maybe taking a little rev share, or a government program that's investing based on a recoup or something like this, well, then you want to look at the game as a product type opportunities. And similarly, if you're a developer making a game as a product, then don't waste your time chasing the angels in Silicon Valley investors, because they're not going to understand how to evaluate. They're just going to say, it looks like a movie. I don't do content. So that's kind of step number one of kind of clearing up the paths to investment. And that step alone, things start to become more clear and more efficient. So that's sort of step one in the mental model. And then after that, you're looking at sort of more like current market trends, what things are finding an audience. How do you find that audience for yourself? Does your game exhibit the kinds of features and mechanisms that allow you to capture that audience? And then you're sort of getting much more granular into, the product design, community development and audience development thinking. And those are the kinds of things you want to see coming from the game studio, as opposed to historically, developers tend to be very inward focused, right? It's, I have an idea. I want to make dragons and robots. I'm gonna make dragons and robots. I need some money. Can't someone just give me some money so I can make my dragons and robots? And they're sort of very inward focused as opposed to looking at the market and understanding those different models and stuff. So, and like 100 more things, but at least those elements start to kind of unpack and provide some degree of clarity.
Jason, what about when big publishers today are investing in other studios? Because this is also one trend that has been happening for a long time. So it's not an investor that is outside of the gaming industry. It's not your angel investor. It's not your government. It's actually a AAA studio that is just, buying other companies, and when they see that this studio is going to work with them well, what do you think about that?
Yeah, so this is sort of traditional or typical M&A or corporate development type investment. Many of the big studios around the world do that. You see kind of two main scenarios. One is the bigger company, the bigger studio, buying a successful developer, right? A developer that has been around a while, has had a hit or two. They own that intellectual property. So it's not just programmers or artists in the company. It's they actually own valuable franchises and games and brands. And so that and also revenue, like profits. And so that bigger company is absorbing those brains, that IP, that revenue into the mothership or the parent company. That's a very typical kind of M&A type strategy. The other one, which we see less of, is more what you would call the acqui-hire, which is I'm acquiring you really just to hire the team, right? You've got a team of 10 smart programmers and artists. You haven't really built up, so much value or brands or past game successes, but you're a talented group of designers and programmers and artists. So I'm just gonna buy you so I can acquire the headcount because I need it to work on my other games and so on. Normally, the value of that acquisition is relatively low. I mean, maybe you can go buy a nice sports car, but it's not, putting tens of millions of dollars in your pocket and really creating real wealth. So those are the two typical ones. It's kind of like M&A capturing something that's hugely successful and generally paying a premium, big acquisition, or this kind of acqui-hire, just grabbing your brains because I need more brains in the mothership. And there is a third option, which we see much less of, is minority investing or venture investing at the corporate level. So a big entity identifying startups or younger companies and making a minority investment, a non-controlling investment in those startups. And I call that sort of the insurance policy investment. Right. So if I think, I see 10 different studios and they're all doing wild, innovative stuff, it's a bit too early to tell whether or not any of them are going to succeed. So I buy an insurance policy. So I place a minority investment that at least gets me in the door. So Habib, if you make the next, fortnight, well, I was in there at the beginning and I paid very little to have a seat at the table. And then if my other 9 things all failed, well, it's no big deal because I backed you and you're making the next big thing. But that style of corporate venture investing, it's happening. Tencent does it quite a bit, but we see that far less than someone just grabbing you because you already are big and successful and they just want to absorb all of your brand value and IP value and your brains.
So, Jason, we still have a few minutes just to summarize a little bit. So, the gaming industry has definitely proven that it's a successful business. It's a creative business. It has also evolved more than any other entertainment business, even in terms of what it's delivering to the gamers, to the users, and it has also evolved in different types of ways of playing games, from mobile to esport to PC to console to so many. So again, let's go back to our region here, and from your experience and to the subject of this session, if you were to give to young startup owners in the region and investors in the region, each one like 3 or 4 tips, like if you are an investor, if you're an entrepreneur, what should you look at, and should you believe in this industry and start really putting your efforts together?
Yeah, I mean, it's a great question, and there's a lot of different ways to sort of slice and dice that. I mean, on the one hand, you need the raw talent, right? Games are not made by robots. They're made by talented men and women that have legitimate skills in art, design, programming, etc. And so there is an investment that needs to be made on the education side. And within that, I would include business education, such that as a region, we have a stream of artists, designers, programmers, entrepreneurs, right? Business savvy, marketing savvy people coming out of the schools, and they've been given very specialized education and knowledge about game industry and the potential for games. So that's kind of one piece of investment or change that needs to happen. The other is support for creating new startups. So if you have all this talent coming out and they say, well, we're ready to conquer the world, well, they're going to need both funding, right? So some seed level, entry level funding to get them started. And then the mechanism support structures to coach them and provide the mentorship and give them the room they need to grow and learn, to create games and create products to try to conquer the world. Now, in how you design that, this is sometimes the tricky part, particularly when you're talking with government, is you have to build those systems in a way that enable failure, that embrace failure. Because if we have a bunch of kids coming out of school and we have funding and resources and a program to support 100 new startups, that's wonderful. But if we're lucky, 10 of those will succeed or have any level of success, and the other 90 will crash and burn. And we know that going in. And often, and I've seen this when I've advised governments in the past, is the government says, okay, well, just tell me the 10 that will succeed and I'll only invest in those. And I said, well, no, if we only invest in 10, you'll get 2 that succeed. And they're like, okay, great, job is done. Tell me the 2 and we're done, we're good. So no, you have to invest in all 100, and the 90 failures are the byproduct of discovering the 10 that will succeed. And so you have to build these sort of systems and also not, kill the talent that failed. They have to be kind of repurposed and go to the teams that are scaling up or given new opportunities to start something new based on what they learned from their failures. So there's a whole sort of structure to put into place to enable the startups to prosper and to have the support to go out in the world and have success. And then bring in the investors and find the right global partners and connect all those dots. But my guess is at the base level is the flow of talent, and then the initial funding and support structures to enable that talent to take a shot at starting something and building something.
Thank you, Jason. Amazing speaking to you, and I'm sure that your meeting platform mailbox will be receiving a lot of requests because this year we actually give access to developers for attending the conference for free. So I'm sure a lot of them will try to to send you some requests and try to get more of your advice and experience through the meeting platform. We're catching you a bit later for another session on ecosystems. So it will be also very valuable for the audience and the participants to listen to the other part, I believe, which is the larger scope of the whole thing, which is the ecosystem itself, that complements what we just said now about entrepreneurship and investor education. So you won't be getting much sleep today because I guess we're keeping you up. But thank you for your time.
Wonderful.
And we'll catch you a bit later then.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Habib. My pleasure.
Hi, Thomas.
Hey.
Welcome back. And we have a very special session just now. And for this, we are welcoming Mrs. Sahar Salama, CEO of TPA Mobile. And we are also welcoming Mr. Rahman Rafiq, account manager at UDP. And we are welcoming as well Mr. Onur Ergunay, board member at PayGuru. I mean, look at the lineup.
I'm looking forward to it, and I think we have
it's just amazing.
It's going to be quite an interesting one for one big reason.
Exactly.
Right?
And Sahar and Rahman and Onur have not only one, but two announcements that they would like to share with us today. And we're very happy that they have chosen, DGC to do that. And it's just amazing. So who's going to blow the candle? Who's going to blow the candles?
All right.
Sahar.
So let me start. And Habib, thank you again for hosting us. And really excited to be here as usual, as always. And yes, it's true. Very excited to be with my colleagues on the panel because we have really exciting news for everybody in the region and for the global ecosystem coming into the region that in a way has made our dreams come true. And this is simply a huge effort that we've done with partnership with Unity, UDP. I will leave Rahman to talk more about it now. And the other big announcement that we've done is that TPay also being really focusing more and more on availing markets and on getting deeper into the gaming sector industry. We just announced last week the acquisition of a big player in Turkey, PayGuru, and Onur actually is a board member of the company, and he is very well connected to all of the ecosystem of the gaming industry for years and years in Turkey. Also, I will leave Onur to talk more about it. So these are very, very exciting news for TPay, for the developers, basically simply because now we have a solution for combining our region and giving it in a package to developers within and from outside as well. Thank you very much for hosting us, Habib.
So this is the first news. What about the second news? Right? Because you talked about PayGuru, but you didn't talk about Unity.
Yeah. So I can jump in here. Hi, thank you, Habib. It's an honor to be here, and it's very exciting that we are announcing this through this platform. Because incidentally, DGC was actually where we met with Sahar for the first time, and where the seats were so we are here again announcing the partnership and how we're moving forward. So just to give a little bit of background, Unity Distribution Portal, right? It's essentially a service for developers where we are seeking to reduce the engineering complexity, which is associated with publishing to multiple markets. We know there are opportunities for game developers all over the world, given there are local markets where you could monetize better working with local partners, or even go to the new and emerging markets, which are exciting for game developers, like Middle East being one of them. So through this partnership, we enable our Unity developers to essentially distribute their games through TPay. Just to explain a bit further on that. Currently, if I'm a game developer, and if I need to publish to 7 different markets, I need to integrate the payment SDK for each and every one. I need to maintain a separate bill for everyone and then go and submit for each and every. So this does not scale for developers. So as a developer, I end up choosing 1 or 2 markets, and I cannot see the full potential of my game because I can't really go out and explore new markets. So with UDP, we are enabling developers to essentially distribute to all our partner stores through a single integration. So they integrate their game once, the payment SDKs are automatically integrated, they manage 1 bill, and they manage 1 submission process all through our portal, whereas their game will be distributed to other partner channel stores that we have. But the exciting thing about TPay is that the market, Middle East and Africa, which they are opening up for our developers, it has historically been an underserved market. It's a market where the dynamics are different from the global market, right? It has a huge underbanked population. We find operators are the main sort of distribution point when it comes to a lot of content, be it gaming content, be it video content, audio content. And again, monetization, given it's an underbanked market, monetization is where it's the most important part for game developers. Yes, I'd love to have engaged users, but if I don't monetize them at the end of the day, it's a problem. And that's where TPay comes in. They work with 50 plus operators in the region. They have an amazing coverage of all the region, and being a direct carrier billing, a payments company, right? They already work very closely with operators. So as a developer, UDP helps me solve the technical part of it. How do I package and send my game to all these partner stores? But what TPay brings to the table is now TPay is going to work on behalf of these developers with 50 plus operators in the region, giving them the necessary exposure for distribution, but more importantly, monetizing them in the region, right? So for developers now through UDP, if you have audience in Middle East, and you are looking to monetize them better, or if you're even planning to do more in the region, you have a local partner in TPay who can really help you get the maximum out of your content in these markets. And now with the addition of PayGuru, right? So when we were talking to Sahar, PayGuru wasn't in picture. So it meant Turkey was a big part in this region where we could not open up Turkey to our developers through this. Now, with the acquisition of PayGuru by TPay, Turkey is an exciting market for games, right? I mean, it has been one of the fastest growing market when it comes to downloads, when it comes to the increase in monetization in the market. And let's also, from a development point of view, right? We have seen the recent success by the Turkish company, Peak was acquired by Zynga for $1.8 billion recently. Gram Games. So for us and for global developers, it's a very, very exciting opportunity because these are markets where developer did not have a local partner to work with, but more importantly, technically speaking, it was very cumbersome and it needed a lot of additional resources to reach out to these markets. So now with UDP, along with our amazing partners at TPay, we hope and we are aiming to open these markets up for developers and help them make more money and find success in this region.
So it sounds like kind of this all helps developers by removing the kind of pain point of having to deal with these things so that they can concentrate on actually making better games, which is what they all want to do.
Exactly. And just to talk about and this is exactly our company mission as well, right? I mean, Unity as a company, we believe world is a better place with more content creators in it. So we want to like reduce all the barriers, reduce all the complexities so that content creators can focus on what they do best, which is being creative and creating engaging content for the audiences. And TPay, on the other hand, they help the developers by taking the complexity out with like, working with all these developers. They become your gateway to work with all these developers in this important region, where otherwise the alternates are not really there. The alternate is me working directly with 50 other operators. That means 50 contracts, all those settlements and everything. So operationally, technically, and from like local support point of view, all those barriers and frictions are being taken care by this partnership of Unity Distribution Portal and TPay. So yes.
So I guess why don't we swap over to kind of Pay Guru, and I guess kind of what has brought you. I guess kind of a little bit about your journey. Kind of how have you kind of gone from beginning to actually now kind of being a part of TPay?
First of all, I would like to thank you for your kind invitation. Greetings from Turkey. I'm very much honored to be a part of this organization and the session. Well, these are exciting times for us, both the Unity project and also the acquisition of TPay. Actually, PayGuru is like 5 years old company on the paper, but we are very much experienced in the gaming sector and the payment industry nearly 10 years. And we position ourselves as the new generation payment company. This is very important, I think, because times are changing, generation is changing, especially Turkey's dynamics quite different. We have nearly 85 million people in Turkey and 48 million active gaming players, which is the half of the population nearly. So everybody is nearly touching the game sector in Turkey. And also from the unbanked users, we have a lot of unbanked users in Turkey. So that's why we position ourselves as a new generation payment system under the license. And we mainly provide 2 services in Turkey. One DCB, which we call direct carrier billing, and also bank transfer, wire transfer system through major banks in Turkey. And we are one of the companies getting the license in Turkey in terms of DCB, and we are very much proud of that in Turkey. We are the first company actually getting this license. And actually, our portfolio is mainly gaming industry, digital contents. Also, we are very much proud that we have real life applications, which means that we are a payment provider of public projects and mass projects in Turkey, especially for the transportation, for the football match entrances, and we have this kind of different business developments in Turkey. That's why we become very strong in 5 years in Turkey. So our journey was fun, but from now on it will be much more fun, because in Turkey, yes, we are strong. We came to the point we would like to open a new window, because we are working with a lot of global publishers or content providers in Turkey, and at the end of the day, they are asking to keep that synergy and energy and to expand in different countries. At that time, TPay was the best solution for us, because we know TPay. Actually, we are in the same market, and we do respect their services in the region. They are very strong, and we are very close to MENA as a cultural, as a geographical. We are very much closer, and a lot of actually global companies, gaming companies, would like to take a step in Middle East region. It's quite big, a lot of dynamics. So that's why we will be kind of face for TPay for the gaming industry. We will exchange our technologies and our services, and hopefully we will provide a lot of different payment services in a lot of countries. That's why we're proud of this acquisition.
Perfect. It's really exciting, and I believe it's very clear. I mean, like you said, Thomas, and like Rahman said, and Sahar and Onur, we just created a facilitating platform that has a reach. Just how many countries are we talking about? I mean,
yeah. So in TPay currently we're talking about Middle East and Africa. We're talking about 23 countries and 53 operators that have alternative payment methods, whether a combination of DCB or mobile money or bank, like direct transfer or direct bank deductions. So whatever we're doing only to unlock, in a way that unlock the region, Africa and the Middle East, that is very, very, very diversified, and it is not easy to really unlock this bulk geo without taking 10 years, or like at least 5 years per, So what our dream is, like, how to accelerate the go-to market for all of the international publishers into the region, but also, and most importantly, and this is what I'm proud of, is how to enable the industry from inside the region to really get its chance to grow, get visible, and eventually exported. And this was not feasible or possible because of the frictions and the complexities of the ecosystem and the challenges of the different countries. So having one cross-platform, this was our dream. UDP had really made the very first step to make it happen, because it's just like very touch point with the developers. They decided to do this amazing platform, which is global for everybody, accessible now for everybody from all over the world, where they can, go and use it without having to think or to invest or to, wait to try. So if I don't see it as immediate, even added value, I see it as a stage for all of the developers just to go and iterate and try and grow, and without any frictions or cost. And have that chance to get discovered, have that chance to export their potential games to across the region in Africa, across the region in Middle East, without worrying on how to make it happen, and get them the best of the alternative payment methods inside, on the local capabilities of inside those countries to make it happen. And this was our vision. And only it's starting to get happening because of our partnership with UDP and our go-to market in Africa, and we're very, very, very excited, looking forward to see how we can really onboard all of the ecosystem together.
May I add something, if you don't mind? I think there is a big opportunity, and this Unity collaboration and also the acquisition of TP and PayGuru is at the heart of a lot of opportunities. The one, yes, we will be welcoming to global publishers for Turkey. We will be welcoming to Turkish local game developers for Middle East, and also the Unity ecosystem. Because what we face as a partner of global publishers or local game developers, at some point, they lose their concentration on developing games rather than dealing with the payment partnerships. Because once you want to be global, you have to deal with a lot of payment channels and the payment partners. But in that project, I think, 3 of us, we will submit them a full of package that we will say that concentrate on your development, do your job. We will be on your site providing with best local payment options. So I think this is a very good thing for their operational workload, cost side, and everything. So I think these are the opportunities. And also, as a Turkey, we will be welcoming Middle East publishers to Turkey. So also the Turkish publishers to Middle East. So that was my contribution.
It's just amazing that there's no more barriers. There's no more the links are here, the bridge is here. That DGC is all about developers as well. And this year we offered a free entrance on the meeting platform to all developers, and in order to help them, be able to meet you and benefit also from any connections that might help them progress. So Rahman, today I'm a developer in Saudi Arabia or in Dubai or in Jordan or in Tunisia. I have an indie game, but maybe that indie game can be the next Minecraft. I don't know, you know. So I just go on the UDP and.
Yeah, so I mean, the process is pretty straightforward, right? So as a developer, I have a game, I wanna have maximum reach for it. I go to UDP portal, I integrate the UDP SDK with my game, and after that, I just set up my game description, right? Like what are the in-app purchases, what the game is all about, upload the screenshots once. And after that, like I could literally go to 8 different markets. Like, these are alternative app stores. If I'm looking, like if my game is a genre which performs really well in Middle East and Africa, like either it's a sports game or a racing game or anything I know it performs well, ePay becomes a natural choice, right? So I just, when I'm submitting my game, it's about clicking the stores you are interested in. Then we do the heavy lifting on the back end. UDP as a service, the stores that you choose, right? But whether it is ePay, it is Samsung Galaxy Store, or any of the other partner stores that we have, you just click the stores that you want to distribute to. Then our service repackages your bill with all the relevant payment SDKs, so that I don't have to do 7 integrations. As a developer, I do not think I don't have to choose between going to 3 markets or 7 markets, because I don't have enough time to integrate all 7. So I just choose the stores and I press submit, right? And that's it. That's it. After that, then based on each and every store. One thing I would like to point out that, I mean, ideally our goal is to make it as seamless as possible. But since we are working across geographies, there are local regulations that we have to be mindful for. And this is where your partner comes in, right? So for Africa or Middle East, there might be certain requirements that ePay might require from developers in terms of paperwork or something else, right? And so on and so forth. So that's where after that, you're technical as a developer, my work is done. It's more about getting and working with the ePay team to understand, okay, can I get any other additional marketing support, or what are the markets you think I should focus on first? Because then our store partners will come in and work closely with developers to find the right go-to-market strategy for them based on their needs, right? If I'm a big publisher, I'm just looking to focus on Saudi Arabia, you can work with them to find the best way to go to market in that region. I'm a small, medium developer. I'm just looking to see how my game is going to be received across these regions. Is it a potential for my game so that I spend more, invest more in the region? You could still use UDP, right, to put your game out there and see what the response is. And the most important thing, this service is free to use for developers. Not any part of the service is billed or you have to pay for it, because I think that's the ultimate test. How do we find the next Flappy Bird? How do we find the next indie hit across these regions? Is by reducing all these barriers. There are no fees charged by ePay. There are no fees charged by UDP from developers. Obviously, the revenue share and what the end market stores will do, I mean, that is same across the board. But other than that, for developers, if you are a developer looking to go to all these markets, there's no barrier. All you need to do is go to UDP, integrate your game, and then start submitting. And any questions, anything, we have an amazing support team. You can reach out to me. You can reach out to anyone in the UDP team, and we'll be more than happy to guide you.
I mean, it's so basically we can just go now to UDP and just say, all right. I mean, while they are watching you, I'm a developer and I'm part of DGC, and maybe I don't even need to meet with Rahman or Sahar. I just go to UDP and I publish my game, and then I start seeing how many downloads I'm doing, and I get the money after that, right?
Exactly, Habib, and actually this is a clear invitation that it's ready. You don't have to talk to us. You don't have to connect. You don't have to do anything. You have to go to the normal Unity platform where you develop your games. You will find everything here guiding you about how to do everything. And in the background, once you reach our touch points, we have amazing operation team between UDP and between TPay to really help you through, guide you, and as Rahman has said, all of this onboarding process and question and answers and advice and helping is for free. It's for free, and all what we want to do is to get you to the point where your game is distributed, seen, published by the population. Very important point I want to say here that TPay does is that whenever you want to try your game in Egypt, or whenever you want to try your game in Tanzania, or you want to try them in Nigeria, or you want to try them in Saudi or UAE, whatever is the trial, we created a platform, that is global. It is there, just like there is no barrier to even go and try, and it works or it doesn't work. It doesn't cost you anything. And this is one thing. And the other thing is, for TPay, we give you access to 100% of the populations in this market. And this is huge. This is huge and very important for the testing, for the trial, for the investment, because most of the ecosystem of the gaming currently, in terms of monetization, never in any country had 100% accessible population for developers. Not a single payment method that is available currently in our region, I think even globally, can give access to every single pocket and consumer or gamer in the region. And this is exactly the exciting part. We built the access, 100% of population. We built the touch point was the most, let's say, strongest ecosystem of distribution in the emerging markets and in Africa, whether it is the mobile wallet processors or the operators. And we hooked with the most, the strongest platform, global platform, well established, that really have all of the developers already going there, not asking them to do anything extra or do anything that they have to invest in or wait for to happen, which is UDP. So I mean, for me, it's just like this is a dream come true for the region in a way.
Well, so I was going to say, so we've made the announcement right now. Does that mean that as of this moment, current people who are on UDP will now start seeing Turkey, and also vice versa with PayGuru's partners?
Yeah. So
yeah, please go ahead, Ahmad.
So I mean, obviously, it is going to roll out in phases, right? And honestly, maybe this is something Sahar and we need to discuss on the timeline, because the PayGuru things is just a recent development, right? But I can talk about, in terms of currently, ePay has access to more than 50 operators. They already work with these operators in the region. As of today, we have around 7 which you can go ahead and submit on TPay. But in the coming weeks, I know TPay team has been adding more and more as they are finalizing things from their end. So the idea again here is currently we have 7, and hopefully in the coming months we will see that number increasing to eventually 50 plus.
7. We have 7 markets actually. 7 markets. I think I don't know, in every market, all of the operators in those markets. As Rahman is saying, we are onboarding more. So our roadmap hopefully will have 6 launched within the next couple of weeks. Additionally, and hopefully between here till the end of the year, we will cover all of our markets, and we will finalize all of the 50 connections we have in the region. So 20 more markets will be accessible in the next 8 months or so between us and Unity. And just to be fair to the story, I mean, we are tuning as we go, understanding the developers' demands, how to make it frictionless more, how to answer their questions, how to automate things for them. So it is a continuous investment and development for the UDP platform, back to back with TPay, and allocating more and more focus on really make a success story happen. whether it is for the small developers or whether it is for the big publishers of the region or globally that want to access this region through our channels.
Yeah, and one important addition, right? So you don't, as a developer, you don't have to wait for all the operators to come online. So if you go ahead and submit with the 7 markets, and then in the next 2 weeks we have another 6, you don't have to integrate the SDK again. You just need to go the game as is. You just need to choose the additional markets and submit to them, right? So as a developer, like as new markets are being added, you don't really need to do anything extra if you already are publishing to these 7 markets. So the message to developers is don't wait. Like, you can go onto the portal and start submitting.
Yeah, it's one-time integration. Very important to say. It's one-time integration for the very first 1 or 2 or 3 or whatever market that are available, and eventually they can add more without reintegrating, without adding code, without only the process of resubmission to those markets in a way or another. So this is as best as it can be to really grow your coverage, test one market, and then expand to the others without doing any extra effort or work from the development point of view.
May I add something from Turkey side? As this project with the Unity collaboration, let me give you a real-time example for you, maybe for the developers, for that organization to better understand as a local example. So Habib, think about you're a game publisher, okay? So you want to open your services in Turkey, okay? And in Turkey, banking system are very much developed, and a lot of people in Turkey, a lot of people using bank transfer, okay? So for your game, you should open bank transfer system. You know what you should do without us? You have to open a legal entity in Turkey to open a bank account. There are 25 banks in Turkey. So you have to go each of them to bank, open a new account. So if you want to collect money from the banks, you have to have a group of people working operationally because it's a big process, every single integration with the bank. At least you will lose 1 year to do that. So what we provide, once you connect with us with a single API, at the beginning, you open 8 banks in Turkey. Yeah. Once you open the door, you can collect money from the 8 banks directly. You don't need to do anything. That's the value with the product.
Actually, I just opened the website, and it says create once, publish everywhere. Yeah. Which is it's just amazing. And of course, I mean, as you said, Onur, not only do you need to do that, you need to have a lawyer, you need to have an accountant, you need to have, a full structure. And this is to operate with one bank, but when you, or one country, or one service provider, or one, now you can go across and I was just thinking about it. I mean, I'm just sitting here, I just say, okay, where am I going to publish my game today? So I just take it, I open China, I open Nigeria, and I click on Turkey, and I just press, and it's done, right? That's
exactly. The same story. This was the example in Turkey, and let's talk about Africa. I mean, the full potential of Africa in terms of gamers as audience, and in terms of developers as talent. It was very difficult because even within Africa, everybody wants to access, for example, Kenya or Nigeria or like in West Africa countries, and between them, even there is not a single way that you can do that unless you have local entity, unless you have investment, even to connect to the most famous platforms. You have to be there in a way or another. M-Pesa, for example, as an example. So what we did, what we're trying to do for Africa as well is that we aggregated all of those local most important channels of monetization, same as the story of Turkey. This is very tough because of logistics, because of investments that you need to do, and because of multi-currency and cross-border, and you can imagine. So we package all of that for the developers. They don't have to worry about all of that, they only have to worry about the quality of the game, the creativity, and like how to make more out of their talent, rather than worry about all of the barriers and investments and time and choices that they have to make before as gamers or as developers.
And let's say Rahman, I send my game on one of the platforms geographically, and I can check maybe after 1 week, 2 weeks, if it's doing well or not, and maybe remove it, and it's not costing me anything. It's not like I invested into the marketing and waited to be featured on the Google Store or the Apple Store, and then to see if it's performing or not. And if it's performing, I need to inject even more so that it and we know how it usually works.
Yeah, absolutely, right? I mean, and more importantly, right? I mean, now if I'm a developer, like, why shouldn't I launch my game at the same time, like if I can, in like 6-7 different markets instead of 2, right?
Yeah.
And 2 more important things, right? Why this is exciting. I feel like this is, again, it levels the playing field for the smaller to medium developers, right? It gives them a greater chance of success. Because if I'm a big developer, I have all those resources in terms of going to new markets and all of that. And let's face it, for them, it's not even easy, right? Because they have to have huge team operationally and all of that. But with this sort of reduces that barrier for a small developer. Now at least I can try out new markets using that. And now bringing TPay into the fold, I think the very exciting part, which again relies on the dynamics of the region, right? We talk about the underbanked, but let's talk about the youth. Like, these are your next set of players coming to the market. These are the people who will not, Turkey, 40% of population, and for Africa, 60% is below 25. These are the markets. This is going to be your next set of players for your game, which you're not currently servicing, which no one knows about right now. So it's more about also developing these markets as we go along, right? Because these are the new set of gamers which are going to be coming into the gaming community in the next 6 to 12 months. And I think this is a very important point from a monetization and distribution point of view. A lot of youth, they're not going to have a bank account, or so the operators and TPay monetization really helps you go into these markets and make a success and name for yourself.
Yeah. So create once, publish everywhere.
Yeah, and super easy.
Congratulations. I'm very happy that you also chose DGC to announce this. I know both of you met last year at the conference. And
exactly.
And Rahman, I need to share with you something. In the evening, we were with Sahar at the dinner, and she looked at me and she said, "This is it. This is it." This is it.
Yeah, it's true.
Yeah, she told me, "This is it, Habib. If this works, it solves all the problem of the region, of the developers, of all of this." And and then a few months later, I met with you, Rahman, in Dubai here, and you also presented the project, and we discussed. And now with Honor also, and PayGuru integrated. This is the kind of news that we really want to hear, the kind of results that we really want to see. And I believe with such partnerships, and from the work Sahar started to do since 5-6 years ago, to open the non-credit card possible markets to so many games and apps. The same with Honor for all these years, bringing all these publishers, and Turkey is not an easy market, really. It's tough, it's big, it's not easy, and you really it's not really granted. And from the other end, Unity, that has been already doing everything for the developers, from facilitating for them to be creative, for them to have the engine, for them to be able to expand their creativity. But then again, of course, I am creative, but I still need to live off this creativity. So I'm gonna relax you, you're gonna continue on being creative, and I'm gonna open the markets for you, and it's easy. You're already using my engine, you're already using my assets, you're already are part of our culture. Let's just expand and let you also benefit from it on the global scale. So it's
we wouldn't find each other except if we were not attending this DGC. So year after year. So it's only because you brought us together. We saw the opportunity, and it happened in less than a year. So people, whatever plans were there could have been continuing, and it would be launched without having a place for Middle East and Africa to be part of it, in a way or another. So this is what we're really excited, and this is why we care about being part of DGC over and over, because we do create things because we meet and listen and hear and understand, and just bridging. We want to bridge more and more of possibilities and potential of this region that is completely underserved in all manners, in a way.
And I hope that, and of course, I hope that we will be able to meet physically very soon. Otherwise, that 2 or 3 more squares would be added by next year, and we would have one more partner, one more partner. Thomas, I will let you maybe close this session. We have already passed our time, but it's such exciting news that we just asked the other panel to wait a little bit, although we are live.
Well, yeah, just wanted to say thank you very much, and thank you for choosing us to make this announcement. And again, I trust that you are on the B2B meeting platform, and I expect to see that there'll be a lot of developers interested in talking to everyone on it.
Yeah, and I would like to announce the rest of the program related to this news, is that we will have 2 other sessions that will be conducted tomorrow and after tomorrow. One is more on the monetization and integration of the platform, and the other one is more on the technicalities when you are a developer as well. So it's in the program. You just have to tune in and come on, start requesting meetings. Exactly. Thank you very much. Thank you for choosing us, and we wish you all the best. And thank you for doing what you're doing, really.
Thanks very much.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank us, really.
Hi everyone, my name is Daniel Khayat, and I look after products for HTC VIVE in the Middle East and Africa. And today I'm going to tell you about a very exciting project that we're working on, and we've developed in the virtual world for the first time, how to collaborate remotely in virtual reality using VIVE Sync. In order to understand why we came to this project, we had to understand the remote working habits, and today's remote working experience is becoming the new norm, where 50% of Americans are working remotely, and we noticed that 40% of these people who are working remotely are really having a great experience and are really working from home or from different places without maybe thinking of coming back to the workplace. Also, we have noticed that remote work can be isolating. Remote work can be, in the same time, frustrating. And we felt like those people are feeling that they are on their own. They are feeling they are not sometimes part of their team and not really engaging the way they want to engage. But in the same time, it's giving them those benefits of cutting traffic time, saving time, eating healthy food and homemade food in the same time. Having said that, we at VIVE Studios, we're having different meetings and collaboration between different teams around the world, and basically our headquarters in Taiwan and the team in San Francisco. So with collaboration with the Two Bear Studios, we were able to put together ideas in order to communicate together. However, at the beginning, it was frustrating, it was difficult, and we were struggling to get those teams to engage all together. To start with, we thought about how meetings will be scheduled and what is a meeting for us. And then we realized there are different types of meeting and different sizes of meetings and different expectations and output out of these meetings. So basically, all meetings require to provide information, whether they are small between the number 2 or up to 10, or events if it's above 150 people all together in the same place. However, whenever we wanted to make decisions, whenever we want to brainstorm, whenever we want to engage and build relationships, the bigger the teams are, the less the efficiency are in today's world and in today's tools we have in hand. So today, as you might know, basically it's based on video conferencing tools or video meetings, and they look like different cameras where people are trying to engage. Some will have some background. So for some, they are able to have a nice background. Some are blurring their background. Some they have their clear light window effect behind them and they are out of focus. Some they are in the dark. Some they won't really turn their cameras. And this is the current situation of meetings and current situation of video conferencing with what we have today. However, what we want to do is we want to really bring our teams together and we want to have a real physical environment for them to engage all together. Whether they are in a customer meeting, whether they are in a place where they are engaging with others, or whether they are in remote spaces and they have never met their colleagues in life. By bringing teams all together in one physical environment, we can really provide a higher level of physical proximity, which video conferencing is not yet able to provide today. We are bringing an immersive experience in the meeting environment with full body control and natural gestures, whether it's avatars that can mimic the facial recognition, the hand gestures, etc. For that, we came up with a concept of the VIVE Sync, and we were able to really bring those teams together in this one space. And we were able to really bring the same meeting environment where we can have a large screen, where we can have a single shared space, where everyone can interact, everyone can add value, and no more a San Francisco office, a Taiwan office, a Dubai office, a location remotely. We all feel that we are all in the same place and in a virtual world. And this virtual world will really have all members full attention, full dedication, and full immersion where we can really feel we are in the same space. For that, VIVE Sync will offer different space environment, whether something like a clear white sky, depending on the culture of the company or culture of the meeting room. Some places like a bay view or places with much more relaxing natural environment. Some other with a really skyscape environment, and some others with really some futuristic forward-thinking space where people can engage in a three-dimensional space. To do that, we have created sort of environments for those to create their own avatars using a smartphone applications, whether you are on an iOS or on an Android Google Play operating system. Take a selfie, it recognizes the face, take the main attributes of this face, and you can choose then and customize your own avatar. Add the small touches on the hair, the glasses, anything you want to add to it, change the color of your hair, the clothes you are wearing, anything you want to add, anything you want to mimic, so you can have it in a real environment. And for that, we have also developed our solution for those avatars, for the body movement and the gesture that will really show a superior experience compared to what the commercial solution is offering. So as you can see in the video, the way the gesture are being mimicked is really identical to how we have it in a natural movement and gesture in a real environment. Those avatars will really look like us in reality. I'll urge you to watch until the end, where we will be experiencing all together with ITP this experience, and the avatars, you will see them really look like how we look in reality. To do this, it's very simple. You just go to sync.vive.com. You download your VIVE Sync application, whether you have a PC VR or a mobile VR or standalone HMD. You just create your meeting, you upload your file to a cloud storage, and then you'll have anything ready for your next meeting. Once you go into the meeting, you will choose the space you want to go with, similar to what you've seen, whether it's a sky space, whether it's a bay in a natural environment, or whether it's a darker environment for much more focused meetings and sessions. And once you create those meetings, you'll get a meeting room ID and a password, or a generated QR code, so people can just scan it and get into this meeting. All these, you will be able to manage them in the virtual meeting through a tablet-like experience, where this tablet will play the tool management application for you at your fingertip, where you can see all the settings, adjust everything you need, take screenshots, take your notes, draw, do everything you want using this feature. That's not all. We wanted to go above and beyond conventional chat functions and offer something much better. For that, we allowed information sharing, design, and ideas to be communicated. So we're not limiting to 2D offerings where we can do the basic PowerPoints, the PDF, and 2D images. We've also offering videos. We're offering 3D objects, 3D images to be integrated in this virtual environment, and offer those people the experience to really bring a 3D elements into this VR world and get people interact with it and add value and collaborate all together. We have different types of meeting scenarios, whether it's a table for 6 or 18, or even an auditorium like where it can fit up to 30 people. And we are working also on improving this and making it for a capacity of a larger audience, depending on the experience and the event that you are hosting. With that, we are also bringing real-time intuitive feedback, where we can bring those 3D models, have them in one space, have all the teams all together looking at them, and in order to bring feedback, customize, share ideas, and collaborate all together. It can all be annotated by any meeting participant at any time, with instant speech to text transcription, and private personal audio notes, and public notes, and discussion notes, where people can really hang them all around them and share them with each other. As you can see on this video, it's our VIVE Origin main space, which is your home space to virtual reality. Whenever you are on a VIVE interface, you'll be welcomed by this interface, and where we use this space as our welcome environment for those who would like to really interact. And based on this, we have built around it the experience to get people to interact in virtual reality. You can see also different views of the VIVE Origins, whether in different weather conditions, whether it's in daylight or a night experience, all this in front of you. So VIVE Sync is offering a unique experience for virtual meetings. What we can see in the future, we see people collaborating all together. We see people in real space, people in virtual space, people in an augmented reality environment, mixing it with a virtual environment to get a mixed reality environment for a perfect collaboration. All this will be secured and stored in the cloud, whether you're uploading your Keynote presentations, whether you're uploading your PowerPoints, anything in the future that will be also integrated with it will be secured on a cloud storage and will be available for you throughout the VIVE Sync experience. And not to forget, these are all tailored to your needs based on a portfolio of head-mounted display from HTC VIVE, whether it's a standalone or a tethered PC HMD. In a nutshell, Sync is the new and the latest collaboration platform in virtual reality to have teams collaborating all together, to have customers engaging in meetings from remote areas and remote places, to have one team working on a collaborative design, on collaborative architecture, on anything that they want to add, they want to customize, and they want to work together to add value to the traditional meeting and traditional experience. And at the end, using one solution that can really be integrating all the available tools from the current traditional meeting that we use, whether it's a PowerPoint, a 2D image, a 3D video, or a 3D model, all integrated together. That's all from me now. I would urge you to stay with us so you can watch how all what I mentioned can be in real life, where we've got different people invited to attend this virtual conference or virtual meeting from different places in the world. As you can see, the avatars are looking like in reality, and you will have the first hand to see how we are collaborating in VR and how we can showcase all what I've mentioned in practical world, how it's been delivered. Thank you very much for your time, and I look forward to discussing if any opportunity requires. If you can reach with us as a team, and you can go to sync.vive.com if required.
Where are you, guys?
Hey, we're here, and welcome to the first virtual reality conference hosted by VIVE Sync for the digital game conference for the first time in the Middle East, guys.
So not only are we in DGC Live, but we are in DGC Live virtual now.
So guys, I want to take you through what we've seen in the presentation, but in real scenario. I've got with me a few audience from around the world joining us, and all of us, we can enjoy a safe, a free environment where we can access a real meeting, interact, feel the gestures, feel everybody's face expression, see the lips interaction, and really enjoy a safe meeting where we can do like whatever we do in real world. Today we have a small audience, that's why we have this small table. But if you want, I can have a bigger space for you. And as you can see, I can have, for example, a table that can fit a larger group. Let's upgrade this table for a bigger one if we've got more people.
Nice.
And I can have a larger group, for example. And hopefully next year, Habib, we will have an auditorium where you can host people from all over the world. Let me take you to auditorium. And as you can see from us, in the same time, as we are in meetings, people would like to really share presentations, videos, and files. So as you can see, I'm able now to showcase like a short video.
Nice TV.
Yes. And if you're in a meeting, you're presenting something, you'll be able to adjust the volume, showcase a video, have a laser pointer, explain things around, add more elements, add 3D objects in the middle. And in order to do all that, we had to create our own avatar on a smartphone, have our face recognized, all the basic gestures that are there will be like in real life, and all these files I had to upload them on a cloud before starting this presentation. So if I want to be in a real scenario, I will go and, for example, post my presentation, share it on the big screen, and then slide by slide, take people through what I have. So let's say I'm going to talk about this. I'll be able to teleport, turn to my audience, and discuss the presentation in front of everyone. Welcome to the Digital Game Conference. There is a team notes where it's a voice recognition. Why?
Because I want to draw, but I'm doing something else, yeah.
By the way, this is not Nicholas. Nicholas is attending a meeting. This is someone from his own place. Welcome to the Digital Game Conference. So, Habib, you can see the note that I've set here. You can read it.
Where? Here?
Yeah. Welcome to the Digital Game Conference.
Yeah, that's great.
It's voice recognized, huh? I didn't have to write it.
All right.
Okay.
All right, guys.
Glad to have you guys with us and looking forward to have more people visiting our app. The easiest way to access this platform is to go to sync.vive.com or on Viveport you can download it. There is a PC version where people who don't have a headset yet can join and have different camera views and angles along with a microphone where they can interact along with those who are attending. And you have the multi-platform VR headsets where you can join using your VR headsets, engage and be 100% immersed. If this is a business opportunity or a requirement for much more customizations, they can reach to us in the Middle East for the HTC MIA team, and we can help them to get their features customized. Thank you very much, Habib, for this opportunity. We're very glad to showcase this the first time in this part of the world throughout your platform, and we're very excited to have more people trying this experience.
Thank you, Daniel. Thank you, HTC, and it's really perfect. It's amazing. It's amazing the solutions you guys are bringing that we can use, and the quality, the easiness of doing things. It's really perfect. We are back in day one, and we have with us today Mr. Moataz Mashal, Managing Director of Al Barkah Holding, who's joining us from Abu Dhabi, from his office in Abu Dhabi. And we have with us Kaim Ibrahim, the CEO of Robocom VR, which we will be seeing in the next days as well. And only good news with you and the new announcements and everything, and we're going to hear about this now. And we are discussing today a great project. I have in my notes here the evolution of family entertainment centers catered for gamers by Robocom VR and Al Barkah Holding. However, I think we should not say the evolution. We should say the revolution of family entertainment centers.
I would agree.
Right, Moataz?
I agree with you, man. I would combine them, the revolution and evolution.
So, and
Double trouble.
because I had the opportunity in a previous meeting to check your future projects and also to visit Abu Dhabi and the project and a private visit. And thank you very much, Moataz, for this. It's just amazing. And we are talking today only about Pixel Planet in Al Qana, but
Correct.
the whole project, Moataz, if you could just give us a walkthrough, a virtual walkthrough now in our imagination of what to expect, it would be just amazing if we can just give the audience and the partners that are participating to DGC, why are we saying that it's the revolution of family entertainment?
Beautiful, beautiful. Thank you so much, Habib, for having us today, and thank you for the beautiful introduction. Of course, Pixel comes within a beautiful project called Al Qana in Abu Dhabi. It's a project where we, as Al Barkah, as a holding company, had the opportunity to work on a land in Abu Dhabi beside Sheikh Zayed Masjid. A beautiful view. It's a waterfront development on both sides. You have water in the middle, and you have 2.5 kilometers surrounding a canal. That's why in Arabic we decided with the government to call it Al Qana. Al Qana is the Arabic of the canal. There's a canal in the middle. And when we got this opportunity, we were like, okay, let's push the limits here. What does the region want? What does Abu Dhabi want? And then we started. And when we started, of course, it's an F&B kind of waterfront development with marinas and yacht boats and all that, and coffee shops, F&B, dining, family destinations. And we're like, okay, let's push the limits a bit. So the first idea that we wanted to push the limit with is what can we add? And we went and we established the largest aquarium in the Middle East. And it's a beautiful piece, and we have some news that I cannot share here. We have some very unique animals that are now, as we speak, in our aquarium because we're opening very soon, and we think that it is really going to create an amazing educational journey, especially for kids. And we plan to make it a very interactive aquarium where you can really just not only see the animals or the fish actually interact with them. And we introduce technology there also. We also created one of a kind wellness hub called the Bridge, which is a wellness, a 360 holistic approach to wellness, body, heart, and soul. And we look at it as a whole. It's a 3-floor gym open to a restaurant. Everybody, you can be running on a treadmill and seeing somebody who's eating. How does that even work? It's amazing. It's beautiful. It's 8,000 square meters wellness area with spas and all that goes along with it. And then we're like, okay, what do kids want? So when we went there, then I met Kaim. So we'll talk about how I met Kaim. But so I'm like, okay, we need to find crazy people who will actually take this opportunity and not copy what is there. Take whatever is there and really enhance it. So we're like, okay, there is technology, and technology is booming, as you know. So what can we do? And then we met Kaim, and Kaim is like, I told him, Kaim, we have this idea. And Kaim is like, I have this VR experience, and I have this, and Robocom is this, and a beautiful company has amazing IPs and to proven record. I'm like, okay, man, there is one more thing we need to look at. Esports. And when I said esports, his eye opened up, and then it's like, okay, then we started talking about where we can take esports. And then we came up with a beautiful concept, which is called Pixel, which is combining virtual reality experience. And I think Robocom are one of the most experienced in the region in that, with the IPs they have from Disney all the way to Universal and all that. And then introduce esports at a professional world-class level. And we went and said, okay, what is our motto? And we said, we're gonna help kids and teenagers and professional gamers play responsibly. Because unfortunately, gamers think that if you play 16 hours, you become a gamer. That's exactly the opposite. Messi does not train 16 hours a day. If he does that, he's gonna die. So people have a misconception, especially parents. I'm a parent. Karim still is to be a parent. I'm convincing him to get married, but you cannot fight gaming anymore. Yeah, so you cannot fight gaming, and it's not bad. Even drinking water too much is bad. So nothing is bad unless you abuse it. So how can we teach them to play responsibly, create a kind of an academy? And we just took it there. And we created this amazing event space. That is a boutique event space where we believe it's going to host a lot of tournaments, depending on the games that will be happening then. And the way Robocom and Al Barkah has put the coordination between the VR and esports, I think, is really going to create a hub. And then we said, okay, we finished this with Karim. And then I'm like, okay, guys, that's technology. But kids nowadays, they need more than technology. They really need to fall down, break their legs, cut their heads, do the stuff that we did when we were kids. If I shave, you're going to see like 3, 4, I know every millennial has like something in his head, some stitches here and there, because like we used to use our bodies, experience ourselves, which unfortunately we put our kids in bubbles now. So we created another space adjacent to Pixel. And me and Karim are also working on that. I need his experience in it also, which is completely adrenaline. It's 5,000 square meters of just adrenaline, no technology. In fact, the brief was no technology. It's all the way from climbing, caving, sliding, karts, bungee jumping, zip line, something which is so energetic that you need a heart actually to take your son or daughter there. So we finished that, and then we're like, okay, we need to create an entertainment for people who want to take it a bit slower. So we created an exotic cinema, 7-star cinema. And it's one of the very few, I think, or the only standalone cinema in Abu Dhabi. So cinemas normally go to the mall. This is a building purely for the cinema. And the other F&B that relates to that. So a lot to talk about this project. And as you have seen and Karim have seen, the project is really designed in a way which is exquisite and it's very different than just blocks and block work. So very excited to open this project end of this year, inshallah, and welcome people and help them play responsibly, whoever wants to play.
Hashtag play responsibly.
Thank you, Moataz. And I do believe that playing responsibly will make you just play better also, as you said.
Absolutely.
It's not a negative thing. It's a very positive thing. Messi doesn't need to train 16 hours to play better. So you don't also need to play 16 hours. So it will just make you better, actually, and not...
Absolutely.
And it will help you grow, and it will help you have an equilibrium in your life. Karim, take us now specifically into Pixel and Robocom, and how you designed this new space, what will be in it, how amazing will it be in terms of gaming experience. Give us this first insight on this project that is opening in a few months.
Sure. Well, it all started a couple of years ago when we opened the company. We were very specific to what we did. We were very specific to VR simulations. And our first project was with Ahmad Entertainment in Dubai Mall. It was at the time, and I think still is, the biggest VR indoor theme park in the world. And we wanted to give... At the time, the VR industry was booming. Everyone was in VR content, everyone was doing it, but they were specific to VR content. No one was really experimenting to where VR could go. Because in my opinion, any successful business does not need to think of the market now, it needs to think of the market 5 years, 10 years from now. And I was thinking to myself, you have this platform, we're so used to looking at everything in 2D, through screens. And then all of a sudden you have this platform that allows you to be immersed in something. So why are we not testing these capabilities to push it, to push it to the limits, to see where it can go? And this is when the simulation idea came, to put them in a motorcycle, to put them in a jet, to put them in a spaceship, just put them in something that's moving. And based on that concept, we started testing with simulators. We found actually one of the manufacturers we deal with used to work for a military contract, and it was a military grade device. And from that military-grade device, I was able to meet him, and he was open for the idea of making it a gamified machine. And then we pitched it to Ahmad. They loved it. We got in VR Park. And then things just escalated from there. I had met Moataz through one of our common friends. And at the time when I came, we were maybe 2 years old. The company was still fresh. And Moataz's project was still on the map. And he was telling me, listen, man, if you want to join this project, don't give me the things you're used to doing. But I told him, Moataz, we're already 5 years, 10 years ahead of the market. He said, I want something 20 years ahead of the market. I said, all right, give me a month. came back with a proposal. He didn't like it. All right, give me another month. Came back with a proposal. Didn't like it. Give me another month.
Sorry, Karim. Huh?
It's okay. And I think what led me and Moataz to work together as individuals is both of us like to push the limit. We like to evolve. We like to evolve the industry in general. He wanted an FEC center. I was working in entertainment in general. And we just started combining ideas. And every time I would throw something, he would push it to the limit. Every time he would throw something, we would push it to the limit. 18 concepts later, we came up.
Is that 18 months?
18 concepts later.
Yeah, but is that a concept?
Almost a year.
No, some concepts he would throw out the window in a week. Some concepts. I remember there was actually one concept that took us 3 months. Day in, day out. I think I didn't sleep. Maybe I had slept for 3 days all in all. And I came to Moataz and I had maybe got the architects from New York, from Vienna, you name it, I got it. I'm like, this is the one. He's definitely gonna like this one. I walk into his office. I'm like, Moataz, I haven't slept for 3 months. This is the one. This is the one that we're gonna take home. I put it on the table. He looks at it. 3 minutes later, his eyes, I'm like, no, he's not gonna go for it. I'm like, you don't like it? He's like, I don't like it. We scratched it, did it again, and did it again. And I think when you wanna create a masterpiece, you can never create it from the first time. You got to keep pushing yourself and challenging yourself mentally, physically, emotionally, and then you break through. And I think we both live by that ideology, which allowed us to attract to each other's vision. And based on that mutual vision, we were able to create this new concept called Pixel, which really, really pushes the limits in terms of FEC centers. I'm not even going to call it an FEC center. I'm just going to call it Gamer's Heaven, you know, because honestly, what we have there is we have the first ever esports academy in the region, which is going to be certified by multiple esports instructors, gamers, sponsors, of course. Number 2, we have the VR zone, which is, you know, my bread and butter, and it's going to have multiple VR experiences never seen before. Some things you're climbing up a building, others you're hanging from the edge of a space station, others you're battling multiplayer in a Jeep. You know, there's just, I don't want to talk about all the experiences. We'll leave that for next time. But in general, the VR experiences and the IPs that you will be experiencing in this location have never been introduced before, a lot of which will be introduced for the first time in Qana.
And I think you will be saying something about that tomorrow, right?
Of course. We will actually be launching let's leave it as a surprise.
So you know what I love about location-based entertainment and is that it's always something out of reality. And of course, if you say out of reality, I mean virtual reality and living experiences is you know, these places are really amazing. You go, for me, it's like traveling. You go into this space, you come out of it like if you traveled.
Correct.
You know, like if you just left the country and went and visited and came back. It's such a powerful. It's so powerful to be in an environment that takes you out of your everyday life and lets you actually express yourself.
And I think that
location-based entertainment. I mean, you are really focused on that, and I know that Moataz is doing these big projects where it's really a full experience from the pixel to the aquarium, to no technology if you want. Actually, Moataz, a no technology space, this is becoming the most original idea because we're so surrounded by technology that having a no technology space is like, you know, it's just amazing.
You know, and this is what I liked about Moataz's concepts in Qana. The thing that makes it most unique is it is not meant to squeeze out money like all of these other projects internationally. It's meant to really take you to the next step in entertainment. You know, right now we live in a generation of entertainment. Everyone wants to be entertained 24/7. Big malls are changing their business models to entertain their customers more, not to the original brick and mortar shops. And this is what Moataz was doing. Al Qana really pushed the limits in terms of, listen, you want technology? I'll give you the best in technology. You wanna be physical? I'll give you the best in physical. You wanna watch a movie, indoor, outdoor? I got you. You wanna ride your boat and go sailing? I have you covered. You want to see fish? You want to meet a shark? I got you covered. And this is why I think as a leader, and when I say leader, Moataz is really him and his team, of course, at Al Barkah are leading this project and they are a visionary company. And I think this is what we mutually saw in each other.
One moment.
Yeah.
Something is doing. Moataz, just one moment.
راح عليك
No, I heard everything. Just the video cut a bit. I can hear everything.
راح عليك الكلايماكس.
لا سمعته كله. Don't worry, سمعته كله.
طيب let's take it from
from أي مقطع بدك يعني.
أنت هلا شو كنت عم تحكي؟
Okay. Yeah, so back to what I was saying, Moataz and his team at Al Barkah are visionaries, and when I say visionaries, they are changing the landscape for entertainment when it comes to location-based entertainment, and not just when it comes to me in VR. I'm specified to VR and FECs. They're changing the game in every single direction you can imagine, from adrenaline zones to outdoor, indoor cinemas, from aquariums, and we're proud to be part of this project, and we will, under any circumstance, give our customers an experience they will never forget.
And you know, Moataz, I mean, I know Karim for a few years now when he started with Robocom, and he's a regular partner, supporter of DGC, and also always with us with his news and exhibiting his latest. But this huge project, why did you choose to work with a local company with a young CEO that maybe had maybe one or two projects only to prove himself with at the time? I know that now you've expanded. I mean, you could have maybe gotten, I don't know, maybe DreamWorks to work for you, right?
Absolutely. Great question, Habib. Really, what a great question, because I know a lot of people will be influenced by the story of Karim and how it all happened and how it evolved. Of course, at such scale of project, I was working with names. I signed NDAs. I cannot say who they are, but like world-class names. And as Karim told you, that they give concepts, and I look at the concept and I feel for it. So can I feel it? Is it 10 years down the line? Is it there in the world? I don't say is it there in the region. Is it there in the world? And then I see what's there. So it doesn't mean if you're a world-class company that you have the appetite to push boundaries. And that's what I felt with some very, very big names, that they have a big name, which they have arrived to, and they want to enforce that name the way it is, which is absolutely fine. It's a big name. But for me, it's not the money. Maybe we will make more money if we go with the name. But that is not what we're in for. Money, of course, is a driver. Nobody can say, no, money is not important. No, money is important, because that is the business continuity plan is based on financials. But what is the new thing? Because you see that things are evolving so fast. And when I speak about technology, like things are evolving so fast that something cannot make sense like in a week. It can just disappear. Like we all know about this virus. When it hit, things just disappeared. Some applications, some technology just disappeared and others evolved. So what I liked most about Karim is, I apologize for scratching more than 10 concepts, but that he kept coming. He kept coming. And I'm like, every time he's going to give up. He's going to give up. And I had other people I'm working with, and they just kept coming back, nagging. No, we can do it. Then I give them shorter deadlines, and they just do it. And I'm like, man, this guy is he seriously that good? And I'm like, okay, he doesn't have a track record of 20, 30 years like the other companies, or even 60 years in some companies. But what am I really looking for? I'm looking for the idea. And the idea sometimes is worth $1 billion. So he bought in, and not a lot of people bought into what we wanted to create. So they're like, no, we have to play it safe. You can take 30% risk. You can take 20% risk. And I believe that we can take risk. We have taken risk in the whole project, and we can take risk in Pixel. And being a gamer myself a couple of years ago, I don't play as much, of course, but Karim had the same kind of level of passion to esports, which I believe is not tapped to in the region. Man, this is a $1 billion industry. It's massive. It's huge, and it proved
$200 billion
even in the virus that esports is there. Esports is happening, and it's not tapped. So why not tap it in a way where we even can tap esports at a personal and educational level? Like, parents don't like gaming. Why don't you like gaming? Because of misconception that it would take the kid's time, would do this, would destroy his brain if he sits on it. So, and all that. So we're gonna change the community perception about that, and we took that responsibility. So definitely Robocom wanted to change. Robocom wanted to add. Robocom did not say this is our plan, this is our vision, we're not gonna change it. They really, as I say, became H2O, water that evolves. If you put water in a bottle, it becomes the bottle. If you put water in your hand, it becomes your hand. If you put water anywhere, it takes and molds itself, as Bruce Lee says. So they molded themselves into the project, and they're like, we will add. And that attitude, I would say, is going to take Robocom with us and with any other partner they work with to another levels. Because in business, with my humble opinion, that's the attitude. It's too fast. So I thank Robocom for having that vision, and really they obliged us to work with them. So that is a very short answer to why we work with them.
Thank you, Moataz. You're too kind.
I mean, this is also what we need to see. Like, we have the talent, we have the knowledge, we have the ideas, our own ideas, right? We can work together, we can grow the ecosystem, because in the end, all these projects are related to the ecosystem of gaming, of entertainment, and this is the future jobs also for the next generations, and to keep also our talents with us, you know, in our region, in our countries. And you know, Moataz, I meet so many developers, content creators over the years. We've met so many, and this year, for example, we gave free entrance to all the developers, whether they are from the region or from the why, because we have a lot that we can actually employ and translate into our ideas. Yeah, and it's very important to continue on doing this. And this was
Habib,
also...
Habib, if I may, since we're on it, I know it always comes where you ask the questions and we answer, but I really would like to know from you. You have met so many people. And this, like, I think you're exposed more than me and Karim to this.
Yeah.
Like, what do you think about esports? Seriously.
Oh, typical Moataz move.
Honestly, esports...
He's very exposed. Like, I would love to hear, really. I would love to hear from him.
Yeah. And during these 3 days, you will also hear from a lot of experts that are talking about it. Esports, I believe, is certainly the stream of the gaming industry that is going to have the fastest growth in the next 20 years. This is just as a global image. It is definitely also revolutionizing in a way that was unprecedented any sports that ever happened in the world. I mean, it went so fast because it is considered as a sport, and we always compare it with traditional sports. What's the difference? How is it, etc. And the franchising in it, although it's kind of a little bit also complicated in terms of the business, but it's still also easier to be applied. In our region, what we need is to understand, first of all, what esports is. And this is why this year we brought many experts to talk about this, because we still don't have an esports ecosystem. As you know, for esports to really evolve, we need to have leagues, and we need to be also part of what is happening globally. I mean, because there are these big championships that are related to the big games also, that we need to be part of, or we need to bring here and make something for the region as well, while we are creating the ecosystem behind it. And the World Cup is for everybody, but you have to qualify, right? I mean, there is no the only no entry is if you're not good enough, right? It's not like you cannot enter. So we need to be good enough, first of all, and second, to have the right ecosystem for us to be good enough, to have the right gamers, the right teams, the right support. And for example, what you're doing in Al Qanat, which is the academy, education is lacking in general when it comes to gaming and entertainment. Honestly, we don't have a lot of people that are specialized in gaming, VR, entertainment, and other things. Although we live in societies and communities and cities that are all about that. And this is why maybe also we are not able to express ourselves more in terms of content and create our own content as well. So, but this is also our role. I mean, for example, when we started DGC 5 years ago, they used to laugh at us when we would talk about gaming industry. To be
what's
honest,
gaming?
What's gaming?
What's gaming?
Go get the real job. You know? But of course, we saw the evolution. We're seeing how it's progressing. We're seeing also how the public sector is interested, how the private sector is interested. We're seeing much more gamers and game developers also that are in our region. They are scattered. Now all we need to do is shed the light on them.
Yes.
Yani, we need to put light on your project with Moataz. We have during these 3 days sessions with game executives from the Arab world that made it big outside. That made it big with King, that made it big with EA, that made it big with all these important publishers. And the whole idea is to give an image that is like you, like me, like him, to the younger generation, you know, and to be
we thank you for
motivated.
that. Really, we need it. Thank you so much because we really need it, Habib. We really need
it.
Yeah, and if I might say one word about Habib to Moataz, my partner as well, because this guy. Really, when I saw him doing it, I was really impressed because he was one of the very few people that believed in gaming way before anyone believed in gaming. The same way I believed in VR before anyone believed in VR, the same way you believed in changing the entertainment landscape. All of us, in a way, saw the change, saw the revolution, and now everyone wishes, like people that they ask me and they ask Habib, oh, you're so lucky to be in gaming. It's not about luck, it's about we've been doing this for 4 or 5 years and we've been pushing ourselves to be in this industry.
Very lucky, really.
Thank you very much, Karim and Moataz.
And the best part of it, Habib, it's games. We're gonna have fun. So
it's fun.
We still need to play on FIFA. We still haven't played on FIFA.
And my favorite game is still chess, by the way.
We need to play on chess.
We're gonna put you in the no technology zone.
Exactly. I was gonna tell you. I have a pass to the no technology zone. All right.
Done.
So thank you very much, gentlemen. Really, it's such exciting news, and I hope that the next time we meet will be at the opening of the Al Qana project and the Pixel and the aquarium and all of this, and it will be a great visit.
Thank you so much.
And get busy as well on the meeting platform. So many people will be now contacting you, emailing, wishing to speak with you, or maybe share what their company do.
Of course.
And it can be also beneficial on this level. I'm sure also that whoever is watching us and that is looking to work in such a beautiful environment can also get in touch with you and apply and
we're hiring. We're hiring.
No, but I mean, why not? I mean, I would love to start my career in such a place.
Yeah, of course.
It would be.
And this is an open invitation to all crazy creative people who are watching us. In any way, if you're creative, please connect with me or Karim. Please, we need crazy creative people.
All right, perfect. That's the spirit. All right. Thank you very much, gentlemen. We actually,
thank you so much.
It's such an energetic conversation that I feel fully energized now, and I can finish the next 13 hours of this live show. Thank you very much. Thank you, Karim. Thank you, Moataz.
Thank you.
And wish you all the best. So welcome back to DGC Live. And we are now with one of my favorite sessions in the program today, which is gaming in Africa. And we are welcoming today from 4 different countries in Africa, Mr. Bassirou Ba from the Digital Technology Park in Senegal, Mr. Kofi Sikalatso, founder of 360 Gaming in Senegal as well, Mr. Alex Sia, president of FinTech Africa Forum in Ivory Coast, Mr. Iram Akofa Tawiya, game developer from Leti Art in Ghana, and Mr. Ulisaya Johnson, a gaming ecosystem expert from Nigeria. I'm very happy. I have been really working a long time to extend DGC's reach and platform to the African continent. And this is our first session on gaming in Africa. And I'm really delighted that we're going to be able to shed the light not only to the MENA region, but also to the rest of the world of how gaming is growing in that great continent and that everybody today is considering as the next frontier for the gaming industry. So I'm really pleased, and I hope that this is the first of a collaboration that will last for the next years between us. And I'm very happy that you guys are joining us today. So, of course, this session will mainly discuss the status of the gaming in Africa and also give us an idea about how each one of you is contributing to this and what are the plans in your countries, in your region, are you working together, and we want to know more about your developers and ecosystem as well for each country. So I will start this conversation by a question to all of you, which is, what is happening in gaming in Africa? Just a very generic first question, and then we will go deeper in the conversation. Mr. Bassirou, maybe you would like to start. What is happening in gaming in Africa?
Thank you very much. I'm very pleased and honored to be part of this very interesting, session. So you are offering us an opportunity to have a reach in this very dynamic region of the Middle East, which is where we have many big, very important players. And globally, all the actors have main things going around there. So I'm saying also hi to all the participants of this session. To be very quick, I just want to talk quickly about myself, just to make all the viewers and the participants know what we are doing here in Senegal. First, we have been very keen in the public policy that we are developing in this country in West Africa since like 6 years. We have a national development plan that is pushing to leverage on all the opportunities that digital sector and all the innovation sectors are doing with the youth that are very keen and that are the main players for the gaming opportunities, and also that are using games to have many activities from the younger people to the adults, basically. So what we have been doing is pushing the infrastructures, developing the connectivity, many big, very big reforms of the legal framework to enhance the access to connectivity, internet, has been done in this country, and we are going forward. Myself, I'm currently managing a very big project that will also help the gamers in this country, but also in West Africa, basically, have access to enablers that will make the gaming ecosystem boom completely. So in the ID Park, the pattern that we are developing in Senegal, we have many key infrastructures like a data center, and also ready offices that are well connected to internet that will give access to all the players of the gaming ecosystem environment. But as far as to answer very precisely your question, many young people from the elementary schools to the college are used to be connected and know very well. I mean the game, the main games that are very that are used and that are on all the platforms. So I think Kofi can say in details what is the size of the ecosystem of gamers in Senegal. But we see that young people are very keen to have that kind of opportunities. But also, this is the using part, but also the developing part is also something that we are looking to develop in Senegal. So we have engineer schools. Many opportunities are given to the youth in the gaming ecosystem, and I think it's just a start in Senegal at least. But we are keen to develop that, and we are ready to be partners in this development. This is my first say, and thank you.
You're welcome. Olisa, you mentioned that you are a gaming ecosystem expert in Nigeria. We know that Nigeria is a very big country. We know that it also has a lot of talents already. I've heard a lot about this. However, how do you see today, like if you were to say, where do you stand in terms of the growth or the maturity of a gaming ecosystem in Nigeria or in Africa?
Hi, okay, thank you. For me, I think that obviously Africa is a mobile story, right? It's a mobile first story. So I would say that Africa's current position is more within an intermediate phase, right? It's almost like a second wind, right? The leaders like Malio Games, like Leti, game companies in South Africa, have learned important lessons over the last, say, 10 years, right? As with all of technology growth within the continent, right? And they've been able to see how they can start solving some of the institutional challenges, right? So now we're starting to see faster adoption from the consumer. There's more awareness. The minister was speaking about more education, more policy, right? So those things are helping to strengthen the growth and the acceleration of the industry, right? As well as the telcos, right? The telcos are solving important gaps for monetization, right, for distribution. And these have institutionally been the areas that have discouraged growth with some of the biggest companies so far. Google and Apple and others are increasingly more interested on the continent and in Nigeria. And then we're seeing esports, right? It's mobile esports, but again, it's growing very, very fast. I would venture to say that's probably the fastest growing aspect of mobile gaming, at least in Nigeria, amongst the youth, right? And as you said, Nigeria has got a lot of talent, a lot of youth. We really see this exploding over the next couple of years.
We have actually, in the next 2 days of this DGC Live, we have 2 sessions still on gaming in Africa. One of them is dedicated to esports, and the second one on monetization as well. So we will be covering these subjects. Mr. Alexia, you also have been very active from Côte d'Ivoire, from Ivory Coast, on the tech scene. But what is the proportion of gaming in that tech scene? I know that maybe you are covering more than gaming, but what is the proportion of gaming and what has been going? And also, I want to ask you guys, are we just talking events, sometimes just making a buzz from time to time, or are we really talking deep-root policies, engagement, and really things that would grow over the years and bring the right results for the young Africans to be able to enter that industry.
So thank you a lot. Thank you for this opportunity. Just shortly to introduce myself, I'm Alexi. I'm founder and director of Africa FinTech Forum, which is a network of fintech ecosystem players that try to advocate for digital finance among the public decision maker policies. Try to put the digital finance at the heart of the strategy for development. We try also to develop fintech by supporting them for funding, by supporting them to get the good technology, to get the good resources to develop themselves. Also, we support banks and insurance companies on the fintech strategies. So what we are doing is trying to say that digital finance or fintech are a very important way to develop African economies. Why we say that? We say that because in rural area, for example, the population adopts the mobile money better than in big towns. So what we want to do is to try to because we say it because for the moment mobile the mobile is very is a good opportunity to reach people in all the region to permit people to have a bank account. So also we think that to develop economies, to develop businesses is very important to develop fintech or to develop mobile money or to develop digital finance. And also in gaming, it's very important to have an access to have an access to credit card, to have an access to digital money. Also, it will be very easy to pay for the to pay on the internet. It will be very easy to share on the internet. So what we want to do is very to advocate to and to develop some verticals like gaming, to develop some verticals like esports that will allow the people to have access to mobile money, to have access to all the to all the opportunity that they face.
In a way, of course, I mean, monetization cannot be dealt. And even here in the MENA region, we have some countries that are fully and easily monetizing, and other countries that are still not doing it. And you have alternative ways of monetization in order to solve that problem. Ulisai, no, I'm sorry. I wanted to talk to Iram now. Iram, basically, you see, you are a game developer. So maybe you are a good example of what is happening really in terms of game development today in Africa or in Ghana, and you know maybe other people that are also in the same situation as you are. You've listened. We still didn't listen to Kofi, but we've listened to Mr. Basiru. We listened to Alex. We've listened to Olesai, and the three of them are actors that are helping shape an environment for the game developers, which you are representing today in this session. And also Kofi will give us an idea about what's happening also on that same level. But what are really the challenges today for you as Letty Art Studio to be able to put out a game, to be able to monetize it, to be able to publish it, to be able to make money from it, to be able to launch it in other regions and other languages, to be able to go regional, global. You see what I mean?
Yes, yes. So thank you, Carl, for the opportunity. So I'll just quickly introduce myself. So I'm Aram Kawia, and I'm the CEO and co-founder of Letty Arts, which is in Ghana and Kenya. So my co-founder is Kenyan, so we have an office in Kenya as well. And we have been building games using rich African history and folklore, trying to digitize them through video games and digital comics. And what is happening in the spectrum with the development space is we are seeing a lot of upsurge in the need to preserve African history and culture through these interactive content, which is games. We see that games are the only way to preserve African content for the future and the generations to come, and to also marry extreme arts and extreme science to create new job opportunities instead of the traditional doctor, lawyer path that we chart. So we believe that gaming is the only thing that is left on the continent to be embraced to catapult Africa to be at par with the West. And looking at how rich it is globally, bigger than the movie and the music industry combined, Africa is yet to benefit from all that. We can see a lot of arts industries growing, like music, like movies. All those charts are growing. So if the tech side, which is gaming, comes in, we are able to now create games for all these movies and stories that are growing globally, like what the Asians and the US have done with Captain America and all that. So for us, we really believe that when we build a comics based on African history, like we take Anansi, which is a god of wisdom from the Ashanti tribe in Ghana, and we take maybe the Maasai tribe from Kenya, and we build a superhero content out of it, like how Captain America represents the American army, the strength of the American army, and Thor represents Nordic technology. We as Africa can also learn genuinely from our great heroes when preserved and presented in that side. Then we make games for that. That way we bring story writers together, we bring sound engineers, we bring all the stakeholders that are needed in making a game together. And for us, Africa is more artistic than scientific. And if we want more scientists to be built in engineering, then how do we creatively onboard arts into the science? So if we bring a writer to come and do a game writing, a game story writing, that writer automatically is able to apply their writing skills within a video game. If we bring an illustrator, which we realize that Africa has very good illustrators, but they don't know how to use it within a game or build a comic. So we are giving an opportunity for this illustrator to use his talent within a space that they are actually being paid for, and instead of becoming a banker or a lawyer, chart a course that he's not passionate about. So
I have a feeling, Aram, that you have a great lawyer working for you.
Yeah, it's
and
true.
a greater banker.
And a greater banker also working for us.
I just hope that both of them are not Lebanese. That's all. That's all. So thank you very much, Aram. Really, that's really interesting what you're saying, because it's true that we need to foster our talents. And I know that Kofi, you have been on the ground a lot with everybody, actually, with the game developers, with the government entities, with the other events organizers, with the ecosystem. I mean, I have seen that you are actually in touch with all of this ecosystem across countries. So I wanted to know from you, really, for example, and this is also a question that Aram could have answered maybe also, which is, what are mostly the games that are being produced in Africa? Are they hyper casual games? Are they mid-core games? Are they core games? Mostly on mobile? Do we have anything on PC? Did anyone do anything that is available, that could be available on a console or something? What kind of games are really being produced in Africa? Now, Iram gave us an idea of the culturalization aspect, the localization aspect. So it's not Clash of Clans, it can be Clash of Tribes or Clash of something else. And I know that this genre has been repeated also here in the MENA region, and it worked very well, and it monetized very well, really, honestly. But I really want to know what kind of genres are really being, what kind of games are really being produced in Africa? Hyper casual, casual, core, mid-core.
Okay, so first of all, thanks for the invitation. Habib, it's a pleasure to be here and to connect with all these actors of the global ecosystem in Africa. I try to introduce myself a little. So I'm the founder of a 360 gaming agency called GameCom Synthesis. And it's about 10 years that we are working on the continental ecosystem. We did our first event in 2012. Iram from Leti Arts alighted us in United States in 2013 as one of the first pioneers in gaming event in Africa. And during these 10 years, we evaluate and continue to learning about all the aspects of the 360 evaluation of gaming in Africa. So for me, for example, I put my feet in Dakar, in Nigeria, in Morocco, in Ethiopia, in South Africa. So I put my feet in the four corners of Africa, and I learned a lot about what is happening. That's why today we are more 360 gaming agencies, 360 for the fact that we cover all the 360 evaluation, and we understand that all different actors are connected for making the growth of the industries. Public sectors, leaders, technology leaders, fintech advocates, and also game developers. I lead a chapter about game developers called IGDA during 6 years in Senegal. And I have the time to understand more what are the reality of a game developer in Senegal. First of all, the game which has developed in Africa generally are more on the mobile platform first, and they are casual or hyper casual, first things. But we have also some success on PC games, like Broforce from South Africa, like Semblance, which is now a game on Nintendo Switch from Yamakop Studio in South Africa. In 2013 also, we have our first game from Senegal called Habagi, which is a game developed by just one developer here in Senegal. After, we have also a game called Cross Dakar City, which is a game we talk about the reality of abandoned child in Senegal, so with social impact. And for finish that, we also have a game called Dakar Rapid, which is a game we take the idea of the public transport in Senegal called the Car Rapid. So we understand that many of our games have this easy understanding of the local culture, and I think that is a very good aspect because we have unique stories. Africa is about 54 countries, 2,000 languages, and 3,000 culture. So the content is very massive, lot of stories, lot of insights, and is a great also content for create a plus-value for our games. But we have also some problematics. The first problematics is the education. in Africa in general and in many countries, we don't have education courses for game developers. We have more general courses for computing and engineering. And this is very interesting because people who do this type of courses, they learn themselves how to do games. It's very extraordinary. So imagine that someone will never learn games to the school and will succeed to launch a game, monetize it, create a studio, and generate jobs for people in Africa. The first training about game development in Africa was set by Ubisoft in Morocco so many years ago. After, we know that also in South Africa, universities like Witwatersrand have a courses about video game. And if you analyze all the data about South Africa, you will see that all students who come from these universities, before they finish the courses, they deploy a studio. It's a typical fashion of game developers from South Africa. So we saw that the education is very important. Also, we have some games, for example, who work well on PC, on the platform Steam, and who monetize well, like in Cameroon, Kiro Games, who developed the game Orion. And we see that some success stories permit us since 10 years to learn how to avoid certain problematics. But we have today a problem of monetization. The monetization is very important.
Just to stop you here, just for a moment, Kofi. Before we talk, because I'm really, we have a whole session that is dedicated for monetization and sports. But here I really we still have, I believe my team is telling me around 6 minutes until before the end of this call. So, Mr. Basiru, we've seen now from Kofi, Eram, Alex, and Olisai that, okay, there are the talents, there are the efforts to really put gaming as part of the African culture and the expression of the next generations to come. However, what is being made and provided on the government part, or even in terms of investments? Because we know that sometimes game development is like digging for oil. You're not really sure if you're going to find it or not in terms of return on investment. So how are governments or investors approaching today the gaming industry and the local talents to allow them to have the right funds in order to grow, whether it is in Senegal or in the other countries? And I'm sure that you, from your position from the government, you must know what's happening in other governments as well. So how is it being tackled? And also on the investment part, should we go for more public investment or for more private investments when it comes to growing the gaming industry?
Thank you so much. I mean, it's a key point to have success in implementing our public policies. Actually, in the first phase that we have been rolling out in Senegal, we have been investing a lot. So public investment has been driving the innovation sector because, as you said it, private investors, they need to see that the legal framework is fine for them. They have incentives and also they are sure that at least they can have some return on investment. So what we have been doing, to be very specific, because we created a fund that is dedicated to the startups in digital sector. So that fund has been putting like incubation and acceleration phases funds, and also putting technical assistance to the young entrepreneurs. So we have been doing that. The funds is right now we have it's a fund that is around now 3 billion CFA, which is around 6 million euro. At this is like a first early stage funding that permit all the young talents. It has been well described by everyone here to say, okay, we can develop some digital solutions and also creative games, more in the cultural sector as it has been described, but some of them are willing to take it to the next level and also link it to the esports sector. So we have been pushing around as public government, as you said. We know that there are huge opportunities in this. So we've been pushing that. We've been putting also the right infrastructure, we have a facility that will be dedicated in the IT park that we are developing right now to the digital content development specifically. And we have also the data center to have that digital sovereign debate that have been ongoing also on the region. So the funding is here. Public funding is at least making the private sector be more willing to invest in the startups that we are having right now in our country. And I think it's a pattern that we can see also in the other countries of the region. So right now we have that, and we have been seeing more due diligences from the funds, the private funds, for the startups that we have been funding. So, I mean, we know that we have something here and we are keen to develop that. Also, something very important is in the IT part, we are also open to see what are the incentives that we can give to the private investors and the multinationals that will come in our region, so they can say, okay, you have the talent, you have a specific curricula, training programs for the cybersecurity, gaming, software development, and you have also provided some funds and the infrastructures. We will come and invest with you. So we are looking also for PPP like model for the development of the gaming ecosystem.
I get it. Thank you very much, Mr. Basiru. I'm just going to take a final round with my other guests today on this panel. I will continue on that same question, which is in your countries respectively, what's happening on the level of government and investment, private, whether public, from what you know, from what you know of. But we would require like very short answers, so that because we are nearly out of time, and we have another session, of course, following yours. So, and we need to conclude. And so, for example, Iram, just briefly, private, public, what's the balance, plus, minus?
Yes. So for us in Ghana and Kenya, I think a lot of private people are the ones championing the gaming ecosystem. Companies like ours, because the greatest challenge is resources, human resources. And the next one is the culture. The third one is infrastructure. The fourth problem is the funding bit. So a lot of private indie game developers association are growing very quickly. For us, we have an internship program we organize for university students and senior high school students who come together. We organize game jams, and the organization Kofi also mentioned, IGDA. We have the Ghana chapter as well, that we also bring people together to make games. For instance, the game jam this year, we had about 5 jam sites, and a lot more people are building a lot of hyper casual games, puzzle games. We just got some console games also being explored, and PC games also being explored across the spectrum. Telcos are also championing the cause. Currently, we have a partnership with MTN, which is one of the big telcos in Ghana, and we are running a trivia kind of games to also reward people with data and credit, and other sponsors giving out rewards within the trivia space, which is also growing quickly. So there's a whole spectrum of different things happening in the space. but I consider them as testing the various markets to see the results that we get. So we may be able to present very factual numbers probably in the next 2-3 years that can determine the landscape of gaming on the continent.
That's perfect. What about you, Olisai? What's happening in Nigeria? Just quickly, private public investment. Where's the balance going? Kofi will not answer this question because Mr. Basiru already answered it. So we still have both of you.
Okay, so it's a good mix, right? So on the government side, we have a very progressive minister for youth and sports who has outlined his plans for esports.
Yeah, he was supposed to be with us, by the way, at DGC, right?
Yes,
he was supposed to join us, but he had some emergencies with the COVID situation or something.
Exactly.
And I hope everything is okay now. But next time we will host him as well.
Exactly. And then on the private side, you have private companies like Malio Games that are closing gaps within the talent aspect of things. That's really, really important. Just the resources needed to build high quality games that can scale globally, right? As Ephraim said, the telcos are playing because it's a mobile game, right? That's the numbers, right? It's a casual mobile and casual mid-core market, right? So distribution, super important, monetization, and that's happening the fastest over MTN and Airtel, Glo, over here in Nigeria. And then you have, European and Asian investment. I would venture to say that we will get some good investment in the next 2 years from the activities that we're seeing, from France and a few other players, and then also from China, who are looking intensely at the opportunities. Nollywood is a $5.1 billion market. This is the opportunity, right, for countries like Nigeria and around Africa as well.
Alex, final words before we take a final goodbye from everybody.
Yeah, what I want to say to end this session is that I look that there is a very interest for the government, for the public sector, for gaming and esport, because they know that they're where they can meet young people. So it's important for the government to support the development of gaming, development of esport. Because also it's important to create an identity, to create an history, to share the history of Africa, and also for the public sector is the business opportunity because monetization is very important. Also for gaming, but also to create opportunities, to develop the commerce, the e-commerce, to develop the private sector. So I think that there is a junction between the public sector and the private sector to develop gaming. So it's what we want to advocate. That it's important to join force. It's important to be together, public and private, to develop gaming.
Very well. Thank you, Alex. And I would like just to mention two things. As you are the first session on Africa, starting now on day one, is that, first of all, I hope that a lot of your audiences and developers have watched this, and and you can also inform them that they can register to DGC for free and be on the meeting platform and be able to meet each other and start connecting with the rest of the world and of the region. They just have to go to the website and take a developer's ticket, and it's free for them. They receive their credentials and they can just start. On the other hand, some highlights of the program: we have a launch about Unity distribution platform, and this can help a lot with TPay Mobile and Unity distribution platform, who are launching this very easy way for developers to actually publish their games. We also have a great session with Luis Cataldi, who is the global evangelist for Unreal Engine and Epic Games as well, who will be there. So this is very interesting for the developers as well. And we have also many other global heads from gaming global heads from ByteDance, TikTok, Twitter that are on the program as well. So they can also watch them live on the website, and they can also register as developers and also do the networking, the B2B. Also, other companies can register from Africa, not only developers. There is a small fee to support what we are doing, but this is, of course, for the other companies, not for the developers. And my last question now, should we have a DGC Africa?
Of course. What are you waiting for?
Yes or no?
Yes, of course.
Yes.
That's a big.
Because we just started. And the next one would be DGC Africa.
Good.
I have your support.
Yes, you do.
Yes, you do.
All right. Perfect, guys. So great speaking with you. Thank you very much for your time. And please tune in for the other sessions. A lot of things are happening. Send your communities to register, to view us as well through your networks. Mr. Bassirou, thank you very much. Hello to everybody in Senegal, in Cote d'Ivoire, in Ghana, in Nigeria, and hello from Dubai, from DGC Live.
All right.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Bye-bye.
Thank you.
We are back now with Andrew Cosimo from Zaya, and this is really a special track for us at DGC Live that we started since last year. And Andrew, thank you for joining us, which is a blockchain and games. I mean, this is really for us the next frontier, and we're so excited to learn more about this subject, Andrew. And we have a couple of sessions. We also had the UAE Blockchain Center also going, that is on the program. And for us, it's really very interesting for the developers to hear more about this and also to learn more about your company. If you can just briefly tell us, how did you end up into blockchain and games? Did you start with games and then you went into blockchain and games, or did you start with blockchain and then you went into blockchain and games?
Yeah, no, that's a good question. So thank you very much for having me on. It all started really from about the year 2000. I was buying and selling and trading virtual assets in MMORPGs. And I spent quite a significant amount of my time doing that. And something always people used to say to me was, why would somebody pay for something that doesn't exist? And then when I heard about Bitcoin in 2011, I understood that people would buy something that doesn't exist, something that is digital. So essentially from that point on, I always thought that blockchain and gaming would be, a great combination. So it all began from there, really.
And then what happened? You started a studio, right?
Yeah. So in 2013, we started developing the world's first blockchain game, Hunter Coin, and we released that in February 2014. And the players in that game were earning like $10,000 a day just by playing this very simple, crudely built game. And this was done mostly just as an experiment. And then, after a few years of research and development, in 2016, we came up with this concept of Zaya, which is a platform for people to build and host their own fully decentralized games, which is what I will talk about in my talk as well.
Perfect. So you actually made the first blockchain and games
That's
ever?
correct, yeah.
Wow.
We did, yeah.
Wow. And it did so well, from the start.
It was only designed to be supported for a year, and it did very well in the first couple of months, but it was an open source free project. There was no money making from our point of view for us. The game was very simple, and it was plagued with problems after a few months. For example, as the gameplay was very simple, people started creating bots, which absolutely dominated the world. And then there was like giant bot wars with people who had programmed their own, like basic AI to fight each other over these coins. But it did carry on, and it's still actually running today, even though it was only supposed to be supported for a year. And that's because of this unstoppable autonomous nature of blockchain, and that's why it's still running.
Perfect. I think we'll understand more, and same thing for the audience, same thing for the developers and other studios participating to DGC. If you start your presentation, and then maybe we can have a couple of questions when you are done.
Brilliant. Okay. Okay. Can you see my presentation now?
Yes, we do.
Okay. So I was going to give a bit of a brief intro to myself, but I think I've already done that. But my name's Andrew Closimo, and I'm a technologist, and I've been working in blockchain gaming since 2013, since we created our first project, HunterCoin. So our project, this experiment, HunterCoin, we released in 2014, essentially was very, very similar to Bitcoin. The only real difference was how the coins are acquired. So in Bitcoin, the miners are rewarded when they solve what are called blocks, and this happens approximately every 10 minutes. And at the moment, if you solve one of these blocks, the miners, if the miners solve the blocks, they get, I believe it's 6.25 Bitcoins now, and that's because it's just halved just recently. The reward halves every 4 years. But the difference with HunterCoin is 90% of these coins from the block reward are actually placed on a map for players to move around and collect in a fully decentralized autonomous world, which can't be stopped. And when they get these coins, they then take them to a bank in the game, and then they appear in your wallet just like as if you'd mine them with hardware. So we call this human mining, and you could say it's maybe a more fairer way of distributing the currency as opposed to having to have hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of mining equipment. And as I mentioned before, the players were taking in excess of $10,000 a day in the first couple of months. And over 5 years, the players took in around about $1.3 million. And again, the game was very, very simple. The playability was pretty low. It wasn't that fun, but people could make money on it. So that's why there was a lot of people playing. So what is blockchain gaming really about? Now, a lot of people say it's all about true ownership of your assets, which it definitely is. Once you have these digital assets, they can't be taken from you. So this is what people say when they mean true ownership, which is what a lot of projects tout. Another thing what blockchain gaming could be said it's about is this secondary market trading. So if you buy an asset from somebody, you've got the total freedom to be able to trade it with somebody else, like another player, and this creates this secondary market. A lot of people buying into blockchain games because of the speculation and related to secondary market trading. It's not really probably a good thing, but people are buying these virtual assets expecting the price to go up. There's also this play to earn gaming experience, like I mentioned with HunterCoin, where people can play a game and then earn these crypto assets, which they can then trade with other people and actually make money from it. And also other reasons as well. There can be things like proof for leaderboards and things like that, which I'll get into in a little bit. But in the end, blockchain gaming mostly, it all boils down to, even though it's not just this, is about the players making money or about the value of their assets. Now, the value could also be sentimental as well, or it could be about prestige, but mostly blockchain gaming is about money. If it wasn't, then probably you don't need to be using blockchain and have all those complications that come with it. So, some people always ask, they say, do players care about decentralization and using blockchain and using all these principles of what blockchain gives, which I'll list in a moment. But a simple question, I think, which answers that is, if you're playing a game which involves real money, would you prefer the game to be fair and transparent? So if you was just playing even a game of like flipping a coin, and you're playing it for $10 or $1,000, there's got to be a point where you say, I'd prefer that if I knew that this was definitely fair and it wasn't, I'm not having to trust somebody else to tell me if I won or not. So I think the answer to that is, yeah, people would prefer. So if you've got an option of two games, two identical games, like say World of Warcraft or something like that, and they are both identical in every way, but one of them is provably fair and secure, and the other one you're having to trust somebody else, I think most people would prefer to play the fair one. So there are like a lot of games with this real money trading. However, most games are not designed with this real money trading in mind, and devs actively prevent that. So they ban your accounts and suspend them, and then any assets you've got on that account can just be lost overnight. So that you've just lost basically all your money, what you've invested, whether that's time or money as well. There's a lack of transparency in these games. You don't know how many assets are in circulation. You don't know if the assets have been acquired fairly. It might take you 6 months to acquire a sword in an MMORPG, and there might only be a few of those on the server, so they're very scarce, they're very powerful, and then they would have a high value. But you don't know if the developers or somebody is giving those assets out to somebody for free and then devaluing your own assets. There's also the issue of fraudulent trades, and that could be like the experiences I used to have when if I sold someone a sword maybe for $1,000 and they send me the PayPal money, and then the PayPal money gets reversed, and that can also happen vice versa as well. Developer abandonment. So this might not be something which is, probably going to happen with a massive giant games company, but if it was like an indie dev studio or something like that, that's a risk where you've put all your money into this game or even time, and then the game just ends and it's finished and you've lost all the value. And of course, duping as well, and also fair gameplay. So in the end, all these things add up, and this prevents assets obtaining their true potential value. And something you could ask yourself is, would Bitcoin and Ethereum be worth anything at all if it was centralized? If Satoshi, the creator of Bitcoin, just said one day, look, I've created this coin, here's 21 million coins, and I'm going to hand them out fairly to people. If it wasn't decentralized, then people wouldn't, it wouldn't be as desirable as it is today. So what makes Bitcoin and blockchain great? So it is this decentralized aspect. It's completely trustless. You don't need to trust anybody to if you send your coins, or you don't need to you can verify that somebody else has got those coins. It's transparent and fair, secure. And there's a known scarcity as well. There's only a maximum of 21 million coins going to be mined. You know exactly how many are in circulation at the moment. And another one of the main things is it's censorship resistant and permissionless. So it just runs autonomously, and it can't be stopped, and no one can stop you from using it. So in true decentralized blockchain games, which is what I'm going to talk about soon, our own games, the above are all true, except we can also add in these other principles as well, which are just related to the previous ones, and that is it's possible to have provably fair gameplay. So there can be like sort of no cheating in there. Every time I make a move, I sign it with my private key, and then people can verify that, and it is just fair in that sense. There's provably fair item acquisition, and what that means is if I have an item like a heavy railgun in a game or something like that, you can prove where I got that item from. There's no way that you could, like a developer could, add these items into the game at will. As I mentioned before, is an issue with the centralized games. and they can all be traced back to the point where they were created or they were found inside the game. So there's, everything is completely transparent. It's possible to have true leaderboards where you can prove that you won somebody in a game. There's also this true ownership of game assets, and what I mean by real true ownership of game assets is if you're using a blockchain just to store assets on the blockchain, then you're still having to trust that the developer is still going to be there. Whereas if the game is unstoppable and autonomous, then even if the developers disappear, your item still has this utility in this game. Whereas if it was a centralized game using the blockchain just to store assets on there, and then the game servers disappear, then those assets are essentially just a few numbers and letters and mostly worthless. So, and as I said, yeah, the games can be unstoppable, and you can have unstoppable and autonomous game universes, and as well this fraud-proof trading aspect. So something people always say as well is blockchain performance is no good for games. So this is why Zaya has been designed from the ground up for decentralized games from the last 7 or 8 years of research and development into blockchain gaming. And what Zaya allows is for you to have games which are as complex as any centralized games, but be completely decentralized. And also we have a technology called game channels, which allows for real-time gameplay and reducing blockchain bloat. And we've written a paper about that in 2015, and that has been peer-reviewed. It's possible to have games which are MMO persistent worlds, RTS games, trading card games, racing games, and even first-person games as well, and all be fully decentralized. And the best part about it as well is it's free and open source. All the code is available for people to use. So that is the essentially our platform Zaya. And now I'll get on to some of the games that we're working on, 2 of our games. So Torion is something that we're building completely in-house. And a little bit about the lore. The Earth is sort of destroying itself. There's pollution and wars, a bit like the Earth is now. And 12 houses or factions have left the Earth like an exodus to find somewhere to live in the universe. And 3 of these factions or houses have settled quite close by in a sector of the galaxy, and they are they've had a signal from a planet called Torion where there is like immense resources there. So they've all descended to this planet, and they are going to fight over these resources basically. So Torion is a fully decentralized MMORTS RPG. It can also be considered a cryptocurrency with this human mining aspect. As I mentioned before, like Hunter Coin, where players can use skill and intelligence to acquire these cryptocurrencies or these assets in the game in this provably fair, secure way. The game is like a new genre, but it takes a lot of, or it's inspired by 4X games like Civilization, RTS games like Dune 2, Command & Conquer, StarCraft, and also space MMORPG as well, like EVE Online, Elite Dangerous, and things like that, and also obviously Hunter Coin. So here is a screenshot of like a bit of an alpha. This is all mostly placeholder graphics. It has been replaced now. But when you choose your faction and you join this game, you are a commander and you control multiple units, and you can control them just like you can in an RTS game. So you can drag a box and then select them to move on the map. And the map is quite large. It's made out of 65 million hex tiles. And the world is like a completely persistent world. So if you log out of the game, or close the game rather, and go back in, then the world is still there, but it may have evolved differently while you've been offline. So yeah, so as well, when you're a commander, you can control these units, and you might, when you start, depending on your skill level, only be able to control 4, but depending on your skill level, you can control up to 20, and you can also use different vehicles as well. So this map is also split up into regions, of which there are 650,000 regions, and the players can move to these regions with their units and then prospect them. And when they prospect them, they can find out what resources are there, and these resources can then be mined and then taken to a refinery and refined, and those minerals can then be used for the construction of upgrades and vehicles and buildings. And also, when you prospect these regions, it tells you if it's possible to build a building there, and you have a chance to find ancient artifacts which can be taken to a research facility, and they can be reverse engineered if you look it into a blueprints which are used for construction as well. So there's different types of buildings in the game, but the player-made buildings are obviously built by the players, and these are very resource intensive to build. They might take several weeks or several days to gather the resources and then to build them. And in these buildings, which there are different types, like a refinery, construction facility, vehicle bay, and some others as well. The players can actually set the fees for other people to use those services in the building, so they can generate income that way. And each building also has a what's called a decentralized marketplace, so you can trade trustlessly in this building with like fraud proof with other people, and you can put buy orders and sell orders for the different minerals or upgrades what you've crafted and things like that. And as there are the resources on the map are concentrated in different areas, it could be that in the building you're in, if you want a certain resource, it could be very, very expensive because none of those resources are in this area. But at the other side of the map, which might take 7 days to travel there's an abundance of these resources, and they're very, very cheap. So then you have this supply and demand where it creates opportunities for people to even just transport the goods, because they can see that there's a high demand at one place, and they might have a large transport vehicle to make make some profit that way. And also the players can sell ad space above the buildings as well. Like in this example, this is FT Pool, one of the biggest Bitcoin mining pools in the world, which supports Zaya through mining. So there are like lots of different vehicles, as I mentioned, where you can construct them, and the vehicles are in different classes, like transport vehicles, combat vehicles, advanced vehicles, and all these vehicles can be customized by adding different upgrades, like turrets, so you can slow the enemy down, missile launchers, laser beams, also engine slots as well for increasing your shield replenishment rate, increasing the speed of your vehicle, and structural slots for increasing armor and cargo space and things like that. So again, this is all like completely fully decentralized. And we believe that this is probably the most complex decentralized game ever built. Essentially, it's very similar to, or it's inspired by EVE Online and Elite, except again running all decentralized. So the vehicles all have these different stats as well, like health points, health regeneration, which is all implemented in an alpha we're running now, cargo space, and all things like that. So Torion is a fully featured MMO which runs fully decentralized. It is a PvP game, although it is possible to play it safely in the safe zones around the starter cities. It's a fully player-driven economy. There's character skills and progression, so you can gain skills in mining, in combat, in lots of construction, crafting, and all those sort of things. Alliances and corporations, and all assets have provenance as well. So if I've got this heavy beam laser, it's actually possible to find out where it was constructed, where the minerals came from to build it, where where the ore came from, or where it was refined, where the ore came from, and who prospected that region. So there's no way that developers can pump stuff into the economy and devalue your assets. Everything is completely transparent. and it's trustless and provably fair. There is all moves are signed. There's no way of cheating. All people playing the game compute the state of the game in this decentralized way, and it's censorship resistant. But most of all, it is fun, and we are aiming for a Q4 release of this game as well. So on to our second game that we're building, which is Soccer Manager Elite. So Soccer Manager Elite, we're doing this in a partnership with a company called Soccer Manager, who have been building football management games since 2005, and they have over 1 million or 2 million active users playing their games. Now, Soccer Manager Elite is a fully decentralized football management game. So it's like most of the football management games, except it's an MMO. However, there are only 300 clubs, which means there can only be 300 managers. So that doesn't sound like much, but it is for the elite, as it is called. But the way that we can get more people to participate in the game is each club in the game has 10,000 shares, which can be purchased by players wanting to play the game. Now, when you buy shares in these clubs, if your club is in profit, then you can get a cut of the dividends. I mean, you get dividends. Sorry. So at the end of each season, the shareholders get, say, 5% shared amongst them. But that's only if your club is actually in profit. So they can also vote for and sack managers who's playing, and also veto player sales. So if the manager is doing good, then the shareholders are going to be happy because they're going to be receiving this cryptocurrency as dividends. But if they're doing bad, then they're probably going to get sacked, and they're going to have to find a new manager. So in the blockchain space, what we call this, where the players can vote and control some sort of virtual entity, is called a decentralized autonomous organization. So in here, every club is classed as what is called a decentralized autonomous organization. So as well as buying shares in the clubs, you can actually also buy shares in the players as well. And if you have shares in a player, then those shareholders get a bonus if that player is played by the manager. So they also get a small percentage of the wages. They get bonuses if they score, if they have a clean sheet, if they assist a goal, and things like that. Now, they can also vote as well for an agent spokesperson. Now, what the agent spokesperson job is, is so there isn't 10,000 shareholders all speaking to the manager all the time. They can vote a spokesperson who will then communicate with the manager and say, look, we are not happy because we're not getting played, so we're not getting paid. So they can speak to the manager about that, but also they can speak to other managers of other clubs and say, we'd come to you and we'd be happy if you buy us from our club because our manager's not playing us. And if they're not happy in the current club, and the manager's not listening to them, then they can actually lower their own morale. So, and if the morale is lowered, then the performance decreases, and there's also other negative effects for the team as well. So out of the something like 40,000 players, each one of these is also like a decentralized autonomous organization. But really what we've done here with this is we've give each player a brain. So they are actually like a living entity inside the game. We think this is pretty groundbreaking. So obviously, as well, the players have this trustless trading again as well in a decentralized exchange, so they can trade shares just like you can on an exchange, and they can also trade soccer players between clubs as well in like an auction. And this is all fully decentralized, completely secure, and transparent. So. Yeah, Soccer Manager Elite it's currently in beta, and we're expecting a full release in September.
Andrew, we still have around 2 minutes.
Yeah, so that is actually the end of my talk now as well. So
perfect.
Yeah, thank you very much for listening, and I guess that was good timing then. So thank you very much for that.
Thank you, Andrew. I think you can switch back to full screen if you want.
Okay, like that.
Yeah, this way we see all of you.
Brilliant.
It's really amazing what's happening in blockchain and games, and we're really happy to host you at DGC. I'm sure that many of the listeners, of the participants to the conference would like to connect with you, and they will be able to do that through our meeting platform, where you are also registered. And this way you can continue the conversations, and maybe, who knows, some partnerships can come out from this with our local and regional developers as well.
Brilliant.
Thank you very much for joining us, Andrew. It was very interesting.
Brilliant.
And
thank you very much, sir.
We always want to push more knowledge and content about blockchain and games.
Brilliant. Thank you very much.
So we're back in day one today with DGC Live, and we are welcoming Amin Al-Husseini, Mobile Business Development and Senior Product Manager at NBC Group. And Amin is going to talk to us today about what NBC is doing to bring Arab gamers to World Championships. I have known Amin for years now. He's one of the pioneers of the gaming industry here in the region with NBC Group. They started the Weasel platform some years ago, and Amin, you have been also witnessing the growth of our region and the gaming industry for the past years. And I'm sure before we start the presentation, I just wanted to ask you, how do you see things in terms of evolution today in the gaming industry? If you can just give us a quick review about that, and then we will start talking about your presentation today.
Hello, Habib, and thank you for having me as a guest I think this is probably the 4th or 5th year now we're together. Yes, as you mentioned, the industry has grown a lot, obviously, in this 5 years. I remember we started together in the beginning. We were like working closely on seeing developers and publishers from the region, but now we are bombarded by publishers and developers from all over the world. And obviously, MENA region has grown to be a very attractive market for so many publishers, with the numbers growing, which we will talk about probably in the presentation.
Perfect. I mean, basically, when you are saying that we are bombarded by publishers and developers, what are they first looking to achieve in our region?
Okay, look, publishers have for so many years been using different, I'm going to speak specifically mobile gaming more than anywhere else. So the mobile gaming has been growing previously in Europe, in South America, before first of all, obviously it's China and the US, and then Europe and South America. And then they started seeing attraction coming from the region. And obviously the amount, or the ARPPU, average revenue per paying user in the region, have attracted so much game publishers to come to the region immediately. We're talking about an average of $180 spent per user per month, per paying user. So that's quite an attractive number for them to come over to the region. And so they began. Honestly, in the past year, I have seen not just them publishing in the region, they are opening their offices, and they're becoming one. They know that for a fact, to be in the MENA region, they have to be on ground as well with us. So it's promising what we're seeing currently in the MENA region.
And NBC and Weasel have been a facilitator and a partner to these publishers in the region since you started. And I believe that you are the only, let's say, homegrown platform that was created in the region, other than the other traditional platforms that are created, let's say, with Google and with Apple and with Facebook. And so tell us, how is Weasel when you started it and today? Can you give us an idea about this initiative that you started when nobody was believing in the gaming industry, and now how it is becoming even more a partner of these publishers and a facilitator for them to come into the region.
So basically what happened years ago, we wanted to grab the gamers or the publishers of the global to come to MENA region. We created something called Weezo. Weezo was a distribution platform in the sense of you come in, you plug in your game, and we market it for you using our TV channels for people to actually download the game. This was the initial start of Weezo, but now today we're talking about a totally different community. Today, Weezo is a platform that speaks not only to like certain people. We are now going into after all the gamers in the region by giving them the ability to actually socialize with each other. So today, as you mentioned, yes, we are the first probably in the region to be able to say we created a platform that is catered only for gamers. We were the first to be able to allow gamers to chat with each other. If you want to look at the global competition, yes, we do have a global competition. YouTube is one of them, Twitch is one of them, Facebook is one of them. And currently, actually, Facebook started to do something similar, a platform that's very similar to ours. So Weezo began the social network, let's say, to it, beginning end of 2019, beginning of this year. We were able to have people upload videos, share videos, influencers to come on board, opening an account. It became the social media platform for gamers. Why we did that? We did that specifically for the fact that today any publisher or developer, when they go out into the marketing and they want to grab gamers or acquire gamers, it's very difficult for them. The traditional way a few years back was, okay, let's promote on all these digital platforms, be it, as we said, Facebook, YouTube, Google, all of them. You can name it. But then again, we did not really grab gamers specifically because gamers have their own unique thinking or behavior or their own community. So today, when you want to get gamers, you actually want to go after the ones that are speaking to each other, that are playing the game, not just downloading any casual game. Again, I'm specifically here talking about mobile gaming or AAA gaming. This is something I will also be sharing in my presentation to show you more how we evolve from a platform that distributes games to a social media platform today that speaks to all the gamers in the region.
Perfect. Then let's go straight to that, Amin, and what MPC is doing to bring Arab gamers to World Championship.
Well, I'll start my presentation now. We'll go into a 2-minute video, let's say. It talks about the whole industry, and then we can continue.
This is kind of crazy.
The world of gaming is one of the fastest growing industries of our time. It began with traditional PCs and consoles, but today it's evolved to mobiles and even a global sport.
Mobile games are officially taking over.
Its championship trophy comes with an $11 million prize.
The gaming industry has officially gone mainstream. This once geeky subculture is worth more than $135 billion today, with steady growth year on year. And if you can't wrap your head around the gaming phenomenon, then get this. Gaming profits alone are expected to reach $180 billion by 2021. The MENA region is a $5 billion industry, which has grown nearly 24% in 1 year alone. And more specifically, Saudi Arabia has one of the highest average paying users in the world. Unsurprisingly, mobile gaming leads this charge, with more than 59% of that profit. You know those puzzle and arcade games your colleagues are constantly playing on their lunch break? They are the most popular downloads in the app stores today. Mobile gaming doesn't discriminate. It generates interest with both young and old gamers alike. And casual games still dominate in reach. But it's the AAA games that dominate the revenue, which is nearly $75 billion a year. Mobile gaming has become so popular that most of the top console games are also releasing mobile versions. Today, there is so much potential in the mobile gaming industry. And let's not forget the ever-growing esports entertainment, which continues to pack venues globally. In 2020, esports is expected to generate more than $1.5 billion in revenue. The future is bright for the gaming world, and even brighter for those that get involved today. Now the real question is, are you a gamer?
So as we saw in this video, it's just a generic what's happening on the industry in a whole. Obviously, the numbers are great. We are seeing a potential of, let's say, $5.5 billion from the region. And this is something we all have to take care of or grow it. And it's actually growing 24% year on year. So it's very promising. And this is, again, an indication for publishers and developers to come and build their offices in the region. This is where we came in as Weezo as well, and we started thinking, okay, what is it best for people to come in? So we created this platform that is based on incentivizing people to push and video content onto the platform. So yes, Weezo is a loyalty program sort of, but it also incentivizes people to upload their content. And by that, I mean they play games on the platform and they are able to share it with each other, because this is where the gamer comes in and starts to learn or get the tips or share with his friends his performance. Okay, and today we're talking about over 12 million downloads of Weezo in the region. That's quite a high number when it comes to gamers. If you want to take, as per the studies, you have UAE and KSA, the highest ARPU, and we're talking here about almost 16 million gamers combined. So this is an attraction also for us as MBC. We would like to have all these 16 million on board with us. So today Weezo has over 12 million downloads from the region, and we're talking about an average ARPU of $150 or $132. So as we said previously, Weezo has evolved to become a social media platform, allowing people to play together, talk together. There's few secrets I might be able to say them for the first time now. There are, as we know, something called arcade subscription. So we are adding games to the platform whereby people actually can subscribe and get the chance to play all these games in one go. We are working closely with influencers to put them on board and have their channels opened up on Weezo, because this is an attraction for them. I will keep the rest as a secret. So I will not stay long on this presentation. This is probably the final slide, and it's a quick also 20-second video showing how Weezo looks today.
I mean, that was really amazing, and I'm really curious to know more. I mean, you just mentioned half a secret, and you're bringing the arcade to the platform. I mean, I'm sure you maybe cannot say more at this stage. However, when is the announcement going to be?
So basically, we're aiming in 2020 to have finalized some of the developments. It's a development phase we're going through right now. But due to the current situation, things got delayed a little bit. But I hope like by the end of the year, we will have something to share with you.
Are we going to have like a PlayStation 5 reveal? Okay, sure.
I hope so. I hope so. We're working actually on that. And to that point, Habib, because you before our interview, you mentioned something like, what is it that you have more or you want to share with us? Actually, recently we've had a very good partnerships with two big games. I would like to announce about that. Call of Duty is one of them, and Free Fire from Garena. So Call of Duty was dominating our screens, obviously, in Ramadan, and in collaboration with Weezo. And today I'm happy to say that we were able to shift their mobile game from being in the top 20 to actually being in the top 5. And this was a big support from our side. So again, Weezo plays a big role in increasing the marketing exposure and in helping games to grow to be in the top 5. Same thing happened with actually Free Fire from Garena. And we did a bigger step there where they actually came to us and they asked us to help them in localizing and culturalizing the communication. So we were able actually to create a TVC for them, and we used one of our stars, a Saudi star, Muhammad, and it was a really success. And also we helped in moving the ranks to these games and pushing them to the top 5, both of them. These sorts of collaborations with big publishers and developers from the world are very promising. We are to NBC and to the gamers as well, because today many gamers come to us saying, okay, which game I should be playing? What is it that I need to do? How to be part of these big championships? And we are actually using these words or facilitating through our platform, Weezo, to tell them, this is the game that will make you happy. This game will make you win. Will take you to the next level. And this is where we mostly work as Weezo to make sure that the games that we are bringing or exposing to the gamers are really quite good games.
I mean, that's amazing news. And we always hear about international publishers coming to the region, and we know they are here, and we know that they are active as well. But the numbers you just mentioned are just amazing. And congratulations on Activision and Garena. It's really amazing. And so now back to another question about bringing Arab gamers to world championships. So I believe this is, what is it? I mean, is it related to esports? Is it related to international competitions, or?
It's a very good question. Esports is a word that everyone, when we hear it, they want to know more about it. A lot of, based on my experience in the region and working with so many companies on that sense, the first thing they say, okay, you're doing esports, how can we do that? Because they hear that the word esports is big, is something, but actually we need to be careful with that word and how we use it, because esports as an industry contributes $1.5 billion globally, as we saw in the video. And in the region, we contribute almost 5% or 10%, even less to that. So we are quite new in the esports when it comes to the region, because people think about it, is it an event? Is it an activation? It's a marketing, or is it teams? And this is where the good part about it comes, where we said that, yes, we have Arab gamers that have actually gone to big championships and global championships even before the existence of esports in the region, because as a gamer, you are able to connect with your game and follow up what's happening and reach these championships. But again, this means that there is a big appetite from our gamers to be part of these championships. Yes, we need to be able to set, hubs for these teams to create, help them grow, give them, it's just like any other championship, like a sports. You need to be able to train them really well and support these teams to grow. Now, the big question here is financials. Like, okay, if today I say I created this team, does this mean I'm going to make money out of it? Because from a business perspective, many people think, okay, if I create a team in esports, how am I going to make money? Yes, sponsorship. And again, these sponsorships are quite scary to be dependent on because of what's going on through the market currently. It goes up, it goes down. But if we have the right set of esports, the right teams in place, the responsibility and the credibility behind these teams, then yes, we are able to bring sponsors, because a lot of big sponsors today are keen to have presence in such teams and in such championships.
You know, there is a big debate, and now during the COVID situation, we know that the gaming industry in general wasn't really affected by the COVID situation, and that it actually had very positive results during this period of time. And of course, it's just maybe the nature of gaming, because it's a global event anyway. It's an indoor activity most of the time. It's a community, however, they don't need to gather together. So it's just the nature of it. I had many. We have many esports esports segments during these 3 days, and there is a whole debate about bringing esports back to its online original nature, and not the offline events and all of this. And I know that you guys are mainly online, correct? So, and
a very good point.
Yeah.
And if you allow me to jump in, because this is a discussion I've had with a lot of game publishers. Look, from a PC console games, let me speak that way, we have a few titles that dominate this region, this industry for the past 25 years. So today, if you tell me you want to enter that area, I would tell you, be careful. You have giants that dominated the PC and console esports. From a mobile gaming perspective, there is still more space for that to come in. But as you said, very important, online and offline. Offline, okay, it's an event. Everyone wants to be part of that event. But online, today, the game publisher or the developer, they are creating their own setup for people to actually participate online and play on their game. So for us as MBC, being what is MBC is doing in that fact, we're creating a platform. This VIVE platform will be able to host esports events. So tomorrow, let's say Activision wants to speak directly to their gamers and create an event or an esports championship for their gamers, we can actually help promote these games on our platform. But this raises a big question as publishers and developers from the region, where do they go when it comes to these championships? Do I play a game and follow it online, or do I participate? It's like, I'm going to give an example. Like, would you buy directly from the brand that you like, or you'd go to a concept store? So the fact of having a concept store, some people do like it, but remember, the brand here is speaking directly to the consumer. He can easily bypass you.
Perfect. I mean, it's always a pleasure to speak with you and to know about the progress of MBC and VIVE in the gaming sphere. You guys were early comers, early believers in the industry, in the gaming industry in our region, and we're so happy to see that everything is going in the right direction, and you are helping so much from the gamers to the publishers, and to continue on expanding the growth of the gaming industry in our region. We thank you very much. And I'm sure on the meeting platform now, so many people are just, sending you messages, wanting to meet you. As you know, our meeting platform is running 24 hours during the 3 days in parallel to our live broadcast. And I hope that this will also, get finalized with a new deal, with a new opening, and your services helping other publishers to enter our region. Thank you very much, Amin.
Thank you, Habib. I just want to end with something I always use. I really would like to help the talent that we have in the MENA region in the sense of developing games. MBC is also working on something like this, but I will keep it until we are ready to announce it. But we really want developers from the region to work more on developing more games. We have the talent. We need to be able to help this talent to grow I see you have one of the partners there, sponsor partners, that actually is working a lot to grow this industry. And we would like to be able to help as well and allow many publishers from the region to grow. Yes, we've seen global coming. Yes, the global is doing great. We love their games, but in the end of the day, if you break down the gamers that are coming, they really want our language, they want our culture, they want something related to them, and we can do that. And hopefully, year on year, Habib, we stay together, and I keep you updated, and good luck with the rest of the event. And thank you again for hosting.
Thank you, Amin.
Welcome back to DGC Live. Today, well, not today, now we are talking about kind of the opportunities in games development and games publishing within the MENA region. And I've got some fantastic guests on the panel. First of all is Mo Fadel, I think that's correct, the CEO of Sandsoft Games, Mohammed Al Arqabi, who's a games developer based in Saudi Arabia. We have Jason De La Rocca, who is a game industry entrepreneur, funding advisor, clustering expert, and a lot more things according to his LinkedIn page. And we have Layla Albertine, who's on voice, not on video, who's a game developer and lecturer at Al Maya University, again in Saudi Arabia. How are you all, everyone?
Awesome.
Great, thank you.
Doing well. Let's congratulate Mo on the launch of Sandsoft Studios, who is going to be the largest publishing games company in the whole region. And we're happy to have him as well here as part of this Endless Potential NEOM session. So specifically, we are looking to discuss today the MENA region ecosystem and what is required to move from a great opportunity to an existing reality. Because, you know, we always talk about the MENA region as the next potential emerging market, everything happening. Why aren't we listening did we reach a certain level of success, or are we yet not there? Let's discuss it with our panelists.
Absolutely. I guess kind of the first question is kind of what opportunities are there for the games industry in the MENA region? Is there anyone who wants this question, or should I just call on someone?
Well, I'll go. I think if we go with Mo, because you know Mo has worked for in many of these AAA companies, and recently he's been working with Riot, and now he's just back in the region. So he should be able to tell us more about what are the opportunities in our region for the game industry.
Okay, Mo, you're in the hot seat.
Thank you. First of all, thanks for having me. It's really a pleasure and honor. It's a very good question. This is the reason why myself and some other colleagues from industry decided MENA. I'm half Arab, so that makes my life easier. But from the gaming perspective wise, I'm working now since 16 years in industry with Blizzard, Wargaming, NCSoft, as well Amazon Game Studios, and now as well Riot the last 3 years. All companies have always one thing in common, they're global companies. Everyone looked at MENA as an emerging market. But when you look at the actual player base and the behaviors and the market growth, in the last years, MENA is the strongest growing market worldwide in gaming. And it's the one which is like becoming dominant, not only of player base, as well as skill base from the players. They're getting so competitive, so engaged. They digest the most content regarding of YouTube and streaming as well. So the region is a monster. It's such a strong beast, but it was neglected by the industry. So naturally, when you look at it now from the industry perspective as a AAA publisher and developer, was for me when I looked at it as well and said, hey, yes, it's my blood, my father's side. This is my people, my community. But then you look at it as a game developer and publisher and said, wow, look at those players, those passion, those drive, this growth. The community and the region is changing so much and so fast, faster than anything we've ever seen before. There's such a massive opportunity arising at the same time for the whole game industry to say, hey, okay, let's stop acting it's an emerging market. Let's take it what it is. It's already a market which is far beyond this emerging point. We just have to adapt from our side to adapt to the market, sit down and give the attention and focus to actually help build the new, I don't want to say something wrong, but the new leader, I really mean it in regards of opportunities and market and talent and player base, will be one of the top 2 in the world, will be the MENA region. This is something I'm super excited about. What can I say?
We are also super excited about having more publishing companies in the region, and that are bringing also, like you said, you know, during the DGC Live this year, we are actually having sessions about profiles that are similar to you, Mo, where they are originally from the Arab world, they made it into the bigger studios and giving back to the community here and coming back as well. So we have Fawzi Mismar, we have Rami Ismail that you know, of course, Jason. Muhammad, I would also like to hear from you as a developer today. How do you perceive these opportunities in the gaming industry as a young developer? And we were discussing earlier with Jason as well, how do we go about when we are a young developer here in the region? How do we perceive ourselves? How do we actually become an entrepreneur and not only a game developer or a game artist and take it to the next level? So how do you see that opportunity in games, in the games industry from your own perspective?
Well, first of all, good morning and evening to Jason, I guess. It's a great pleasure to be here. In terms of opportunities, unfortunately, to be honest, we are not seeing opportunities, enough opportunities at least as a developers. However, we're definitely noticing a difference with companies such as Sandsoft launching now, and more initiatives and more workshops and all of that types of interest in games and e-games as well. So that's something we are noticing these days, or at least recently. In terms of how does someone get into it? Well, the great thing about this is developing a game doesn't really have to cost millions of dollars. So if someone has the passion and the time, they can acquire the skill afterwards, and there's limitless sources, free, different languages, everything is available with the internet now. So almost everyone can become an entrepreneur, but how successful he becomes, that's it's a couple of things, luck and extra hard work, and a lot of the variables of the equation has to meet just so you can have a success entrepreneurship experience. However, seeing that the cost of creating and developing games these days don't have to be very large, that means you can get a really big number of people to actually participate and create the market. It's just maybe we're lacking a clear vision of like the opportunities and where they are and something like that. So we can actually all try and involve ourselves in, learning how to develop a game and actually try and pursue and find these opportunities ourselves. But I think that's it.
So, Jason, just because you've invested in these sort of things before, I guess, do you agree that there's less opportunity here? And is there anything that developers can be doing to, I guess, make the most of the opportunities they are given?
Yeah, I mean, it's an interesting question, and part of it is that the game industry is sort of a multi-layered, multifaceted, sort of set of ecologies. And I think what a lot of people talk about is the consumer market, right? So this is a bit Mo's comments about seeing the hunger for games and players and the rise of esports and all of this kind of a consumer level or consumption level opportunity that's growing, that exists. I think that will continue to grow, and there is an opportunity there. You know, it's already at several billion, and I think that'll continue to grow. The less obvious one, this is maybe more the perspective of Mohammed, is as a creator, as an entrepreneur, how does an entrepreneur from the MENA region become the next Riot, the next Wargaming, the next Supercell? And I think in that regard, the MENA region is a little more behind the rest of the world, and the opportunities aren't as plentiful or readily available. And these are some of the things we need to talk about in terms of fleshing out the ecosystem. What's the talent pipeline? What's the access to funding? What kind of programs for mentorship are in place to support local developers to go global? And you know, for me, in the kind of work that I've done, that's really where the wealth creation comes from. That's really where the value and the economic impact, and also the ability to have a voice on a global scale. Right? If you are a developer, an entrepreneur from the MENA region, and you create the next Fortnite or Angry Birds or Clash of Clans, that becomes something that's created from this community that then is consumed and played and loved by tens of millions, if not hundreds of millions of players all over the world. And that is transformative level stuff. So MENA region is just starting to kind of embark on that journey. We're starting to see some positive steps in that direction, but it's still a long journey there and building all the pieces of that ecosystem up.
So how do you basically make an ecosystem ready for this?
You're asking me. It's like, you know, how do we solve this massive?
I'm asking you, I'm asking Mo, I'm asking Layla, who will also join us. But give us your answer also, Jason, to start with. How do you make an ecosystem ready to tap into the $140 billion industry instead of just the few $1 billion that are just here in our region?
Yeah. I mean, you need both, right? You need the international companies coming in. You need the local entrepreneurs going out. Like you need all these inflows and outflows. Generally, the core of an ecosystem, you really want to see three primary stakeholders. You want to see the creators, the entrepreneurs, the designers, artists, and so on. So call it the industry. You want to see the academic world. So the universities teaching the up and coming developers and designers and programmers, and you want to see the government or governmental agencies that are able to provide not just funding but other support mechanisms to accelerate the process of achieving success. And so you want to see kind of a strong communication, a strong flow back and forth between those three primary stakeholders at the highest level. You know, once you start implementing that kind of dynamism, you know, there's a lot more pieces to dig in from there. But at the fundamental level, those are the three stakeholders you want to see active in a region making a difference.
I was going to say, so Mo, you must kind of think that we're on the right path then, considering your company.
Yeah, to reflect on what Mohammed and Jason said, yes, especially Mohammed when he mentioned, for entrepreneurs like let's say the creators, the developers, indie developers as well, who are starting now, it's a very hard environment. This is true. But reflecting on what Jason said, we all have to interact on many layers. And this is something which I see as well. Be very transparent. It's like a chain reaction in the end. We're having this momentum, and this is something where the industry in MENA has to change their own perception, and the global industry has to change their perception in regards how they see and perceive MENA. Not only the players, as well the talent and the studios. And this is something I can tell you since we announced. And I said, hey, I come down, come down on the ground, feet down. Let's start over, wrap up the arm, like get dirty, to build something in MENA from my side, at least in the team side, then a lot of people reach out to me over LinkedIn as well and say, hey, Mo, great to see that finally MENA gets the attention and drive. And I said, hey, this is as well not correct. There's a lot of things since years happening in MENA from amazing companies doing. Just now is a momentum where you can see a big change happening. This is the chain reaction I meant, that it flips up the top leadership, the government relations with a vision. Then I saw as well something like NEOM coming up with a complete different approach, how they can even see, in specific Saudi Arabia, how they see like how we want to do business, how we want to bring entrepreneurs, how we want to elevate the region. So I see several reactions starting to happen that, okay, then this is now the time where I said, okay, guys, old industry folks who trust me, this is now the time, let's give some attention. And I said, right now what I do as well is just a little bit of light. I described it to a colleague of mine, and the owner of another company just a few days ago said, in the end, with Sandsoft Games and the announcement now, it's just a bit of light. It's like a torch in a cave. And ideally we use this torch to show around as much as we can for a short moment that the cave is full of beautiful crystals, full of beautiful material, like in Minecraft. Use them. Now is opportunity, and ideally it sparks another torch and another torch and another torch. And this is the reaction which suddenly the whole cave starts to shine. And this is, I believe, what Jason as well mentioned when we said, okay, there's these different layers and they have to interact. And this is something I believe will now only get faster and faster to reach this point with all players coming together on all levels. Next 3 years will be the biggest differences we ever seen in MENA in regards of gaming, from entrepreneurs to AAA companies coming. I think this will be a very big game changer within the next 3 years, 100%.
I do agree with you, Mo. Jason attended our first DGC back in maybe 5 or 6 years ago. And at the time when we used to talk about the gaming industry, people would, not understand what we're saying. And we've seen also the evolution in the past 5 years of the interest in our region towards the gaming industry, not only from the international publisher, but mostly from local and regional initiatives as well. And we are seeing a great difference, of course, and also seeing more developers and more institutions getting involved. Leila, Jason mentioned something about education, and you are today in Saudi Arabia giving this education to your students. How do you see them as being part of the gaming industry, like really something that they are looking forward to?
Okay, in terms of education, before I start talking about what I'm currently doing, I would like to talk that universities in Saudi Arabia are changing. They're moving toward introducing academic programs that will enhance game industry. They have 3D modeling, they have scenario writing, they have they're introducing music, they're introducing production and direction of animation and movies. Currently, I'm teaching students on how the basics of game design and development in Al Yamama University. And to be honest, I've seen enthusiasm. I've seen lots of them interested in game development, to the point that I showed them the ropes. I showed them the way, and I noticed that they are way ahead of me in many aspects. I've been sharing some of their work, and some of them, they're putting a lot of effort. However, even what I noticed is these students' main goal is not game development. They want game development to be a side thing because they don't see a place to work or a job opportunity here in Saudi Arabia. But they want it as a side thing. They can publish their games, they can get revenues, they can work on projects together. However, it's not, they don't see it as a main thing. I remember one of my best students said, who has been working in both Unity and Blender, he said that he would like to focus on web development because there are more job opportunities than game development, and games will be as a side thing.
So I guess the question, is that because they don't see a big career path, but it's a bit of a chicken and egg, right? Because you need the talent and you need the studios and the developers before people can see a career path. So I guess the question is, what do you think needs to change for people to start seeing game development and games publishing as a proper career?
We need a success story. I think this is what we need most. If we get a very successful story, and I'm trying to achieve that in both helping other developers, providing workshops, interacting with students, answering their questions. The whole point is I'm trying to help build a success story, whether it's mine or anyone else. If we get the success story and people see the potential game industry has, they will start taking it seriously and think of it as a career or as a business. Okay.
Today, I'm sure Sandsoft is also looking today to find these talents in the region, right? And you were previously working for Riot as well, and they opened their office here in Dubai, and I was there when they first came and started to visit, and they spent around a year or 2 years just looking for talents to be able to be part of the adventure. So, Mo, today, do you think that we have all the talents that we need in the different departments that are ready to go and take your company to the next level? And you also, with your experience, will take them to the next level as well.
I want to be very frank. I wish I could say yes, but to be honest, it's not the case yet. We had in the last few weeks hundreds, I literally mean hundreds of interviews on many, many layers and many levels, from publishing, marketing, UA, over development, concept art. And actually 95% is from talent from the region. And through this filtering out, it became very, very clear that there is such a potential in talent, but their standards, I'll be very transparent, the standards, how the talent currently, what they are exposed to, what they can do, is on a very different scale when you look at someone like the Riot, the Blizzard, the Activision, any big player, any global one who had like 20 plus years, or let's say 40 years of building this infrastructure, this ecosystem around talent, to foster this talent around gaming, what is needed, all these pieces. Then we're sitting down with talent, and the talent as well, their own perception, naturally they say, hey, I can do everything, I'm here. And then you're sitting down with them through processes and interviews, over interviews, and with the same candidates, example-wise. And then in the end, realizing, hey, sorry, what you described is here, yes, but the standards we need to push the region to be on equal on the global scale is 3 levels higher. But the potential is there. So this is where it's very important. What we create for us, we bring global senior talent who would have never touched MENA as there is right now because of the perception, that we bring them through relationships and trust to the region to sit down and say, here, look, there's a blue ocean of amazing talent. There are diamonds. You see, there are so many diamonds, unicorns. You don't see in the industry on a global scale because they're truly diamonds. You just have to shape. You just have to help to form that they become tomorrow, as Leila said, the ones which have the success story, who suddenly becomes like the Fauzi. Like, not one Fauzi, we want to have like 10,000 Fauzis. You know, these are the moments which is happening right now. But for this, we have to be very transparent. We need to bring global and senior talent who has a meaning and a vision to merge it with local talent to tomorrow breed a new level of gaming developers and publishers from the MENA region.
Yeah, I'll jump in. Yeah, I mean, really interesting, and it's wonderful to hear from Leila and what she's experiencing on the ground and at schools. And the reality is, the region will not reach its potential if all the talent is sitting on the sidelines, waiting and watching. Even if, as Mo says, the talent is there, and you just have to polish those diamonds. And in many ways, the role of government, the role of the different agencies is to step in to shake things up and accelerate that process. And it's the only reason the government should be stepping in. It should be that, everyone's hesitant, there's risks, people, they have to pay for their food and so on. And so the kind of the connections of the ecosystem are not connecting because everybody's sort of waiting, sitting, hoping, observing. And this is where a governmental agency comes in and says, okay, we get it. There's a misconnection. So we're going to come in and we're going to close that gap. Now, what does that mean? Does it mean, more intense education? Does that mean incentivizing, 10 more Sansofts to come to the region? Is it, setting up a seed fund? It could mean many different solutions. But those are the kinds of things that the government has to do to catalyze that kind of change. And further, what I would say is the most potent thing is to generate success in the region. Not only does that mean that, as Layla pointed out very clearly, it inspires other talent to pursue those opportunities, but it also inspires international companies and investors to come to the region and say, my goodness, what is happening in the MENA region? Where's all this success coming from? We never knew this talent even existed. And look at what these studios are doing on a global scale. Then the big companies come, and then that sort of further escalates. I think the challenge is if we all sit around and we wait for, I don't know, Blizzard or whoever to come to town to hire everyone, Blizzard is never going to come because Abid what Mo says, the talent's not at the, they want to, they're looking, but it's hard to justify. So there's definitely an investment in schools, an investment in teachers, an investment in all kinds of investments to really catalyze and spark that change. But that's a 5-year, 10-year type of plan. That's not, hey, this fall we're going to throw some money around and have a workshop and then our job is done. This is a long-term strategy that needs to be put into place.
I have something to say. Yes, I do agree. It's having workshops here and there is not enough, and it will take time to produce talent. So what I'm currently doing is I'm helping my students to see the opportunities and to give them exposure as much as possible. Game development course last semester. Me and my students have a huge plan. We're planning to work on the game during the summer vacation. And we're planning to showcase the game in many game development conferences and events. Our main target is Tokyo Game Show. Hopefully we can make it there. We're trying, but hopefully. If we get something decent, you'll see us there.
I promised you, Layla, because they are our partners, that we will facilitate that for you.
So I had to there's a few kind of things I'm getting from this conversation. One is that, Mo, you've been playing Minecraft because you've talked about diamonds, gems, and caves. Mohammed, do you believe that you're in the cave and can see the gems and the diamonds, and you do believe that there's currently an opportunity to grow that into something bigger?
Well, the past, 3 to 4 years, I've been very heavily involved in different communities, not just here in the region. Sorry, not just here in Saudi, but in Bahrain and Emirat and in a bit of Kuwait. So I've been involved and been seeing the region as a whole been growing, definitely. We see the diamonds as well, since we are the developers and we are one community, so we do see the diamonds. They're out of reach, or at least no one had to put a value on it yet. So we see it, we know it's there. A lot of people know it's there. It's just no one is buying or is interested in that diamond yet. Understandable. However, so it's a combination of what Jason, Mo, and Layla said. It's not just about. Okay, so actually, let me continue my previous thought. Is in the past 4 years, I've been seeing a lot of waves. So every couple of months, summers, every game jams, and all of that, you see a new wave of people coming. People who are interested in games, all ages, from young kids to adults and up to 40 to 50 years old as well. Participating, very interested. The issue is they don't lose interest in time. They lose hope. So they don't see, they still want to develop games, just like what Layla said, and her students, even before starting professionally, they don't see even the opportunity. So they're not even considering the idea. It's a lot of layers, just like Jason said. It's a lot of layers. If we were to take this to a game logic, games have different servers that have attention focused to different types of levels. So if I joined a game very late in the in the day, and my level is very low, they won't automatically put me, at least good games won't put me with the high levels. That way I can level as well. To apply that to what's happening here, we do need education, even though I don't personally think it's 100% necessary at this point, at least in this current time. However, we do need it for people who wants to take this seriously and actually try and major in it. We do need opportunities, jobs, whatever type of job. It's just something to, like I said previously, I need to see that hope. I need to see a reason why I actually need to go and learn and all of that. Personally, right now, everyone I know is mainly focusing on trying to learn game development for a game jam or something like that. They do hope at some point in the future that they would get a job or something like that. But I think you can tell they're not. It's just a hope. Yeah. I don't know how to put this, but it's.
I mean, Mohammed, it's driving me crazy to listen to you. Why is there no ambition? Like I want to shake all those developers and push them to dream and achieve big. Not
Muhammad,
show them a salary. They'll come. Don't worry.
No, Muhammad. I believe everybody on this call and even more people listening to us and participants to DGC care about these diamonds and are doing something about it.
Of course.
We have, for example, for the past 5 years, created this platform exactly for that purpose and for international companies, local companies, young developers. And this year, the access for developers is even free for the meeting platform to show your work, to connect with Jason, to connect with Mo, to connect with
if I may say,
with Louis Cataldi from Unreal, with the Unity distribution platform, with so many that are here. So in the end, as Jason is saying, this is an exciting industry. It needs also entrepreneurs. It needs also people that, Jason was mentioning just before that, first of all, for governments or private sector, you want to invest into the gaming industry, you have to invest in 100 companies, but maybe get 10 that will be a success. But you have to know this from the start. And on the entrepreneurial side and the young developers also and indie developers, you also have to know that you are not only an artist and a developer, but you are also an entrepreneur and a businessman and a marketing manager and so many other layers. I'm not sure if I'm saying it correctly, Jason, but you need a mix of both. But it's an exciting time, an exciting industry. And as Mo was saying also, the signs are very positive, much more positive. The light in the cave is actually, no, really, I do agree with you on that. Because I have been through this journey as well. And Thomas, you've also seen interest on the consumer side, on the trend side from your work at Esquire. So it's all positive in a way, but we do need to also fill these essential gaps that are related to education, more government initiatives, more private sector investors, educating them on what is the gaming industry, and more success stories that are coming out. And the most important thing, never to lose hope or passion for what we are doing, because this is what will get us there, right?
Yeah, I agree. I guess I've got kind of one question which I'll throw out to kind of everyone. We're talking about kind of the AAA publishers kind of opening up offices in the region with Riot. We're talking about how Blizzard, may not be coming here because of the lack of talent. I guess the question is this an opportunity that will in a couple of years have dissipated? If we wait too long, will the big guys come in and completely steamroll it and kind of take control of the region from an international standpoint, leaving the little guys, your independents, your indie studios, really no market share?
On that note also, I mean, just to show the evolution, Riot opened here, Ubisoft opened previously as a developer, Tencent opened here, Gameloft is here as well. Most of the big publishers now have MENA departments, which they didn't even have before, but I'm sure you guys can tell us more about it.
If I may, so actually it's not a bad thing if the big guys came here and led the small guys. Putting the games industry aside, different industries been doing that as well. So they've been getting big companies, big names to operate here, and they've been involving the local workers in general, and they've been growing until they actually prove themselves to actually lead that company or something like that. So we can still do that for games as well. It's not I don't see it as I don't see it in a negative way, but it could be a positive. Just having different game studios opening here would have not only an opportunity for game devs to actually participate and have jobs and stuff like that, but they can actually learn and grow, and at some point maybe open their own studios, or they can lead the studio itself.
May I on this one? Sorry, I hear where you're coming from, Mohammed, but this is something exactly because coming from the global AAA publishers in the last nearly 2 decades. For MENA, from my perspective as a vision as well, MENA should not become a market. They're very different. I don't want someone to come and it's a market opportunity for us. We treat it as a market. It's for us in MENA to make the difference. And you know it better than myself, Mohammed. You did so many years there as well, especially. Yes, it's great if the Riots, the Blizzards, the Ubisofts, yes, they come to the market, but they're coming to the market as a global publisher who sees market opportunity for growth. It's on the other side for us now, and you did this since many years, we're later the same, we get together and said, okay, these are opportunities coming, but we have to create our own market. This is the opportunity. What I don't want is that now we just become like a supermarket that people come. And one day when we learned enough or saw enough and they gave enough opportunities to the systems, then we become a part of this system. No, this is not how gaming works. This is, I believe, why China, why Korea, all of them became powerhouse in gaming, because they adapted. Gaming made it themselves gaming. They created their own industry, their own atmosphere based on the gaming terms and norms. We all have the same, don't get me wrong. And now it's an opportunity more than ever for me, when all parties come together over the next few years, that we can do the same for MENA. Great, let them all come. And we want everyone to come. We want 50 Sandsoft happening all over MENA. But important is that we will not give this away. We have a very clear vision that we want to create for the MENA region, for the players, for the talent, an ecosystem and games which are MENA like South Korea has. And just to add there, when we bring now also global talent to companies like Sandsoft Games and all other companies who are hopefully coming as well and building now, it doesn't mean that we get now, hey, right away, within a year, we're there. No, and this is something I talk with a lot of talents, because the perception is, hey, I want to work for Riot. I heard it many times in interviews. I want to work for Blizzard candidates. I told them what we can offer now with global talent coming as well, merging, is we shortcut time. Nothing else. It doesn't mean suddenly everything is working tomorrow. No, we can shortcut 5 years, maybe 10 years to maybe 5 years based on experience we can bring and cares we can bring, but it's still up to us in the region to make the difference and build an ecosystem with governments, with initiatives in cities like NEOM, with partners, all of you, Mohammed as well, and Layla, that we come together and drive this. I know it's a long way, and you've been there for many, many years for sure, but more than ever, now is the opportunity to make a change. Instead of putting the torch away, let's use this one torch to light another torch, and light another torch, light another torch. And this is something we should focus on right now.
Yeah, and I'll add to that. Oh, sorry, Layla, did you want to go? Go.
Understand what Mo is saying. However, our main problem is we got skills, but we don't have the specific skills to do games. We have artists, great artists. We have animators, great animators, programmers, but they are not used to creating games. If we had some coming in, it helps us shape these talents. For example, I'm trying to find a place for my students to train. They have a co-op for 6 months in order to graduate. I'm contacting local developers. We have Semaphore, we have a UMix Studio, etc. We're trying to get the right student in the right position so they can enhance the skills. So if we get more of these coming, it will help us enhance them. So this is why I'm leaning toward Mohammed's point of view. Sorry.
Yeah, I mean, it's success needs to come from the ground up, and the challenge with the foreign studios coming to the region, often these are more the sales and marketing side, and or kind of like the back office server operation side. These are difficult jobs. They're high-paying jobs. It's wonderful to have a Fortnite server in Bahrain. It's wonderful to have Riot set up in Dubai. I think that's part of the overall ecosystem, and it's valuable to have them there. But that is not the path to game creation. That is not the path to local IP and value creation. And so there are some gaps and some hard steps that are required to kind of intervene and connect those dots to enable the local success to occur. And I think Mo nailed it in that we do need to be careful not to confuse the consumer market versus the actual businesses from the region and the revenues they produce. And just as an example, and I'm not going to get the numbers exactly right, but if I'm not mistaken, maybe Mo knows the number, the MENA region total consumer market is about 3 billion, give or take. Is that about right? Yeah, right. It's about 3 billion, give or take, in terms of the MENA region consumer sales. 3 billion. Now you look at Finland. Finland is a country of 5 million people. They have a couple of hundred studios. They have some very successful studios. That's where Angry Bird comes from and Supercell, etc. The business income of those studios is $3 billion of one tiny 5 million person country. So in terms of what we're trying to achieve, where we want the government to intervene, where we want the industry, investors, student, all of this to come together, are we only interested in enabling foreign companies to generate their own $3 billion of sales? Or are we trying to create a sustainable ecosystem of amazing talent that within the region are producing $3 billion worth of revenue that they're collecting from the rest of the world and bringing it into the MENA region? MENA is not Finland. It's apples and oranges, but just it sort of puts things in a different perspective. And while it's valuable to say that the region is a $3 billion region, and you have big companies like Epic and Riot in the region operating, that's part of the ecosystem, and it's wonderful that they're there. But really, the focus has to be on the talent, that flow of education, connecting with investors, and governments sort of stepping in where the gaps exist to close those gaps and sort of shorten the cycle. So a bit like Mohammed, it's so we can kind of get the server, up to speed, so that we're, MENA entrepreneurs and developers are joining the game on a more level playing field, and they're not way behind.
So, Thomas, I believe we need to wrap up. I mean, this is such an exciting conversation, and I wish we could. It's going to be picked up in the other sessions as well. We have a lot of talks with developers. I'm sure you guys will also be connecting on the meeting platform, and you will be also, continuing this discussion with other participants. And I believe this also will help. Certainly, there is a great opportunity in our region. Is it an existing reality? Well, it is, but it can be even much more bigger, because we have a young population, we have a big markets, we have a tech-savvy population as well. We have great talents like Mohammed and Layla. We have initiatives like NEOM. We have now also Mo, who's back in the region with Sensoft. We have great experts like Jason, for example, who have helped governments and ecosystems and funds to develop their own strategies. So, and we have, of course, the whole ecosystem, and we're seeing it. So I believe we are in the opportunity and the great potential and going in the right direction because of all of us discussing these things, putting each one of us from his own. So if you'd like to wrap up this session, thank you guys from my end. I'm looking forward to seeing you again.
Yeah, so you can go back to Minecraft now.
Perfect.
Thanks very much, everyone.
Thank you.
And I know we're talking to a few of you in different sessions as well, but thanks again.
Thank you.
Thank
Talk to
you.
you later. Bye-bye.
And Mo, you can make any announcement anytime from DGC. You can do it now.
The next one I will 100% do.
See you later.
Bye-bye. Thank you. Thank you, Jason, for staying up late. Yeah. See you soon, Mo. And,
1 a.m. with all, and I don't drink coffee, so I'm like,
Thank you, Muhammad. Thank you, Layla. Please do advise all the developers to register. It's free. They can benefit from this. And thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Awesome.
Great pleasure to meet you all. Thank you.
Looking for a better way to get up out of bed instead of getting on the internet and checking a new hit me get up.
It is! No last breath available. The same of it is the choke. And Tekken Master advances. Tekken Master has it. And Tekken Master going up 1-0.
And we did it all with chrome music. I said my
like he means to go on there. That's a mistake. That's it's going to be a goal for Rami Saeed. 1-0, 30 minutes on the. Oh, it's beautiful.
Down. Got that Bob Barker, suit game, and Plinko in my style. Money, stay on my craft and stick around for those pounds. But I do that to pass the torch and put on for my town. Trust me, on my IND.
Nasser Esports win out map number 2. Esports convincingly taking out the win. 20,000 USD richer, man. That is insane.
There's the back on it. Beautiful stuff.
We give that to the people.
For Pittsburgh, champion of 2019,
we give it to
Big
the
Boy.
Spread it across the country.
This is the moment. Tonight is the night. We'll fight till it's over. So we put our hands up like the ceiling can't hold us. Like the ceiling can't hold us. This is the moment. Tonight is the night. We'll fight till it's over. So we put our hands up like the ceiling can't hold us. Like the ceiling can't hold us.
So we put our hands up.
An inspiring business hub where over 20,000 talented minds are positioning Dubai as the engine of innovation by pushing the limits of creativity every day. Home to over 2,000 media companies from around the globe, Dubai Media City is a vibrant community offering business, entertainment, and lifestyle, enabling our partners to lead with creativity that resonates. Redefining the future of media innovation. Dubai Media City.
darkest regions, wrapped in a cloak of light. Minus of focus heights, I'm trying to get my opens right. Throw my doubts aside, I climb the mountainside. And when I reach the peak, the view I see will not be flying. Feel the pressure, but it's relative to the man I measured. No time for hesitation, finally time to step up. And when you're feeling deep in your bones and it's on you're fed up, you're close to the glass ceiling, keep your head up. See your dreams as a goal, that's how I'm seeing mine. Achieve my full potential, let all of the demons pre my shine. Return to the Mac. Get up what it is, what it does, what it is, what it isn't. Looking for a better way to get up out of bed instead of getting on the internet and checking a new hit me get up.
It is! No last breath available to save him is the choke! And Tekken Master advances! That Tekken Master has it! And Tekken Master going up 1-0.
And we did it all way, chrome music. I said my
like he means to go on there. That's a mistake. That's it's going to be a goal for Rami Saeed. What the last 30 minutes of the it's beautiful.
Damn, got that Barkah suit game and Plinko in my style. Money, stay on my craft and stick around for those pounds. But I do that to pass the torch and put on for my town. Trust me, on my
Nasser Esports win out map number 2. Sports convincingly taking out the win. 20,000 USD richer, man. That is insane.
Labels beautiful stuff. We give that to the people.
Pittsburgh champion of 2019.
We give it to Big Boy. Spread it across the country.
This is the moment. Tonight is the night. We'll fight till it's over. So we put our hands up like the ceiling can't hold us. Like the ceiling can't hold us. This is the moment. Tonight is the night. We'll fight till it's over. So we put our hands up like the ceiling can't hold us. Like the ceiling can't hold us.
In today's mobile world, attracting users is becoming increasingly challenging. To better bridge the gap between brands and consumers, TikTok pioneered a new and unique way to engage users: Branded Hashtag Challenge. The Branded Hashtag Challenge taps into users' passion for creation and expression by inviting them to join in on a collective movement. TikTok empowers users to become co-creators while interacting with branded content. The Branded Hashtag Challenge is a fun and easy way for brands to collaborate and seamlessly integrate within TikTok community. Every day there's millions of hashtag challenges taking place on TikTok. Alongside some of the hottest trends in dance, comedy, fashion, food, and more. Users can discover the latest hashtag challenge on TikTok's discovery page. And popular challenge videos will be easy to find in users' For You feed. And they easily participate in the hashtag challenge by clicking Shoot button. In fact, over 50% creators have participated in a hashtag challenge, with an average engagement rate of 8.5%, generating huge brand buzz and affinity. Besides a highly customized theme accompanied by challenge rules that suits your campaign objective, you can enhance your hashtag challenge by adding branded effects and music. TikTok also has a rich ecosystem of influencers who help show users how to do the branded challenge and encourage creators to get involved. The Branded Hashtag Challenge can lead to different landing pages and drive conversions. We encourage you to support your challenge with brand takeovers and in-feed ads. These placements serve as full-screen traffic drivers to boost the awareness of your challenge and maximize the number of people who click into the challenge page. How to measure effectiveness? Instead of measuring campaign exposure and engagements simply through members, You can access brand metrics through our brand lift study. And the branded hashtag challenges have shown to help brands deliver higher engagement rates and drive brand metrics, such as ad recall, brand awareness, favorability, association, and purchase intent. So what are you waiting for? Join in the conversation today.
Looking for a better way to get up out of bed instead of getting on the internet and checking a new hit me get up.
It is! No last breath available to save him is the choke! And Tekken Master advances!
Tekken Master has.
And Tekken Master going up 1-0.
And we did it all with chrome music. I said my
like he needs to go there. That's a mistake. That's it's going to be a goal for Rami Saeed. One of the 30 minutes. Oh, it's beautiful.
Down. Got that Barkah soup game and Plinko in my style. Money, stay on my craft and stick around for those pounds. But I do that to pass the torch and put on for my town. Trust me, on my
Nasser Esports win out map number 2. Sports convincingly taking out the win. 20,000 USD richer, man. That is insane.
Labels we give that to the people.
Pittsburgh champion of 2019.
We give it to Big Boy. Spread it across the country.
Go back. This is the moment. Tonight is the night. We'll fight till it's over. So we put our hands up like the ceiling can't hold us. Like the ceiling can't hold us. Go back. This is the moment. Tonight is the night. We'll fight till it's over. So we put our hands up like the ceiling can't hold us. Like the ceiling can't hold us.
So we put our hands up.
an inspiring business hub where over 20,000 talented minds are positioning Dubai as the engine of innovation by pushing the limits of creativity every day. Home to over 2,000 media companies from around the globe, Dubai Media City is a vibrant community offering business, entertainment, and lifestyle, enabling our partners to lead with creativity that resonates. Redefining the future of media innovation. Dubai Media City.
Came to the darkest regions, wrapped in a cloak of light. Minus the focus heights, I'm trying to get my overs right. Throw my doubts aside, I climb the mountainside. And when I reach the peak, the view I see will not be fly. Feel the pressure, but it's relative to the man I measured. No time for hesitation, finally time to step up. And when you're feeling deep in your bones and it's on you're fed up, you're close to the glass ceiling, keep your head up. See your dreams as a goal, that's how I'm seeing mine. Achieve my full potential, let all of the demons pre my shine.
Return to the Mac. Get up what it is, what it does, what it is, what it isn't. Looking for a better way to get up out of bed instead of getting on the internet and checking a new hit. Me get up.
It is no last breath available to save him. Here's the choke. And Tekken Master advances. Tekken Master has it. And Tekken Master going up 1-0.
And we did it all with chrome music. I said my
looks like he means to go there. That's a mistake. That's it's going to be a goal for Rami Saeed. 1-0, 30 minutes on the clock. Oh, it's beautiful.
Down. Got that Barkah suit game and Plinko in my style. Money, stay on my craft and stick around for those pounds. But I do that to pass the torch and put on for my town. Trust me, on my
Nasser Esports win out map number 2. Esports convincingly taking out the win. 20,000 USD richer, man. That is insane.
Beautiful stuff. We give that to the people.
For Pittsburgh, champion of 2019,
we give it to Big Borg. Spread it across the country.
Go back, this is the moment. Tonight is the night. We'll fight till it's over. So we put our hands up like the ceiling can't hold us. Like the ceiling can't hold us. Go back, this is the moment. Tonight is the night. We'll fight till it's over. So we put our hands up like the ceiling can't hold us. Like the ceiling can't hold us.
So we put our hands up.
In today's mobile world, attracting users is becoming increasingly challenging. To better bridge the gap between brands and consumers, TikTok pioneered a new and unique way to engage users: Branded Hashtag Challenge. The Branded Hashtag Challenge taps into users' passion for creation and expression by inviting them to join in on a collective movement. TikTok empowers users to become co-creators while interacting with branded content. The Branded Hashtag Challenge is a fun and easy way for brands to collaborate and seamlessly integrate within TikTok community. Every day there's millions of hashtag challenges taking place on TikTok. Alongside some of the hottest trends in dance, comedy, fashion, food, and more. Users can discover the latest hashtag challenge on TikTok's discovery page. And popular challenge videos will be easy to find in users' For You feed. And they easily participate in the hashtag challenge by clicking Shoot button. In fact, over 50% creators have participated in a hashtag challenge, with an average engagement rate of 8.5%, generating huge brand buzz and affinity. Besides a highly customized theme accompanied by challenge rules that suits your campaign objective, you can enhance your hashtag challenge by adding branded effects and music. TikTok also has a rich ecosystem of influencers who help show users how to do the branded challenge and encourage creators to get involved. The Branded Hashtag Challenge can lead to different landing pages and drive conversions. We encourage you to support your challenge with brand takeovers and in-feed ads. These placements serve as full-screen traffic drivers to boost the awareness of your challenge and maximize the number of people who click into the challenge page. How to measure effectiveness? Instead of measuring campaign exposure and engagements simply through members, you can access brand metrics through our brand lift study. And the branded hashtag challenges have shown to help brands deliver higher engagement rates and drive brand metrics, such as ad recall, brand awareness, favorability, association, and purchase intent. So what are you waiting for? Join in the conversation today.
Looking for a better way to get up out of bed instead of getting on the internet and checking a new hit. Me get up.
It is no last breath available to save him. Here's the choke. And Tekken Master advances.
That Tekken Master has.
And Tekken Master going up 1-0.
And we did it all with chrome music. I said my
lucky beat to go on there. That's a mistake. That's it's going to be a goal for Rami Saeed. One of the 30 minutes. Oh, it's beautiful.
Down. Got that Bob Barker suit game and Plinko in my style. Money, stay on my craft and stick around for those pounds. But I do that to pass the torch and put on for my town. Trust me, on my IND.
Nasser Esports win out map number 2. Sports convincingly taking out the win. 20,000 USD richer, man. That is insane.
Labels out. Beautiful stuff. We give that to the people. Spread it
champion of 2019.
We give it to
Big Borg.
Spread it across the country.
Go back. This is the moment. Tonight is the night. We'll fight till it's over. So we put our hands up like the ceiling can't hold us. Like the ceiling can't hold us. Go back. This is the moment. Tonight is the night. We'll fight till it's over. So we put our hands up like the ceiling can't hold us. Like the ceiling can't hold us.
So we put our hands up.
inspiring business hub where over 20,000 talented minds are positioning Dubai as the engine of innovation by pushing the limits of creativity every day. Home to over 2,000 media companies from around the globe, Dubai Media City is a vibrant community offering business, entertainment, and lifestyle, enabling our partners to lead with creativity that resonates. Redefining the future of media innovation. Dubai Media City.
Came from the darkest regions, wrapped in a cloak of light. Minus the focus heights, I'm trying to get my opens right. Throw my doubts aside, I climb the mountainside. And when I reach the peak, the view I see will not be fly. Feel the pressure, but it's relative to the man I measured. No time for hesitation, finally time to step up. And when you're feeling deep in your bones and it's on you're fed up, you're close to the glass ceiling, keep your head up. See your dreams as a goal, that's how I'm seeing mine. Achieve my full potential, let all of the demons pre my shine.
In today's mobile world, attracting users is becoming increasingly challenging. To better bridge the gap between brands and consumers, TikTok pioneered a new and unique way to engage users: Branded Hashtag Challenge. The Branded Hashtag Challenge taps into users' passion for creation and expression by inviting them to join in on a collective movement. TikTok empowers users to become co-creators while interacting with branded content. The Branded Hashtag Challenge is a fun and easy way for brands to collaborate and seamlessly integrate within TikTok community. Every day there's millions of hashtag challenges taking place on TikTok. Alongside some of the hottest trends in dance, comedy, fashion, food, and more. Users can discover the latest hashtag challenge on TikTok's discovery page. And popular challenge videos will be easy to find in users' For You feed. And they easily participate in the hashtag challenge by clicking Shoot button. In fact, over 50% creators have participated in a hashtag challenge, with an average engagement rate of 8.5%, generating huge brand buzz and affinity. Besides a highly customized theme accompanied by challenge rules that suits your campaign objective, you can enhance your hashtag challenge by adding branded effects and music. TikTok also has a rich ecosystem of influencers who help show users how to do the branded challenge and encourage creators to get involved. The Branded Hashtag Challenge can lead to different landing pages and drive conversions. We encourage you to support your challenge with brand takeovers and in-feed ads. These placements serve as full-screen traffic drivers to boost the awareness of your challenge and maximize the number of people who click into the challenge page. How to measure effectiveness? Instead of measuring campaign exposure and engagements simply through members, you can access brand metrics through our Brand Lift study. And the Branded Hashtag Challenges have shown to help brands deliver higher engagement rates and drive brand metrics, such as ad recall, brand awareness, favorability, association, and purchase intent. So what are you waiting for? Join in the conversation today.
Looking for a better way to get up out of bed instead of getting on the internet and checking a new hit. Get up.
It is! No last breath available to save him. Here's the choke! And Tekken Master advances!
Tekken Master has.
And Tekken Master going up 1-0.
And we did it all way. Chrome music. I said my
like he means to go there. That's a mistake. That's it's going to be a goal for Rami Saeed. 30 minutes. Oh, it's beautiful.
Down. Got that Bob Barker suit game and Plinko in my style. Money, stay on my craft and stick around for those pounds. But I do that to pass the torch and put on for my town. Trust me, on my IND.
Nasser Esports win out map number 2. Sports convincingly taking out the win. 20,000 USD richer, man. That is insane.
Crush shit. Labels out.
Here's the back. Beautiful stuff from
we give that to the people.
Pittsburgh champion of 2019.
We give it to
Big
the people.
Borg.
Spread it across the country.
Go back. This is the moment. Tonight is the night. We'll fight till it's over. So we put our hands up like the ceiling can't hold us. Like the ceiling can't hold us. Go back. This is the moment. Tonight is the night. We'll fight till it's over. So we put our hands up like the ceiling can't hold us. Like the ceiling can't hold us.
But so we put our hands up.
an inspiring business hub where over 20,000 talented minds are positioning Dubai as the engine of innovation by pushing the limits of creativity every day. Home to over 2,000 media companies from around the globe, Dubai Media City is a vibrant community offering business, entertainment, and lifestyle, enabling our partners to lead with creativity that resonates. Redefining the future of media innovation. Dubai Media City.
Came from the darkest regions, wrapped in a cloak of light. Minus of focus heights, I'm trying to get my opens right. Throw my doubts aside, I climb the mountainside. And when I reach the peak, the view I see will not be fly. Feel the pressure, but it's relative to the man I measured. No time for hesitation, finally time to step up. And when you're feeling deep in your bones and it's on you're fed up, you're close to the glass ceiling, keep your head up. See your dreams as a goal, that's how I'm seeing mine. Achieve my full potential, let all of the demons pre my shine. Don't wanna
Return to the Mac. Get up what it is, what it does, what it is, what it isn't. Looking for a better way to get up out of bed instead of getting on the internet and checking a new hit. Me get up.
It is! No last breath available to save him is the choke! And Tekken Master advances! Tekken Master has it! And Tekken Master going up 1-0.
And we did it all with chrome music. I said my
Looks like he means to go there. That's a mistake. That's a chance, and it's going to be a goal for Rami Saeed. 1-0, 30 minutes on the clock. Oh, it's beautiful.
Down. Got that Barkah suit game and Plinko in my style. Money, stay on my craft and stick around for those pounds. But I do that to pass the torch and put on for my town. Trust me, on my
Nasser Esports win out map number 2. Esports convincingly taking out the win. 20,000 USD richer, man. That is insane.
Beautiful stuff. We give that to the people.
For Pittsburgh, champion of 2019,
we give it to Big Boy. Spread it across the country.
Go back. This is the moment. Tonight is the night. We'll fight till it's over. So we put our hands up like the ceiling can't hold us. Like the ceiling can't hold us. Go back. This is the moment. Tonight is the night. We'll fight till it's over. So we put our hands up like the ceiling can't hold us. Like the ceiling can't hold us.
So we put our hands up.
In today's mobile world, attracting users is becoming increasingly challenging. To better bridge the gap between brands and consumers, TikTok pioneered a new and unique way to engage users: Branded Hashtag Challenge. The Branded Hashtag Challenge taps into users' passion for creation and expression by inviting them to join in on a collective movement. TikTok empowers users to become co-creators while interacting with branded content. The Branded Hashtag Challenge is a fun and easy way for brands to collaborate and seamlessly integrate within TikTok community. Every day there's millions of hashtag challenges taking place on TikTok. Alongside some of the hottest trends in dance, comedy, fashion, food, and more. Users can discover the latest hashtag challenge on TikTok's discovery page. And popular challenge videos will be easy to find in users' For You feed. And they easily participate in the hashtag challenge by clicking Shoot button. In fact, over 50% creators have participated in a hashtag challenge, with an average engagement rate of 8.5%, generating huge brand buzz and affinity. Besides a highly customized theme accompanied by challenge rules that suits your campaign objective, you can enhance your hashtag challenge by adding branded effects and music. TikTok also has a rich ecosystem of influencers who help show users how to do the branded challenge and encourage creators to get involved. The Branded Hashtag Challenge can lead to different landing pages and drive conversions. We encourage you to support your challenge with brand takeovers and in-feed ads. These placements serve as full-screen traffic drivers to boost the awareness of your challenge and maximize the number of people who click into the challenge page. How to measure effectiveness? Instead of measuring campaign exposure and engagements simply through members, you can access brand metrics through our brand lift study. And the branded hashtag challenges have shown to help brands deliver higher engagement rates and drive brand metrics, such as ad recall, brand awareness, favorability, association, and purchase intent. So what are you waiting for? Join in the conversation today.
An inspiring business hub where over 20,000 talented minds are positioning Dubai as the engine of innovation by pushing the limits of creativity every day. Home to over 2,000 media companies from around the globe, Dubai Media City is a vibrant community offering business, entertainment, and lifestyle, enabling our partners to lead with creativity that resonates. Redefining the future of media innovation. Dubai Media City.
So now we are back with two leaders of the gaming community in the GCC area, Mr. Yusuf Bouhaza from Bahrain and Mr. Isam Al-Ghamdi from the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. We have discussed previously together the status of the young developers, the indie developers, the up-and-coming developers in our region. And this session is really focusing on who are the talents that are in our region. Game designers, coders, artists, and so many other aspects of the gaming development that we will need in the future to build our ecosystem. And I know that both of you have dedicated a lot of time and a lot of efforts to grow the ecosystem in our region, and you are in touch on a daily basis with the developers and your own communities. So first of all, welcome again to DGC Live. We're very happy to host both of you, and we can start the discussion by asking you, what is the status of our communities of developers today in our region?
Thank you so much for the introduction, and thank you for putting this together. It's very important that we support the local community and facilitate for the potential of them growing and becoming future leaders in the space. My name is Assam. I'm a product manager at a recently established publishing company, Sansoft Games, based in Riyadh. And to answer your question, there's so much potential that we can see from local developers and the local scene at large, and the amount of interest that we're seeing in the space from government entities and from the private sector. It's a space that people are watching now. Finally, people are waking up to the potential growth opportunities and economical benefits that the video games industry has the potential to provide. And we're all working hand in hand. I'm sure Yusuf can agree to this. That this is something that we all value and want to see grow into becoming a competitive global industry.
I totally agree with you, Assam. To be honest, it's really exciting to see things progress day by day. And if you'd like to ask about the game development community on where we are at the moment, I would say that we're closer to our target today than yesterday. So for those of you that don't know me, my name is Yusuf Bahazza, the Real Bahrain community leader. We started off, game development as a hobby back in 2015 as a favor for a friend. And to be honest, I'm quite thankful for him. I still develop games as a hobby, but my real passion is building the community and comparing with what we had back then and and how much we grew at the moment. It seems that we have a lot of support than before, and events like DGC actually help support the communities more and help support the game developers more.
Today, our concern is to do an evaluation. Let's say if we are today doing an evaluation, we will say, okay, first of all, we don't have too many statistics sometimes to help us understand what is the real mass of our resources in terms of talents. Who is there? In which country? And how can we actually get this data, understand it, understand what are the strength points and the weak points, and how we can move forward in making it better. The audience listening to us today and the participants to DGC are actually looking to answer this question. Is there a pool of talents in the GCC, in the Middle East region, in the Middle East and North Africa region? And we are now expanding with this conference even to African cities with around 15 to 16 key stakeholders joining us during the conference. Where is the talent and how can we quantify it and qualify it?
So in terms of talents, I would love to say that, of course, there's plenty of talent in the region. It's just that the talent is a little bit dispersed, and most of those talents that exist in at this stage are either working in different professions rather than working in the gaming industry profession. A good example would be that you have a lot of musicians in this region. You have a lot of 3D designers, modelers, animators, but they are working in either jobs that are not in relation to that industry, or if they are in relation to the entertainment industry, they don't think that their products are, they don't see the gaming industry as an option for them at the moment. Quantifiably, it's very difficult to tell, but just talking about the developers in Bahrain, I know around 40 to 50 serious game developers and around close to 200 people who are learning on how to develop games and just taking it up as a hobby or just exploring that option. I don't know about the Saudi, but I think Assam can actually knows more than me on that market.
Yeah, the Saudi market is we definitely have a lot of up and coming talents, and we've been seeing them participate in gaming events for the past couple of years. And me personally, during my time at Sony, we put together an event called Gamers Day, where we brought major developers from Sony, including at the time the Sony president of Worldwide Studios, Shuhei Yoshida. We brought him just to inspire the independent talents and just to at least get an understanding that just to bridge the gap and showcase some of the talents that we have today that are not being showcased on the global stage. And he was pleasantly surprised. He was actually very surprised by some of the talents that he saw, and he didn't know why they weren't as amplified, as put in the spotlight as they were, because there were some really dynamic talents that should be on the global stage. And we're seeing more and more, as Yusuf said, acceptance of the craft. We just need more success stories in order to facilitate for that growth, in order for families to understand that game development is a viable career. Being a musician, being a game artist will lead to a strong career in an industry that's sustainable and that's constantly growing. So the talent exists. They're constantly working to achieve their goals and achieve their dreams. We just need to all work together to facilitate for that environment and allow for them to be able to participate in the global games industry at large.
So today, if we look at our region, and let's say the GCC countries, in terms of numbers, it's one of the highest revenues in the whole region, in the whole world. In terms of countries that are also, rich, tech savvy, with the right infrastructures, we have this. So where is the gap? And we have these talents, we have the infrastructure, we have the resources, we have also the appetite of international companies to join us in this region. And they are coming to our region and they are making very good numbers in terms of sales, in terms of revenues, in terms of all that. So how come we are not able, as developers, as community organizers, as young talents, to make a piece of this cake? And what is missing? And is there any solution for the future?
Currently, as we see it, we have a large number of consumers, and the hope is that we can convert a significant percentage of those into producers, because gaming is a part of the culture, as it's probably the biggest entertainment sector that's so ingrained within the culture. We've all been gaming since childhood, and the barrier of entry was pretty low at the time. And so it's just a matter of understanding the market needs, and breaking down the cultural barrier. Like, speaking as somebody who's worked in a company that's like Sony, for example, it's a matter of understanding the market and understanding the needs of the region. There are a lot of market players that have not invested in that, and thusly have been afraid of the region because they don't understand it. They feel that their content might be considered inappropriate. So it's just a matter of them understanding the market needs, understanding that there is a growing sector that's constantly being supported. And once they see that, I think it's going to decrease the barrier of entry for these market players in order to be present in the market and support in the growth of this industry.
Well, and I totally agree with you, Assam, but I also have an answer to Habib's question, which is twofold, to be exact. The first thing is, when you look into the areas where the game developers actually thrive, you'll notice that there's a set in place ecosystem So what I'm saying by that is, you have the studios there, you have the areas of knowledge. So you'll start off by actually developing an ecosystem where the talent pools that you are looking for, voice actors, artists, animators, and stuff like that, will be available to you. And then you also develop the studios that will actually need to work on those projects. Then you'll need to have the knowledge and experience to actually have successful games being produced within the region. The main challenge here is that game development is an art, and not everyone can actually be a game developer or a game designer, to be exact. There are people that know how to code, but they don't understand how to code for games. There are people that know how to design and build amazing 3D models, amazing 3D characters. But in order to use those skills in the gaming industry requires a certain level of knowledge that people who have worked in the industry, had interaction with that industry, are able to pull off. So building an ecosystem is quite important in this region, okay, and it requires a lot of investment. And it can either be built organically, the indie developers in the region basically create a market, or it can be built by investors that will create incubators or accelerators for game developers and set the needed components for game development industry to thrive in that area. The second fold is there's also an issue of brain drain. You have a lot of talents that actually develop their skills here, outsource their skills to other countries, let's say to the US, India, China, and down the line, they feel that it will be much more comfortable for them to go to an area where an industry is already established and thriving, and work there for a while, and maybe come back or not come back. So it's about environment, it's about setting up an ecosystem, and it's about also the developers, whether they want to work within this region or not. That's all.
Actually, yeah, go ahead, please.
Yeah, this is definitely these are the necessary ingredients for even the industry to look at the market and say, hey, look, there's activity going on over there. There are some success stories being built. We need to enter this market and we need to be competitive. And I fully agree with Yusuf there.
So basically, you are saying that if I will have more competition, I will be able to excel more?
Absolutely.
But then again, I feel that sometimes, we've been discussing a lot with many people during this conference now, with many participants, and I see that there is so much happening in the ecosystem already. There is so much. There are service providers signing with international companies. There are international companies joining us in the region. There is, like yourself, for example, Isam, part of now the newly established Sandsoft, and we know that also your CEO used to be working with Riot Games, etc. So we see all of these initiatives, success stories, joint venture happening. So many things are happening. We receive so many calls sometimes about companies wanting to hire for gaming companies, for newly gaming companies. We see groups that have nothing to do with gaming going into gaming these days. But I don't see it really affecting the local developer that is indie in his house, not being able, that is creating maybe the next Minecraft, and we don't know. You see, he's not being discovered. Although, during DGC we do, and as you know, we gave free participation to all the developers of the region so that they can get this opportunity, so that they can get discovered. And but then again, where's the missing link? I see the ecosystem is doing very well compared to a few years ago and what's happening. It's actually on the rise. But what are we going to do to motivate and to be able to introduce more of these local talents into this ecosystem that is being established? That's the question. Ecosystem is here. It's starting to be here. It has started to be here. It's already growing. It's even growing very well. But then again, how do we filter into it the developers and the communities and all these community colleagues that you have in your respective countries and that you know of in other countries as well?
Yeah, like all these market activities that you just mentioned are due in part to a response of the rise of the games industry globally, and we're trying right now, currently, especially at Sandsoft Games, to make that local example, to be that local success story that people can turn to and say, I want to be that. I want to be a part of that. Why am I missing out? You know? And this is something that I feel DGC is currently doing as well, is amplifying these stories, is putting a spotlight on these stories and to help them reach a stage where they become the norm, where, you know, like in the education system, suddenly becoming a game developer is no longer a far-fetched thing. You know, it's something that's attainable, and there are there would be local examples of people wanting to work at, for example, Sandsoft Games, and potentially contributing to this market. So the ecosystem is starting to become, it's starting to grow, and governments and businesses, the private sector, they're all seeing the potential of gaming and game development. And the more support is injected into this ecosystem, the more it becomes the norm, the more it becomes something that people can point to as an example of why you should enter the space, and to showcase that growth from within.
I totally agree with you, Assam, mashallah. And I would like to add two things, which is one, we definitely need a unicorn, where we need, you know, a really successful game to make it big, to sell, to bring the eyes of investors and those who want to be game developers or who are working on game developers, to basically either aspire them or give them that hope that they can also make it in this region. The second thing which I think we need done is basically we need something done on a national level. If I'm not mistaken, you know, when you're looking into the digital economy and the impact that games have on the digital economy of any country. For example, Poland CD Projekt Red. Assam, if you can help me, I always forget this. Supercell, which country is it? Holland?
I believe Finland.
Finland. Okay, they have a major impact on the digital economy, and they contribute to the GDP in a substantial matter. So when looking at these and looking at how do they succeed, you notice that there is a national initiative behind it, where a country would come in and say, listen, we need to grow our digital sector. So we'll either focus on fintech, we'll focus on game development, or we'll focus on the digital entertainment industry. So programs are set in place for stakeholders such as universities, even investors and non-profit entities to contribute towards the growth of that sector itself. The second, also, it comes into the cultural aspects that we have here within the region. I love this study by Geert Hofstede. I think he did a study on organizational culture, and he noticed that certain countries are more risk averse, and there are countries that love risk. And when you go to the countries that have basically bigger impacts on digital transformation and other things, you'll find that if we change the way that we think and take higher risks, then we have the potential of having a higher reward. So as a games industry, especially in the region, there's a high risk behind it, but the reward that's coming behind from it would be much, much higher in comparison.
Sure. I mean, we all understand that there is a huge potential, but we're just asking, how do we channel our resources, our talents to go into that potential, to benefit from
Build an incubator.
You know?
Build an incubator. That will... Yes.
Do we have enough talents in the region? And what do we mostly have? Do we have coders? Do we have designers? What do we have mostly? From your knowledge of the communities.
We have a lot of good developers, a lot of good designers, at least in Bahrain, and I'm sorry to overstep on this, but also in Saudi. You have talents that are unbelievably good. They just need the right environment to work and the right resources. So it's not only money, it's also about having a team to work with. It's also about having the right distribution channels, the right marketing channels for them to succeed. So Sand and Soft is amazing for the Saudi community at the moment, especially the good game developers, where they can actually start getting the right type of support, in my opinion, of course.
Yeah.
So what do you have planned for
I think I agree. Obviously, Sandsoft is great for the region. That's I'm glad we're in agreement on that. Definitely, I agree that we have the talents. They all exist, and if you see in some regional conferences, more often than not, the GCC developers usually sweep the awards, from game design to other crafts within the games sector. And it's just a matter of, as Yusuf said, providing the environment for them you have to facilitate for their growth, because right now they're bedroom coders, they're bedroom programmers. We need to get them out of the bedroom, really. Me personally, I was a bedroom musician for like the latter part of my life, for about 15 years now. And I've composed for numerous games and numerous films, and I'm still in the bedroom, because Saudi is just now opening up to different crafts, opening up to music and building a music sector. And I can see this live. I can see this on the ground. I see musicians before who I interacted with who suddenly gave up because there was no ecosystem in place, and they decided that getting married that's it. It's the nail in the coffin for their music career. Now they're everywhere. Every event I go to, I see my old friends that were in the music scene. They're suddenly back, and they're contributing to the ecosystem more than ever before. And I feel it would be the same for video games. It's just a matter of getting them out of the bedroom, putting them in the spotlight, and putting them in an environment where they can all grow together. And I think an incubator would go really far in doing that and supporting that.
Well, I can say that at least during this DGC live, they can be with us from the bedroom or from their home, but still be with us. They don't really need to get out of it, as long as we are inviting them. Why I have been insisting during this talk on this element, because you guys only know who are the people, who they are. You are community heroes, leaders, and you know exactly the status of your communities. You've met them, you've seen their games, you've organized game jams, you've organized talks, you've organized gatherings, master classes, so many things that you've been doing to grow this community in your respective countries, and I'm sure working together as well as one. You are, of course, a sample of what's happening in our region. There are, of course, other communities, and each environment has its own challenge. But I'm just realizing one thing is that whether it's, I know that our country, our region is many countries that don't have the same situation, whether it is in terms of technology, in terms of finance, in terms of other elements that are variables. However, I'm looking forward, and over the years where we have organized DGC, to start seeing a huge wave of game developers that are doing games, that are publishing them, that are joining with them to DGC in your communities, in your offering them the next job, the next investment, the next publishing platform that can be beneficial for them. So the common denominator between all of our region is that we are seeing very little cases where we see that someone from the community is actually, advancing in his project and not keeping it only as a hobby or something on the side. And this is where I believe you guys will continue on helping and will continue on growing as well the industry. The team here is telling me that we still have 1 minute to wrap up our discussion. So I will leave this minute to you. Maybe you can send a message to the developers and talk to them about how we can grow this all together.
I just want to thank you for organizing this and for showcasing your level of support for the region. And I know that DGC provides a lot of access for game developers to learn from great examples abroad. But I am hoping we reach that tipping point where the majority of developers at DGC are from the region, and that we can learn from their experiences and grow together.
I couldn't have said it even better myself. And the only piece of advice to any game developer out there who feels that he's alone and there's no support, trust me, there are others that feel the same. But all that's good, all that I would wish for you guys is to continue on it, have your determination to finish your game, because everything is working towards establishing your dream. As community leaders, Dubai Gaming Conference, Silentsoft, everything is working towards making your dreams come true. So just hang in there and don't get disappointed and don't get discouraged.
And they can still go on our website, register for free, be part of the next 2 days of discussions and also of B2B meetings. It's still there, it's still available. The platform is open to the live discussions, to the B2B meetings. It's free for the developers. So I hope after watching this session with you guys, it will motivate them to go create their profile and send out their first, indie demo or something on the platform, request a meeting with a big publisher, and it will be the next big news maybe in 6 months. That's what we hope, right?
Absolutely.
Thank you guys. Thank you for joining us. Congratulations.
Thanks for having us.
Thank you so much.
Isam on Sandsoft. Thank you very much, Yusuf, for all the efforts you've done to help us with the community and the developers. I believe,
the community thanks you, Mr. Habib, really.
So, and let's meet again soon, and let's continue our efforts together. It's great to talk to you, and get busy on the meeting platform. Come on, guys. Book some meetings.
An inspiring business hub where over 20,000 talented minds are positioning Dubai as the engine of innovation by pushing the limits of creativity every day. Home to over 2,000 media companies from around the globe, Dubai Media City is a vibrant community offering business, entertainment, and lifestyle, enabling our partners to lead with creativity that resonates. Redefining the future of media innovation. Dubai Media City.
هلا عمرو، شو اخبارك؟ صباح يا مان، ايه الاخبار؟ عامل ايه؟
الحمد لله والله وحشتني من زمان عنك يعني من جد.
مش كده؟
يعني احتجنا ان نكون في مؤتمر مع بعض علشان نجتمع مع بعض ونسولف ونتكلم عن كل شيء صار خلال 5 أشهر او 6 أشهر اللي طافت.
وديجيتال برضه، كل حاجه اونلاين،
كل شيء اونلاين.
نتقابل مش هنتقابل عدل.
على موضوع الاونلاين، على موضوع كل هاي الاشياء، كيف قضيت الفتره اللي طافت؟ كيف قضيتها اونلاين؟
والله يا مان كانت صعبه بصراحه، ما كانتش سهله، لان بالنسبه لي لما ما يكونش في كوره ما بيكونش في حياه خالص، يعني الروح كلها في الكوره. بس البوزيتيف سايد شويه ان I had much more time to game. I was pretty much gaming and live on Twitch and releasing stuff on my gaming channel on YouTube that في الطبيعي ما كنتش بنزل كل الكلام ده بصراحه، بس عشان ما فيش كوره كان عندي وقت كتير.
فتوجهت من الكوره الى الجيمنج، وبعد الجيمنج مع الكوره مع فيفا.
ما هو كده كان موجود، بس الريت عدد الحلقات وكميه الكونتنت كان اقل بكتير. فمع الفتره بتاعت الكوره وقفت فيها خالص، وانت قاعد في البيت كده ملتزم، فوقت كان في حظر ممنوع تنزل اصلا، وغير كده بتحاول ما تنزلش الا لو للضروره القصوى يعني. So it was perfect to play more games. I had a lot of games كنت عايز العبهم ما كنتش لعبتهم، it was a good time يعني.
شنو الالعاب اللي لعبتهم في هالفتره غير فيفا؟
غير فيفا طبعا. فيفا كان في يعني حرب بتحصل على فيفا في الفتره
دي. تيم اوف ذا سيزون سو فار.
تيم اوف ذا سيزون كل اسبوع، ده كان جزء منها. وجزء تاني بقى لعبت مثلا فاينل فانتسي 7 الريميك، انا كنت مستنيه بقالي كتير لاني بعشق اللعبه دي من وانا لما كنت صغير وانا بلعبها. فاول ما نزل الريميك نزلته وخلصتها كلها، خطيره ملهاش حل. ايه كمان كول اوف ديوتي مودرن وارفير وار زون كان خدت مني برضو اوقات كتير يعني لغايه دلوقتي. رجعت لعبت شويه حاجات قديمه، لاست اوف اس شويه علشان لاست اوف اس 2 تاني. ريد ديد ريدمبشن ما كنتش لعبت فيها كتير بصراحه خالص، لانها نزلت في وقت كنت مشغول جدا بالكوره، فلعبت
كان في كوره، كان عندنا الشامبيونز، كان عندنا العاب نازله معاها
بالظبط.
فالحين في
وقت ان ارجع لالعاب كتيره والعب، فاهم؟ فايت واز كول.
انا اعتقد اكثر شيء قضيته مثل ما قلت لعبت فاينل فانتسي، كول اوف ديوتي، بس فيفا اخذت وقتي مع تيم اوف ذا سيزون. اعتقد الفلوس اللي حطيتها على تيم اوف ذا سيزون فلست بكثر ما كل يوم
يعني انا ما حطيتش ولا دولار اصلا، ما حطيتش ولا دولار في الباكس. والله بس عشان كنت بلعب كل الويكند ليج 30 ماتش، كل 30 ماتش فبيطلع لك باكس كتير. وانا بلعب بعرب بس، بلعب منتخب العرب بس، فعندي في كل تيم اوف ذا سيزون اللعيبه اللي انا محتاجها ما بتبقاش غاليه قوي برضه.
من افضل لاعب طلع لك؟
مين اللعيبه اللي اشتريتها؟ هي اللعيبه الجامده اللي نزلت، حكيم زياش في تيم اوف ذا سيزون، يوسف عطال، رياض محرز، صلاح. مين الناس الجامده اللي طلعت لي بس مش هستخدمهم؟ طلع لي في تيم اوف ذا سيزون الاسباني، طلع لي تير شتيجن، وطلع لي اوبلاك. اعتقد دول اعلى 2 طلعوا لي، بس الناس التانية طلعت لهم ناس جامده. طلعت لهم مين؟ في واحد طلعت له توماس مولر، في واحد طلعت له ليفاندوفسكي. بس لما كنت بفتح باكجات للمتابعين يعني، بس ما طلعتش حد من الناس يعني لا ميسي ولا نيمار ولا كريستيانو ولا الناس دي.
انا طلع لي هندرسون مرتين، طلع لي من طلع لي محرز.
طلع
لي حكيمي طلع لي
ايوه انا طلع لي حكيمي برضه. طلع لي اشرف حكيمي.
سومر كم مره طلع لي.
ايوه والله. بس اشرف حكيمي وطلع لي نور الدين مرابط، فدول لعيبه على طول بدل ما اشتريهم بيخشوا في الفريق على طول.
ديبي احسن لاعب طلع لي. ديبي احسن لاعب طلع لي.
نايس حلو ديبي برضه لعيب.
خلاص نلعب ويا بعض عقب هالمكالمه نلعب التيمت تيم، نشوف من فريق احسن.
منتخب العرب لعلمك، منتخب العرب مش سهل
والله. انا رايك انا فريقي عباره عن الدوري الانجليزي البريمير ليج بلو تيم اوف ذا سيزون.
حلو، في شويه لعيبه مزفلطه.
احسن لاعب عندي خيمينيز.
اللعيبه اللي بتجري وتقعد تخبط دي وتاخد الكره وتجري.
على الكلام عن كرة القدم عن كل شيء، الحين كرة القدم رجعت، بس اللي شفته ولاحظته إنه حتى اللاعبين كلهم توجهوا إنه يلعبون فيفا في الفترة اللي طافت. يعني شفنا أجويرو يعمل بثوث يلعب فيفا.
لا أجويرو مجنون، أجويرو مجنون. فتح تويتش اكاونت تقريبا كان فيه 1,000,000 واحد بيتفرج عليه او 900,000.
صح.
ممكن تبقى fastest growing او اكتر تويتش اكاونت الفتره اللي فاتت. كبر يعني في المتابعين. شطحها مرعبه، وكان بيلعب. يعني انا مش فاهم الكلام اللي هو بيقوله، ما بفهمش اسباني بتاعه قليل قوي يعني، ضعيف، بس كنت بقعد اتفرج عليه. وبعدين طور نفسه يعني، بدأ جيمنج وفيفا، وبعدين جراند ثيفت اوتو، وبعدين بقى بيعمل ردود افعال على فيديوهات، يشغل ماتش نهائي كاس العالم ويعمل ردود افعال عليه. مش صح. طبيعي.
خلاص صار واحد منا يعني، صار يوتيوبر، صار كونتنت كريتور.
جويرو كان الهايلايت. جويرو كان الهايلايت بتاع الكوارنتين.
بعد كل هالموضوع الكوارنتين وكل شيء، تتوقع ان راح تعمل معاه كولابوريشن؟ انت عملت كولابوريشن مع ناس كثار يعني، انت صاحب صلاح.
نفسي والله بصراحه مع جويرو، نفسي. لا هو دمه خفيف قوي بصراحه.
بالضبط. انا
لعبه طلع فيها واتصل بميسي، كلم ميسي لايف على التويتش. الناس على التويتش قالوا له اتصل بميسي، قال لهم اوكي، اتصل بميسي، وميسي رد وحطه على السبيكر. انت متخيل الضحك يعني؟ وقعد يقول له بقى عيد ميلادي، اول مره ما نقضيش عيد ميلادنا مع بعض ومش عارف ايه وكده. لا رهيب، هو ليفل تاني.
هاي شيء احس انه حلو. تعرفنا على ناس بشخصيات ثانيه في خلال، خلينا نقول، هاي شفنا في تيك توك، شفنا جيسون ديرولو شلون طلع مره واحده وصل 20 مليون متابع.
فشوف مجنون.
كل المشاهير احسهم خلاص صاروا صناع محتوى، لانه ما في افلام، ما في مسلسلات، ما في اشياء ثانيه، فاللي يقدرون يركزون عليه هو نفس اللي احنا نعمله، هو صناعه المحتوى.
وهي البيرسونال سبيس بتاعتهم كمان، يعني مساحه شخصيه. صح. كل واحد يطلع يعمل حاجه بكل افكاره كلها، يعني الممثل او لعيب الكوره او كده، يعني كلها في سيناريوهات معينه. بالذات مثلا الممثلين بيبقى داخل في سيناريو معين في حاجه زي كده، ما بتشوفش ممكن الناحيه الشخصيه منهم قوي، اذا كان المغني او الفنان او اللاعب الرياضي وهكذا. مش كتير بنقدر نحن نشوف الحته الشخصيه بتاعتهم. فالسوشيال ميديا في الفتره اللي فاتت والكونتنت كرييشن من على اليوتيوب او تويتش او تيك توك بيقدر ان هو يديله الفرصه ان هو يبقى نفسه بدون اي قيود، بدون اي قواعد. والناس بتحب ده، لان ده واحد من اسرار النجاح في المحتوى وفي صناعه المحتوى على السوشيال ميديا. انت تبقى نفسك وتبقى على طبيعتك، والناس تبدا ان هي ترتبط بيك.
بالضبط.
ده اللي خلاهم ينجحوا.
انا اكد على هاي النقطه، انك تكون نفسك، لأن ما راح تصنع. لأن بعدين على المدى البعيد لو أنت صنعت شخصية وهمية غير الشخصية الحقيقية حقك، راح توصل لمرحلة راح تتعب، ما راح تقدر تواصل على نفس المستوى طبعا. على نفس الشيء، على نفس الشخصية.
100% مش هتقدر. أنت شخصيا مش هتقدر
أبدا. صعب عليك أنك تكون شخص ثاني. على كل هالكلام، وين تشوف صناعة المحتوى بعد، خلينا نقول الكوارنتين، خصوصا صناعة المحتوى من ناحية صناع المحتوى للألعاب، الفيديو جيمرز؟
بص، الجيمنج بيكبر بشكل مرعب بصراحة. هو بقاله سنين بيكبر بشكل مرعب، وفترة التوقع أو الكورونا ديت كل الناس كانت قاعدة في البيت. لو الكيرف بتاع الجيمنج كان بيعلى كده، بقى كده بقى بيعلى
بالضبط
بسرعة وبريت أعلى بكتير من الطبيعي. فأعتقد إن هو it will only grow. وما أعرفش إيه الليمت، يعني ما أعتقدش إن في حد لحجم السوق بتاع الألعاب. دلوقتي شفنا كلنا اللانش بتاع البلاي ستيشن 5، المؤتمر كان فيرتشوال وكان على يوتيوب. ما اعرفش حد ما كانش بيتفرج عليه، كان رائع.
حطم الارقام
ما كانش طبيعي. انت دايما في المؤتمر متعود ان في حد يطلع يقعد يتكلم كتير ويقعد يشرح وكلام تقني وكده. دول طلعوا حطوا جيمز بس،
خد لك لعبه.
كان رهيب وكل الناس كانت قاعده بتتفرج عليه، كل الناس مستنيه البلاي ستيشن 5. فلا الاندستري بتاع الجيمنج في ازدهار مرعب يعني. اعتقد برضو الناس اللي اتاثرت الفتره بتاعت الحظر والقعده في البيت، اللي تاثر بالسلب اكيد الناس اللي بتعمل محتوى سفر، لان
صح.
اكيد ما بقاش فيه سفر، ما بقاش فيه خروج، فدول كلهم اتاثروا بشكل كبير، اللي بيعمل فلوجز. بس في نفس الوقت الناحيه الثانيه الناس اللي بتعمل مثلا محتوى اكل، الاكل
إيه.
كان بالنسبه لناس كتير حاجه رائعه، كل واحد في البيت بيطلب اكل وكله بياكل في الحظ. والجيمنج في نفس الوقت برضو، دي الحاجات اللي الناحيه الثانيه يعني في حاجات بتقل في حاجات بتزيد.
نتكلم الحين عن تكلمنا عن الطبخ، تكلمنا عن الاشياء، خلينا نرجع شويه حق بلاي ستيشن 5. شنو كانت ردة فعلك يوم شفت جهاز بلاي ستيشن 5؟
واو مان، بص، اول حاجه انا مش قادر اصدق ان في الزمن الحالي في سنه 2020 شركه زي سوني بتطلع جهاز زي بلاي ستيشن، اللي هو حاجه يعني ما فيش واحد في العالم ما يعرفش ايه ده، وقدروا ان هم يخفوا شكل الجهاز لحد لحظه اللونش. انا مش مصدق انه ما اتسربش
صح
صراحة.
شلون
كل الديزاينز اللي طلعت وكل التسريبات وكل الصور كانت غلط، فازاي قدروا ان هم يحافظوا على السريه التامه لشكل الجهاز لحد لحظه اللونش؟ انا مش مصدق في الزمن اللي احنا فيه ده، انا مش مصدق.
يعني الهواتف تتسرب، كل شيء يتسرب الا الجهاز.
ما اعرفش ازاي، وده شكل يعني فاهم، ده اكيد مثلا ما فيش اي حد الا السي او بتاع الشركه او
كان يعرف
اللي عمل الديزاين هم اللي يعرفوا شكله، اثنين مثلا.
دحين صنعوا نسخه واحده ما اعطوها اي حد ثاني.
مش طبيعي يعني. فده في حد ذاته كان رائع. وبعد كده ازاي ان هم خلوا الشكل يطلع في اخر المؤتمر، فاحنا قاعدين طول المؤتمر عمالين نشوف الالعاب وعمالين نتحمس وعمالين نقول عايزين نشوفه، وفي اخر ثانيه راحوا عاملينها بطريقه قمه في الصياعه، يعني قمه في الحلاوه. والريفيل بتاع شكل البلاي ستيشن كان واو. ولما ظهر يعني انا الاول لما شفت الجويستيك كان لونه ابيض، فقلت الكنترولر ليه ابيض شبه الاكس بوكس شويه، مش احسن اختيار في الالوان. بعدين لما شفت التاور وهو واقف كده بالابيض والاسود والازرق، I'm like واو.
انت شفت
يعني الواو افكت كان مرعب،
الواو
كله على بعضه.
الواو افكت كان رهيب. وغير ان الواو افكت اللي عندنا اياه ان تصميم الجهاز اعتقد سمعوا كلام اللاعبين وكلام المطورين. يعني مع بلاي ستيشن 4 برو اللي سمعناه عن لعبه The Last of Us 2، وقت اللي تلعب اللعبه راح خلينا نقول تستخدم اقوى طاقه ممكنه من الجهاز، راح توصلها الى اقصى قوه، فراح تسمع الفانس، راح تسمع التبريد، الكولينج سيستم. مع البلاي ستيشن 5 نشوف الفنتنج سيستم اللي موجود حول الجهاز. اعتقد انهم فكروا فيها بطريقه انه يقولون اوكي عندنا جهاز قوي بس الحين نحتاج بعد تبريد قوي حق الجهاز.
صح. تكنيكلي طبعا هنعرف حاجات اكتر تقنيا كمان عن الجهاز مع الوقت. وشكله اعتقد ده احلى شكل جهاز لبلاي ستيشن من بلاي ستيشن 1. يعني انا بعشق شكل بلاي ستيشن 1، وفاكر اليوم اللي بابايا نزل واشترى لي ونزلت معاه واشتريت بلاي ستيشن 1، عمري ما هنسى اليوم ده. ومن ساعتها بلاي ستيشن 2 و3 و4 اجهزه عظيمه كله استخدمتهم كلهم، بس شكلهم مش حلو. ما كانش في جهاز شكله حلو بالنسبه لي الا بلاي ستيشن 1، ودلوقتي بلاي ستيشن 5 يعني تحفه فنيه بصراحه، شكله تحفه.
هو شكله فضائي
رهيب،
شكله مش طبيعي،
شكله رهيب. شكله رهيب.
هل راح تاخذ نسخه الديجيتال او النسخه العاديه؟
والله بفكر لما نشوف بس لما نشوف الميموري على كل واحده فيهم هتبقى قد ايه، لان طبعا هو نازل بهارد درايف اس اس دي، والاس اس دي هارد درايف دوت ميزته ان هو في تحميل المعلومات من على يعني الطريقه اللي بتحمل بيها المعلومات للعبه وانت بتلعب، فاللي هي من الاخر يعني وقت اللودينج والبروسيسنج بتاع الجيم بيكون قليل قوي. اعتقد ممكن يكون اقل من لو بلعب الجيم على السي دي.
على السي دي
مش متاكد يعني، انا مش عايز افتي برضو، بس اعتقد ان الاس اس دي بيقرا اسرع من السي دي روم. مش متاكد من المعلومه دي عشان
هو اعتقد الميزه والفرق اللي راح يكون هو حق الناس اللي ما يحبون يشترون نسخ هارد كوبي من الالعاب، اللي بس يشترون من الستور. هذول الاشخاص اعتقد نسخه الديجيتال راح تكون نسخه مناسبه لهم، لان عمرهم ما يشترون العاب، ما ودهم يشترون النسخه الصلبه، فياخذون نسخه الديجيتال وينزلون الالعاب، وفي هالطريقه وفروا عليهم سعر الجهاز وخلاص شكله انحف، شكله اخف، وما راح يتعبون مع الجهاز.
الفكره كمان انت كنت تقول مثلا في الاول تقول لا لو انا الانترنت عندي ضعيف مثلا يبقى مش هعرف انزل اللعبه هتكون تقيله، بس دلوقتي حتى لو انت معاك اشتريت السي دي واشتريت اللعبه فيزيكال بينزل ابديتس اللعبه كل شهر، والابديتس بتبقى تقيله في نفس حجم الجيم لو نزلته.
بالضبط.
فانت كده
نفس كول اوف
لازم
ديوتي.
يبقى عندك بالظبط، مثلا يعني ينزلوا ابديت 100 جيجا بايت فاهم. فكده انت هتبقى بتنزل كونتنت كتير. فبصراحه اعتقد اني هروح مع الديجيتال.
نتكلم الحين عن الالعاب. اي لعبه من الالعاب اللي عرضوها هي اللعبه اللي جذبتك وخلتك تقول اوكي؟
هيتمان
في دبي.
وش يعني
في دبي عندنا
في دبي كمان. ده قبل ما اعرف انها في دبي وانا اتجننت لما عرفت بقى كمان.
واو.
هيتمان وهم بيبداوا اصلا اول ما بدا، بس انا كنت مع اصحابي على جروب على واتساب وكل ريفيل للعبه بنحاول نشوف مين اول واحد هيقول اسم اللعبه.
نايس.
بعدين اول ما بدا الفيديو بتاع هيتمان كلنا ما حدش قال هيتمان، فهم كله مش عارف ايه، كان حماس.
ايجنت 47
فيعني دي اكتر لعبه اتحمست عليها ومش قادر استنى لما تنزل. برضو NBA اعتقد هتكون قويه لان الموجوده دلوقتي خطيره، مش بس عشاق السله.
شفت السوات؟
رهيبه
شنو
هي لعبه قويه قوي اصلا.
لحد الحين احنا ما شفنا كول اوف ديوتي، لحين ما شفنا فيفا. في اشاعات كثيره ان فيفا راح يكون المحرك الجديد للعبه، راح يستخدمون محرك ثاني غير اجنايت. وكول اوف ديوتي على اللايتنج، على الاشياء الجديده، على المحرك الجديد. فمتحمس اشوف شلون الجيل القادم راح يكون حق الالعاب اللي معروفه عندنا اياها. واساسن كريد بعد في نفس الوقت.
وهورايزن برضو. هورايزن شكلها كان عامل ازاي، كان حماس رهيب يعني.
بس انا كنت متضايق، انا كنت ابي لعبه واحده. يوم كشفوا على ديمون سولز كنت اتوقع ان كانت راح تكون God of War. مع الموسيقى في البدايه، مع البيئه، مع كل الاشياء. حسيت ان هم راح يكشفون عن God of War. بس
في لعبة كتير احنا مستنيينها. بس هو كمان في حاجه عشان ما نتخدعش برضه، هو دايما مع كل جهاز جديد لما بيجي نازل في ديفلوبرز كتير بينتهزوا الفرصه دي، لان مفيش العاب متوفره كتير، فبينزلوا العاب كتير، والالعاب دي بتضطر انك تشتريها لان مفيش العاب كتير على الجهاز، وما بتكونش في اعلى جوده او احسن العاب موجوده يعني، فاهم. كل مره بيحصل كده مع PS3 مع PS4. المره دي اعتقد ان مع كميه الاندبندنت ديزاينرز الديفلوبرز اللي شفناهم هيكون في وفره العاب كبيره يعني.
بالضبط. في احنا لحد الحين كشفوا عن 25 لعبه، هاي غير عن الالعاب اللي يوبي سوفت راح يكشفونها في معرضهم، اكتيفيجن راح تكشفها، EA راح تكشفها في معرض EA بلاي الديجيتال. ففي اشياء كثيره لحين احنا ما شفناها كلاعبين كعشاق لهاي الشيء. انا انتظر صراحه. عندنا لعبه سبايدر مان يوم كشفوا عليها في بدايه المعرض، سبايدر مان مايز موراليس.
هما العلاقه الجديده اللي ما بين بلاي ستيشن ومارفل حلوه بصراحه. سبايدر مان كانت لعبه حلوه اصلا، فاكيد على المحرك الجديد هتستفيد، والجرافيكس الجديده هتستفيد بشكل مرعب، هتبقى خطيره.
انا متحمس لكل هاي الالعاب، لكن في العاب ابي اشوف شلون راح تكون من مطورين مثل هيديو كوجيما. تخيل اللي سواه مع ديث ستراندينج، تخيل اللي راح يعمله مع الجيل القادم.
خلينا نشوف. بس هو بص، هو جامد وكل حاجه، بس بدأ ان هو يعني يخرف شويه.
هو شوف، هو ابداع الجنون يعني. كل ما كان مجنون اكثر،
بس الجنون بدأ بقى يوسع منه شويه. فخلينا نشوف هيبقى عامل ازاي. بس انا مشكلتي بصراحه ان انا مش قادر اتخيل فيفا الجديده هتبقى عامله ازاي، لان فيفا بتاخد مني وقت كتير يا مان. انا فيفا بتاخد مني اوقات العاب تانية، دي المشكله.
بالضبط.
فاهم. الفوت شامبيونز والويكند دي انا بحط لنفسي قانون ان انا ما العبش 2 فوت شامبيونز مثلا ورا بعض. يعني لو لعبت الويكند ده مستحيل العب الويكند اللي بعده، عشان
في مباراه صعب
استخدمه في حاجات تانية، في العاب تانية، فاهم.
بالضبط.
بس في الاخر بضعف. فلو اللعبه اللي جايه كمان بقت، اعتقد يعني اكيد هتبقى احسن من اللعبه دي. اللعبه دي انا شايف فيفا 20 كانت احسن من فيفا 19، بس لسه فيها مشاكل.
مشاكل اللاج،
مش زي فيفا 17 مثلا. فيها شويه مشاكل في اللعب، وحاجات هم قالوا لنا في اللونش ان هي هتتغير وهتتشال، زي الاوتو بلوك بتاع المدافعين اللي بيتحكم فيهم الكمبيوتر والحاجات زي دي، بس ما اتشالتش في الاخر، وكانت يعني فيها حاجات مستفزه شويه. ففيفا 21 مع نيو انجن محرك مختلف تماما عن فروستبايت او محرك جديد، الله اعلم. انا بتحمس اصلا للعبه الجديده كده يعني، انا اول ما لعبه جديده فالله اعلم بقى مع فيفا هيحصل ايه يعني.
هو المؤتمر بعد كم يوم راح نشوف هاي الاشياء، راح نشوف فيفا الجديده، راح نشوف ستار وورز الجديده، راح نشوف اشياء كثيره من اي. لكن الشيء اللي احسه راح يفرق مع الجيل هو تنافس الاجهزه، الالعاب الحصريه. عندنا سبايدر مان على البلاي ستيشن، عندنا مثل ما شفنا ديمون سولز، شفنا العاب كثيره الناس يقولون
في حاجات
حصرية.
لسه ما نعرفهاش، في حاجات لسه مش عارفينها، في حصريات لسه ما سمعناش عنها.
اكيد اكس بوكس راح يكون مؤتمرهم بعد خلال كم اسبوع. شنو تتوقع اكس بوكس راح يعملون؟ هل راح يعملون نفس اللي عملوه بلاي ستيشن؟ راح يعطونا العاب اقوى؟ راح يخلونا نقول اوكي شفنا الحين لعبه ريزيدنت ايفل، راح نشوف سايلنت هيل على الاكس بوكس؟
ما انا متحيز يا مان، انا متحيز للبلاي ستيشن بشكل مرعب فما تاخدش رايي خالص
يعني
انا بشوف بلاي ستيشن هم الليدرز، هم الرواد، وهم اللي بيمشوا والناس تمشي
بالضبط. بس الاكس بوكس بدايه هذا الجيل، بدايه الجيل الجديد، طريقه اعلانهم عن الجهاز كانت افضل من البلاي ستيشن. بس البلاي ستيشن لعبوها صح معانا، خلونا نتشوق
بالضبط.
وعملوا هاي الشيء وفجروا بالارقام بالمتابعين
بالضبط. وفي الاخر بانج. يعني المؤتمر اللي فات كان تقني بشكل مرعب، انا قعدت اتفرج عليه وما قدرتش.
انا بقى قاعد اطالعها وقاعد اقول اوكي وبعدين مهمه المعلومات. بس
خلاص يا جماعه حلوه، بس انا يعني مش قوي كده يعني. بس هو واضح ان المؤتمر ده ما كانش معمول لينا، هو كان معمول للديفلوبرز، معمول للجيمنج اندستري وللديفلوبرز، عشان هم اللي يعرفوا الامكانيات الجديده اللي هتبقى قدامهم. وبالنسبه للديفلوبر مفيش احلى من ان يجي له جهاز جديد، لانه بيديله ابعاد جديده ان هو يلعب عليه، يعمل عليها اللعبه ويصنع عليها اللعبه ويخلق عالم جديد. واللودينج تايم يبقى اقل، كل ما اللودينج تايم بقى اقل كل ما هو بقى عنده امكانيات اكبر انه يخلي يصنع حاجات احلى واقوى. فاعتقد المؤتمر ده كان ليهم هم، والمؤتمر بتاعنا احنا بقى هو اللي كان من كام يوم.
ومؤتمرنا احلى من مؤتمرهم صراحه، انا ما ابي اقول يعني، بس مؤتمرنا احلى.
كان رهيب. فبتاع اكس بوكس مش يعني اكيد هتفرج على الهايلايتس، بس مش هقعد استناه بصراحه واشوفه مباشر وكده يعني. ابقى في الاخر ابص كده واشوفه
الا اذا عملوا حركه ان مثلا شفنا اعلنوا عن كول اوف ديوتي الجديده وقالوا لأن لازم تشوف البث حق المباشر حق اكس بوكس حتى تشوف كول اوف ديوتي. نفس الشيء مع فيفا، فيمكن ما تكون حصريات، يمكن الاعلان بشكل حصري. يعني مثلا نشوف
مش هتكون، لا مستحيل تكون حصريات، لا مستحيل. فيفا وكول اوف ديوتي كده اكيد مش هتكون حصريات 100%. بس انا بصراحه مبسوط. قول لي
كده اقول في بدايه الجيل الحالي اللي موجود عندنا بلاي ستيشن 4 واكس بوكس 1 كنا نشوف الحصريات من ناحيه الديجيتال، يعني مثلا السكنز الاشياء. هل تتوقع انه راح يستمر هذا الشيء مع الجيل القادم او بس تكون العاب حصريه؟
اعتقد مش عارف والله يا مان، مش عارف، بس اعتقد اكتر هتبقى الالعاب. بس حتى موضوع ان الالعاب تبقى حصريه بدا يقل بشكل كبير، لان الديزاينرز بتوع الجيم والديفلوبرز مش عايز ان هو عايز اللعبه بتاعته تتلعب من اكبر عدد من الناس الممكنه يعني. فاعتقد احنا مع الوقت هنشوف الحصري للاجهزه، يعني اللعبه الحصريه للجهاز بتقل. يعني حتى لو دخلت جوه مثلا اكتيفيجن كول اوف ديوتي الاخرانيه وار زون، اول مره يتسمح كروس بلاي ما بين البلاي ستيشن والبي سي، ودي حاجه ما كناش بنشوفها قبل كده. فالاتجاه هو ان يعني يبقى في انتر كونكتيفيتي كده ما بين كل
الاجهزه، كونسولز هاي
بالظبط. فحاسس ان هو بيبعد اكتر عن الحصري وداخل اكتر لانه كله يبقى مشبوك ببعض مرتبط ببعض.
مثل ما قلت كول اوف ديوتي، فورتنايت، العاب كثيره قاعدين يتوجهون الى نفس هذا الشيء. في النهايه قبل ما نختم مع بعض، وانا عادي اطول معاك نتكلم ساعتين، شنو امنياتك؟
عادي جدا.
شنو امنياتك حق الجيل القادم؟
امنياتي بصراحة ماشي. أول حاجة أنا قلتها كتير في النهاردة يعني، بس هي اللودينج تايم بتاع الألعاب. واللودينج تايم يعني بشكل عام، أنت اللودينج تايم مش بس لما أنت تخلص مرحلة مثلا وتستنى لحد ما المرحلة الجاية تبدا. لا، انا في المؤتمر مش بتاعنا اللي قبله اللي هو كان كله تقني ده، كانوا بيتكلموا ان هم ساعات بيخلق لوب جوه اللعبه يخليك يعني مثلا لو انت بتلعب اي جيم فجاه ساعات بتلاقي نفسك ماشي في طريق والطريق ده مش بيتغير، او مثلا طالع تاور فبتطلع على سلالم تفضل تطلع كتير كتير كتير، فانت في الاكشولي في الحقيقه انت بتلعب، بس في الواقع ده لودنج، هو بيلود اللي هيجي بعده. فبيبدا ان هو يرسم حاجات زي كده علشان تفضل انت فيها في اللوبس دي شويه لحد ما يجهز اللي بعده. فكل ما ده قل كل ما ده بالنسبه لي كان امتع بكتير. و اكبر مشكله عندي بصراحه مع بلاي ستيشن 4، اكبر مشكله في حياتي هو المنيو بتاع البلاي ستيشن 4 نفسه. ده بالنسبه لي كان يعني هنا لحد النهارده لما تروح للفريندز وتيجي تدوس على الفريندز يقعد ساعه عشان يلود الفريندز، ويقعد ساعه عشان يلود مين الاونلاين، ويقعد ساعه عشان يروح للبارتي، وعشان تعرف مين. ما ينفعش في الزمن اللي احنا فيه ده ابقى بضيع كل الوقت ده علشان ابراوز في المنيو، ما ينفعش. فدي بالنسبه لي اكتر حاجه لحد النهارده بتعمل لي ازمه، عامله لي فاهم مشكله نفسيه
يعني. الحل مع الاس اس دي، احنا ننتظر نشوف الاس اس دي شنو راح يعمل مع بلاي ستيشن.
بالظبط يعني فاهم. انا عايز كل حاجه تبقى اسرع شويه، اسرع. ناحيه الجرافيكس اكيد الجرافيكس هتكون احلى، بس اعتقد الطفره في الجرافيكس حصلت خلاص.
صح.
يعني من بلاي ستيشن 1 ل 2 ل 3 ل 4 خلاص احنا بقينا شفنا النطه يعني من جرافيكس مربعات ومكعبات لاحسن لاحسن لاحسن. فاعتقد احنا شوف النطه دايما كانت بتبقى الجاب واسع واسع واسع. اعتقد المره دي ممكن اكون غلط، بس اعتقادي الجاب مش هيكون بالابهار ده، يعني لو هو يا نهار ابيض ممكن طبعا، بس اعتقد في البدايه مش هيكون كده. هنقول اوكي الجرافيكس احسن بس مش زي الفرق ما بين PS4 و3 او 3 و2 او 2 و1، بس الحاجات التانية بقى هي اللي هننبهر بيها فاهم.
اكيد اللي هو الري تريسنج، الاس اس دي اللي عندنا اياه، قوه التحميل، الاشياء شفناها في راتشن كلانك. انا صراحه متحمس ومتفائل بشكل كبير الى هذا الجيل، وان نشوف كل الامنيات اللي عندك تتحقق مع بدايه الكونسول، مع البدايه، مع الاطلاق.
اول ما افتح الكونسول انا هقعد الف في المنيو بس اشوفه سريع ولا بطيء، دي اول حاجه اعملها معايا. اروح للفريندز واروح للشات وكريت بارتي واكنسلها وابعت انفايت وامسحه واروح للفريند كده.
تسوي له اختبار سرعه.
ايوه لازم، ما ينفعش يعني. انا ببقى في وسط الجيم مثلا بلعب وور زون، وقبل ما الجيم يبدا عايز ابعت بارتي لواحد صاحبي، برجع يكون الجيم بدا وام كيكت اوف فور ان اكتيفيتي. ايه 2020
مع هاي الشيء اعتقد خلاص وصلنا لنهايه هاي النقاش صراحه الممتع معك. استمتعت
حبيبي يا مان.
الناس اسمع كلامك عن الجيل القادم، عن شنو عملت خلال هاي الفتره الكوارنتين اللي كنا فيها. متحمس للجيل القادم، متحمس انه بعد هاي الكلام اللي صار ان العب معاك واجرب منتخب العرب واشوف شو اللي راح يصير.
بس بيني وبينك بقى مش هنطلع الكلام ده
ما راح نطلع الكلام ده، بس بيني وبينك.
حبيبي يا مان، حبيبي
خلاص اشوفك ان شاء الله.
وشكرا على الوقت. Good luck في بقية الكونفرنس.
حبيبي مع السلامة.
يلا سلام.
First day of DGC Live is ending.
It's over. It's time for a quick sleep. But obviously we're back at 11 o'clock tomorrow with a lot more panels, a lot more developers, a lot more amazing announcements as well.
And it was a really exciting day today. We had the announcement of Pixel, Al-Qanat. We had the announcement of Unity Distribution Platform, TPay partnership, and PayGuru as well.
Well, so we previously had a discussion about this, and Habib has to stay neutral and unbiased, but I don't. And I've got a few things that I loved. I actually loved talking to Wayne from NEOM. I loved learning about everything that was happening, and I just think that the amount of passion and the amount of building work that's going in that is absolutely fantastic. That's going to be my favorite.
And it was really amazing also to welcome the global head of Twitter for games, the global head of TikTok for games, also the Director General of Media City, Mr. Majed Al Suwaidi.
Of course, yes.
And where we are actually now in Media City in Dubai. And we announced our cosplay competition, and we saw who are the participants, and it was really a great day, fruitful. We had our first session on gaming in Africa. We have a focus on Africa this year. And on the meeting platform side, we got really great numbers. Really, it's exciting. People are doing so much meetings, and we had a great also audience on the different sessions.
Yeah, and I guess, of course, anyone who has not jumped in to the B2B meeting platform should do so right now, because we have so many talented people and partners and developers and individuals, and you can jump in and you can meet them with 24 hours a day.
24 hours, it's still possible tomorrow or tonight to register and still benefit from the next 48 hours of meetings, of business meetings. And everybody can watch us live tomorrow again on our website, dgcgames.com.
Well, I know a few things that are happening tomorrow, and there's a few big announcements, and I wish I could tell you guys, but I can't.
We will be able to tell them tomorrow at 11 a.m.
Absolutely. So yeah, should we say goodbye for day one?
We'll say good night.
Good night, we'll see you tomorrow.